Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun usually, so what are we doing today? Well, today obviously we're going to be going over the curious case of cyberpunk role-playing games, or otherwise known as the Chrome Case of Cyberpunk. I'm trying to be cool here, because is cool. Cybergoth GFs are overrated. Look at a virus from downloading self-harm exe from a sketchy website. Chinese hackers make her into a sleeper agent. Yes. Yes, hello. We're going to be going over cyberpunk role-playing games. Cyberpunk games are strange. I've never heard of cyberpunk. Is it any good? I don't know. Cyberpunk is a strange genre because calling it a genre now is a little bit of an incorrect statement. Because, you know what, everybody? Let's play a game. Let's just Google Cyberpunk. Alright, Cyberpunk. Oh. Oh no. What happens? This is a video game. This isn't Cyberpunk. Is this Cyberpunk? I did an entire video kind of talking about is Matrix is it me or the mic is choppy? The mic likes to every now and again just cut my voice out because it goes a little bit low. Apologies for that. It's just what happens. It's less of a genre, more of a melange. Yeah, like one of the issues with Cyberpunk really right now is that Cyberpunkus has become this. It's been dominated by Cyberpunk Red, or the other major tabletop role-playing game in this genre, you could say, is Shadowrun. But generally speaking, are these Cyberpunk? That's kind of the big and intimidating thing about it. I did an entire video about this. Let me find my Cyberpunk video real fast. This is the Cyberpunk video I did. I was trying to find real Cyberpunk, and generally speaking, not me. Don't need you. Or was the generally speaking, we ended up with a few basic ideas. One of the core ones was the idea of tone lists. Everything has to be high-tech, low lives, all the way strictly to just punks, which was, doesn't really matter, it's cyberpunk as long as I say it is. Now, there's a problem with this. There's a problem with this talking about this kind of game, without this kind of genre, is what do you classify a cyberpunk work as? Does it have to be a certain kind of game? Does it have to be a certain kind of thing? Generally speaking, I fall into an aesthetic category. It's gotta look the part. It's gotta be the part, and it's gotta say it is the part. Which is a little bit more complicated the more you think about it, and simply due to the fact that, well, this exists. Cyberpunk and Cyberpunk Red exists. You know, Cyberpunk is sci-fi with robot parts, to a degree. Now, one of the things is, with Cyberpunk in general, that I've kind of believed over time, is that to talk about Cyberpunk, you need to define Cyberpunk, just so we're all on the same page. Generally speaking, Cyberpunk can be summarized as high-tech, low lives. That's the basics of it. This is all we gotta remember, high-tech, low lives. And what that effectively means is that it's high technology. You know, there are laser beams, there's cybernetics, there's gene modding and all that shit. And you're playing the bottom cast of things. You are at the bottom of the metaphorical totem pole, and you gotta fight your way up. People like to assume things such as, we'll just Google a popular Blade Runner. Blade Runner is cyberpunk. Because he, even though, if you think about it, it's not. Because he's not a... Is he a cyberpunk? But he's a fucking cop. Okay, maybe that's not it. The Matrix. The Matrix is cyberpunk. Technically, it's a bunch of low lives effectively struggling out against, you know, the man, otherwise known as giant machines, even though there's no corporations or anything anymore. Matrix Resurrection was kind of bad. Bad in kind of a stupid way. Is this Cyberpunk? But let's think about like a classic. This a classic Neuromancer. Neuromancer is Cyberpunk, right? This has to be the Cyberpunk. But it's also incredibly high tech in some regards. You know, Molly Millions is quite literally my waifu. And she shows up quite a bit every now and again. But yeah, it's like, okay, like, that's a little bit odd. Not quite right. Cyberpunk has this unfortunate reality of being whatever the fuck you want to do. Blame is Cyberpunk. Blame is Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk has this unfortunate reality of being kind of whatever people want it to be at the time. In our sphere, the tabletop role-playing sphere, games with the clicky-clacky fun math rocks. What does that mean? What does that actually mean for us? It means we Google Cyberpunk TTRPG and we get Cyberpunk 2020. And Cyberpunk 2020. And more Cyberpunk 2020. I'm Mike Pondsmith. We also get Carbon 2185. Did you know that Carbon 2185 won the New York Times Bestseller Award? I'm gonna fucking kill whoever put that in there, and I know who did it. I can see you. I'm outside your home. But yeah, that's it's like, wait a second. Is that it? That can't be it, right? That's ridiculous. That's goofy. Even think about that. This like broad genre there should be a lot of it, but there really isn't. As I kind of mentioned before, one of the other major tabletop role-playing games does boil down to Shadowrun as well, and Shadowrun has seen its fair share of issues. Let's just call a spade, everybody. Let's just call a spade. Shadowrun's no, in real life. This is a threat. I am a danger to you. Shadowrun's seen its ups and downs. Shadowrun First Edition, pretty popular. Second Edition, kind of refinement of First Edition. Shadowrun Third Edition, okay. Fourth Edition, okay. Fifth Edition, the edition that shall not be named. Interesting, isn't it? But even if you look right here, if I just Googled Shadowrun, do you see the tabletop game? I don't. I see a lot of the video games. Video games are the big ones, because those make a lot of money. Made a lot of money, actually. And if we really think about it, let's do a curious. Let's just do a little look here. 1989. 1989 is when Shadowrun first released. Let's do Cyberpunk. You know, Cyberpunk TTR. When did this first come out? 1988. 1988. It's weird to think about, isn't it? It's really weird to think that, like, a lot of these, like, what we would traditionally think of as, like, the big two Cyberpunk role-playing games really isn't. They're pretty fucking old at this point. Like, let's I'm trying to crunch some numbers in my head internally. I'm terrible at that. This is about a little over 30 years old at this point. What? Oh, what? Nani? How is it that old? Is that it? Is this all Cyberpunk has to offer us? Has there really been no bigger thing? I think one of the other issues with Cyberpunk in our sphere really does boil down to there is, I don't want to word this properly. Making a Cyberpunk game's a bitch, okay? Let's just all call a spade here. Making a Cyberpunk game is a pain in the ass for two very specific reasons. There's a lot of gear you need to make it good, and Cyberpunk exists. And no matter what you do, if you say, oh, this is a Cyberpunk RPG, people are going to look at me like, you mean Cyberpunk 2020. I think the rise of the internet is largely the reason for diluting what cyberpunk means. Back in the 80s and 90s, the internet was seen as the next step of human communication, unmooring people from borders and even their real-life selves. With border reality new normal that the internet became, the genre had to shift because cyberspace to having cybernetics. And yeah, that's, I think one of the issues is because you can interpret a cyberpunk game in a lot of different ways. And I think that kind of boils down to the idea of the punk genres. What does punk mean? What does punk mean? Punk means nothing. I'm gonna be perfectly frank with everybody here. Unfortunately for you, unfortunately for me, punk used to mean punk. It would be like you are a person that is definitively not on the top of your game. You're rising against an authority using whatever tech is here. Cyberpunk is cybernetic punks. You're a bunch of lowlives desperately trying to use this newfangled technology that is both keeping you enslaved to fight back. But now we have scav punk, cassette punk, desert punk, splatter punk, cyberpunk, deco punk, island punk, clock punk, manor punk, dungeon punk, sandal punk, myth punk, nano punk, atom punk, goth punk. One of the things when it comes to the punk genre, echo punk. Yeah, I think one of the ideas is you can use any word and then put punk at the end of it, and it will soon become its own genre. Hermit punk. Easy enough. Toilet punk. Mom punk. Economic punk. Dosh punk. Sigma punk, if we have Varric in the chat here. A lot of these are these punk things that don't really mean anything anymore. We've diluted it down to its core elements. But we're not going to be talking about hermit punk, fish punk, ray punk, or anything like that. We're instead going to be talking about cyberpunks. Those cybernetic goofballs, those morons without borders. Those guys who are chrome junkies. Now, I've got 6 games effectively. Each of them kind of unique in their own right. I'll go in reverse order introducing them because I find that a little bit more. The last game we're going to be going over today is Corporation. I've been recommended Corporation repeatedly. Everyone says you gotta play Corporation, you gotta go over Corporation. It's so good, it's so amazing. You're gonna love it. Okay. Understandable. Zaibatsu. I'm going over to Zaibatsu today. 1998 is when this game came out. The oldest one we have here, actually. Then we're going to be going over. This one's going to be a little bit weird. We're going to be going over Chrome. A completely unauthorized PDF. This one just has a story behind it I think is interesting. Neon City Overdrive. Game that people kept recommending that I play. Lowlife 2090, which I want to talk about Lowlife 2090 with everybody because I think that's fun. But I think the first one we're going to be going over, the capstone. The one that I think you all want to see. You have the modern version. I don't want the modern version because it's Cepheus. And I'll go over kind of why when we get to it. The game that I think a lot of people of you guys want me to talk about. Behold, Cyborg. Yes, Cyborg. 168 pages of eye-bleeding fun. You would think that, wouldn't you? Now, these are all games that are going to be some are going to be a little bit longer, some are going to be a bit shorter. But you all want blood. You want blood. You want glory. And so, let's start, of course, with Cyborg. You know, some of you may know I'm cyborging. You may be wondering what Cyborg is. And you may be wondering, wow, that sounds awfully familiar to another thing that I vaguely know. And you would be very correct in that assumption. Cyborg is, well, I gotta type it in correctly. Cyborg is a game by, technically it's not by the people who did Morkborg. Get it? Cyborg, Morkborg, very different. It's very different. Morkborg is a game that came out actually quite a while. When did Morkborg come out? It would be about 2018? No, I just want to, when does Morkborg come out? I don't give a shit about the Heretic expansion. I just want to know where Morkborg came out. Not Cult Heretics. Just when did this fucking game come out? God damn it. Fucking, God, drive through. Drive through our, God fucking damn. I hate Morkborg. I hate Morkborg. I'm going to be honest with you all here. I really don't like Morkborg. I think it's stupid. Being perfectly honest with all of you. It came out in, it says 2020, but I don't think it came out in 2020. Yeah, actually, it would have come out in 2020. Jesus fucking Christ, it came out in 2020. I don't know if I like this music. No, we're changing them back. I'm losing my fucking mind. Let's Noir. There we go. I find this relaxing. Let's bring. Yes. Morkborg is an OSR game, but I'm gonna preface this real fast. I'm gonna preface this. It's a OSR game, and a OSR game doesn't really do mean much. When I talk about the prevalence of art games that do literally nothing than just look pretty and people buy it because it looks pretty, it's Morkborg is my quintessential idea. Is there anything redeemable about Morkborg? No, I find it really boring. It's a very simplistic game, and the only reason people, I think, bought it is because it looks pretty. And people, fucking, anytime it gets brought up, people beat their hands and be like, oh, well, it's fun if you get a bunch of these third-party supplements. You realize how fucking stupid that sounds. It's made by the Scandinavians, of course. And because the Scandinavians don't allow anybody to have any remote amount of fun with anything. Cyborg, though, is a little bit interesting. Because if you notice right here, this is Pelle Nielsen. Pelle Nielsen. Mr. Nielsen wrote Morkborg. Cyborg is by a guy named Christian Salayan. Christian. His name is Christian. He's written nothing else. And trying to find this guy is kind of a bitch. He doesn't exist. What he does is, like, none of this, like, this doesn't even bring it up with anything remotely close to him. I believe this is him. Let me see if I can find, like, this is the interview with them talking about it. This is, right here, the only picture that I can find of the guy. This is really it. He is not a person that is in games. He isn't. I never see him. He's written nothing else. But, oh god, he's in the fucking god. Is there anything there? I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, yeah. Man, looks like a male in Hallmark romantic comedy from 2007. He's a digital ghost. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's necessarily that. because there's actually something interesting about that. So this is Cyborg, obviously, we see right here, not all the stupid fucking charts. Written and game designed by Christian Solin. Based on the rules of Morkborg. I always find it funny when being like, oh, game design, when it's really not. Don't think about it too hard. One interesting note is we actually have okay, this is Morkborg. Go down here a little bit. We're like, okay, you know, he's not really mentioned over here, but if we go all the way... Where's the playtest? Let me find the... There we go. Christian, right there. Christian Solin. Thanks to all of this playtesting, Christian Solin, he was an original playtester of Morkborg. You know, Latvia 2019, yeah, there we go. He was one of the original playtesters for Morkborg. He's been in this for a while at this point. I thought it was kind of interesting, a little bit odd. Like, okay, so it's effectively Cyborg is an Ascended fan project. Well, you might be wondering, okay, maybe is like a Pelle Nielsen involved in this game at all? No. Pelle Nielsen is not involved in Cyborg. The original writer of Cyborg barely has anything to do with this game, outside writing the game. Because this is just Morkborg. Don't think that's... And do not think Cyborg is a unique product. It is not a unique and fascinating new thing that nobody has ever touched before. This is a game that already exists. Now, I did a little bit of digging though. I believe that this Cyborg is published by Stockholm Cartel. I believe Christian actually is one of the main guys in here, or he's one of the main, or he's actually like the owner of this thing in Sweden, effectively. This is a Swedish company called Stockholm Cartel. You gotta see here, you can pre-order, you can, buy all the death in space things. I can't really find much else because, Nielsen is actually part of Occult or Master Games. This is a completely different thing. You gotta remember that. This is a completely different entity from Stockholm Cartel, which again, I think is just like, I couldn't really even find anything because Cartel is like a furniture store. Yeah, I believe this is actually him. He doesn't have a Twitter account, like a personal Twitter account or anything. And has it tweeted anything? No, hasn't tweeted anything for 3 years. So it's like, okay, Stockholm Cartel isn't really a thing. He doesn't exist. It's a gold seller. It has not sold nearly as well or as quickly as the original Morkborg. I find that kind of interesting, because I think this was going to be a big thing. The only really consistent factor between either of these is Johan Nor. Johan here is the artist. This living soy jack of a man is the main artist, and you can argue that Morkborg exists because of him. If Johan Nor here did not exist, Morkborg would not exist. So we have to ask ourselves: is Morkborg Nielsen's, or is it his? And he was actually very involved in Cyberpunk and Cyborg, you could say, because the Kickstarter is through him, and he's associated with Stockholm Cartel directly. Yeah, this is like one of those weird things, because again, it's like, oh, it's not Morkborg, it's Cyborg, and he's the one behind everything, but he's not written any of the rules. He even says he's art director, illustrator, and all-out nerd. Like, this is the only other guy. Again, this is Christian. Has he backed any? Like, he's backed Morkborg things. He's backed Morkborg things, mostly. Yeah, you kind of see all this bunch of comics, I guess. Like, he's a pretty normal guy. But yeah, that's him, really. You kind of see here, oh, and a nano-infested doomsday RPG about cybernetic misfits and punks raging in relentless corporate hell. Oh, wow, wowie zowie, look how big it is. Look how Look how big it is. Look how... Arctic Journal on the business practices of Swedish art games. Yeah, pretty much. What is this game? Like, here it is. Look how pretty it is. You guys see up here, Stockholm Cartel, third-party license. First thing you fucking see, pretty much. You can make cyborg content if you want. It's a very aggressively forward about it. The only thing is you cannot associate with Stockholm Cartel, Free League, or Cyborg in that way. You have to put it in compatible with Cyborg. That's really the only thing. You can get all the assets you want, all the different books. You cannot reuse or translate any of it unless you have their permission to do things. They're pretty much saying do whatever the fuck you want. This is a fascinating thing to me because I'm going to give you a hint right now. This game doesn't exist. This Cyborg isn't a real game. That's the secret. That's the funny about the entire thing. The Cyborg isn't a real game. Cyborg is an idea. It's a platform. Yeah, we're all gonna have to deal with this now. It's a platform for everybody to build onto. That's all it is. It's you want to do the third-party license, so you make more cyborg content to make more cyborg content. That's the entire idea. Generally speaking, if we go to the cyborg, we go to the cyborg Kickstarter right here. It made a fuck ton of money, relatively speaking. Let's be honest with let's be honest with ourselves here. Like, relatively speaking, it made about $400,000. A lot of money, relatively speaking, for a game that's technically already done. And bunch of miserable how 25 plus foes to 25 foes to fight. Woo! Here's everything. Yeah. You want to have the music? You got a bunch of music. They made an entire soundtrack for it. The asset pack that you need to physical asset pack. Here's the character sheet. We are not using this character sheet. Yeah, fuck you. We're not doing that. The Nano Edition. Cool. You want to have like the Nano Edition there? Somebody actually bought the one-of-a-kind recursive machine. What's the highest backer? Yes, the 10,101. The sign cover. Like, how much money is that? The almost $1,000 tier. Someone bought the almost $1,000 tier of the game. Yeah, featuring Dante from Devil May Cry. Yeah, it's just like, and the thing is, they didn't even hit their final one. Like, that's the funny thing. Actually, they did hit their final one, did they? Because these are like some of the, like, where's the fucking, oh my god, you will notice that I do get lost in this quite actively because it's very, my eyes hurt. Because you get things like this. We increased the pay for every external contributor of Cyborg by an additional 50% for a total of 100% of double what we agreed upon initially. Do they tell you what? Now, here's the thing. Yo, need more locations. We list 10 new awesome guest writers. 9 more guest writers. Oh yeah, we're paying you $50 to do this. You now get $100. Woo! Does anybody think this is weird? Did anybody think this is a little weird of hiring all these like weird guest writers to come on? Like, oh well, we have more content to the digital punk creator. Huh? Oh well, we have a new poster to the asset pack. Oh, you can now make an NPC generator. Is that really worth it? Is the fact that you had to double the pay and it went 30 effectively. Let's just do a double check. This is if we're really looking at this, like, it's 333,000. Let's do 333. That's 31,000, over 30,000 more dollars to double the price you're paying everybody. Hello. It's gonna annoy me until it's gone. Like, does anybody think this is weird? I wonder how many pages of text are in Morkborg if you take out the pictures. See, that reminds me of, it was like Morkborg, like Bare Bones edition. Yeah, this is the, so here is, Johan Moore, Johan Noah. Like, this is just the textless version. Let's do a little bit of, oh, just take me to the download. Let's do this one right here. Let's Bare Bones edition. We want to go to the let's put it in the Chrome case of Cyberpunk. This is just the book. Just Morkborg at its core. This baby is 76 pages. It is also 5.8 by 8.27, and you see all this white space here, all this lovely white space. Oh, sexo. Combining all this together, if you really were to shrink things down and put things into like a relatively reasonable size and make the pages, this would easily be 30 pages, maybe, at best, and most of these are just tables. See, that's the funny thing. Like, again, most of Morkborg is just tables. That's all it is. It's great, isn't it? Isn't this the future you all wanted? Yeah, that's Cyborg in a nutshell. Why does Cyborg exist? The rest is optional. It's great. Yeah, 6x8. Yeah, effectively. Like, did they spend 30K on guest writers? Yeah, because there's like a dozen fucking guest writers. That's the issue. That's because this is like the thing you got to remember. Like, oh, okay, because we have to. The thing is, we got to pay. Obviously, we got to pitch Christian. We also got to pay Johan. We got to pay Brian here. We got to pay Walton. We got to pay Angela here. We got to pay Dan here. We got to pay this guy. We got to pay all these guys. And we got to, it's like, okay, and like, but yes, this is, let's cyborg, everybody. Let's cyborg. Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? The messed up world they left us. Get ready for every font imaginable. I'm gonna find a fun image and I'm gonna give you the okay, here we go. Here's this image. I'm gonna give you the crackdown on the lore. It's the cyberpunk future. Everything sucks. The corporations rule the world, and you live in the city. Everything is bad in the city, and there's also a place in the middle where everything went wrong. Don't enter the middle because you'll get infected by Morkborg juice. That's it. That's it. You've done it. I've told you the entire lore. There is no lore, really, to Cyborg. There's no real setting to it. Because a vast majority of this really does boil down to, well, this really. Here it is. This is the entire lore you need to know about. Look how pretty it is. My eyes are bleeding, but who cares, right? Here's all the corporations. None of them are talked about. None of them. It doesn't matter about any of these things, really. The game doesn't talk about them at all. Yeah, this is where rocks fell. This is where the rock fell, where the bombs dropped. The post-apocalyptic quagmire. Because here's the secret. I'm gonna give you all a little bit of a hint here, everybody. I'm gonna give you a secret here. Cyborg is Morkborg Cyberpunk Edition, and I mean that in a quite literal fashion. You can make an argument being like, no, you don't understand, Notepad. Notepad, you don't understand. It's about the aesthetic, it's about the... No. They pretty much don't have any remote amount of lore or anything, and when we get to it, everything in the Go, everything in the Bad Zone, everything in the Badlands is technically filled with Morkborg juice. I'm not lying when I say that, though. It's just all the Hellscape things, and you can technically use anything from Morkborg with this game. Because here's the nightmarish thing, here's the disastrous thing. Cyborg here is compatible with Morkborg. It is directly compatible with it. Everything you have in your Morkborg catalog, you can now use in Cyborg. You just replace everything with, instead of zombies, you fight cyber zombies, but they wouldn't be called zombies. They'll call you like Necro Sludge Skullfuckers or something, PG-13 edition, because we can't offend anybody. Do you want anything more? Like, there's really nothing else to talk about. Because all of this, it's like, oh, but Synergy, Water, and Power Co. or others are willing to market anything to the desperate. Everyone needs water. It's the Psy. Oh, you want to go to the hills? Access denied. Here's all the... Like, it really doesn't matter. Like... Factory meat farms doesn't fucking matter. You want to talk about the net? It's exactly what you think it is. It's a retinal communication device. Yes, the miserable headlines, the side news. Welcome to the first piece of mechanics we have in the game. I love my favorite mechanic. This is the first mechanic you see of the game, and this will not be the last mechanic. Everything is run by rolls a die each midnight. The result of one activates a miserable headline. A D66 determine which terrible event makes the rounds of the news that night. Adjust locations of people involved in these events so it affects the PCs. The same headline won't appear twice. Reroll the D66 if so. Let's just say, for example, we do it. Can we do it? Let's take our D6 here. And we rolled. I got a 1 and a 4. So we're going to go down here, and you see Arc Dagon in flames. Toxic smoke of burning arcology surrounds shy and fluorescent deadly mist, forcing people indoors. And underground vision is low. Radioactivity is high. Anti-human bioterror attack. The body count climbs after the bio-bombings of several passenger cars earlier tonight. All metro, monorail, and tram carts are closed while major sec corps compete to hunt down the 666 world terrorists. It claims credit for the act. There we get. We did it. This is the news. Yeah, you roll it every midnight. If you got it, it's like, okay. You may be wondering, Notepad, this isn't a mechanic, though. This is just like a little... Like, this is just a little thing that doesn't really matter, right? This is stupid. This is dumb. Like, this doesn't do anything. This isn't the point. The 7th time a miserable headline is rolled, it will always be, are we living in a simulation? Rector Magnificus, Professor Dr. Duru Evren at CYU has found proof that the world is a simulation run by unknown entities. Evren could not reach for further comment. In 12 hours, the simulation resets. Replay the entire campaign. That's a mechanic. I feel pink. I wanna. Woo, they are they are really padding that page count, huh? Yeah, we're at page 39. System. Okay, we've hit here right now. We're on page 41 of 168. You're encouraged to break every single rule in this book, except this one. Player characters cannot be loyal to or have sympathy for the corpse, the cops, or the capitalist system, even though you should buy our books. They might find themselves reluctantly forced to do missions for them or their minions, but make no mistake, they are the enemy. I have no loyalty to the capitalist system, obviously. That's why I stole this book. I believe in the free expression of humanity. I stole Cyborg. I stole it because I am a cyberpunk. And I don't want to give you the satisfaction of thinking I gave you money. No. I hate you. Go die in a hole. But yeah, this is there are no rules. This is the only rule that matters. Rule 0. They are the enemy. However, don't bother with it. You begin with 2d6 times 10 on an anonymous cred skip, some cheap clothes, and a retinal comm device. It can be hacked. Don't worry, you look cool. So yeah, everyone's got a fucking smartphone strapped to their face. Now, obviously, we can't do this alone. We need someone to help us talk about the power of Borging out. Thus, I'm bringing in the only man I know about, Branko Radicevich. Branko is a funny character. My eye. Yes, this is not the official character sheet. This is one of the basic character sheets I found online. Because I didn't want to deal with it because my head hurts looking at the actual character sheet and just about anything else. This is the game right here. Congratulations, we did it. We've learned how to play the game already. You may be wondering, Notepad, that seems very barren. And the answer is, yes, it is very barren. There's really nothing here, very much. Don't think about it too hard. That's not the point. Let's keep going. I should actually say, the entire, my goal for Branko across all of these, because I've used the same character. The quick idea is a hacker face. This is Branko. And that hacker face's entire goal in life is he's a hacker. He's a face. What do we have on us right here? Let's roll a D8. Oh, we got an old school motorcycle. Cool. Let's roll a D12. Oh boy. We got a random cyber tech. That doesn't really mean anything. I rolled a 1. Oh boy, I got red juice stim injector. Woo! You having fun yet? Roll 3d6 and generate your ability scores. Yeah, this is gameplay. It's just 3d6 down the line. You may be wondering, okay, does this matter at all? No, it really doesn't, because every time you level up, it's going to be a weird way of doing things. But yeah, this is it. Because remember, this is still an OSR game. You have to remember that key fact of life. This is an OSR product. So it is a D20 game. At the very end of things, it's going to be D20 plus modifiers. Your carrying command is strength plus 8 normal-sized items, but all your DRs are increased by 2. Anytime to succeed on any test, you're going to roll D20 plus your attribute score with the result equal or greater than the DR. I've taught you how to play Morkborg. This is it. Just roll. Take the big magic math rocks. We got our free magic math rocks. We're gonna roll, and then if we have the number over the thing, we win. Good job. Then we have our optional classes, because one unique thing about Morkborg is you don't actually need to take a class. That's your option. That's your prerogative to take a class. And usually classes don't give you that much. Instead, they give you a background. They give you an idea. They give you something to work off of. There are a few classes. We have the Shunned Nano. You are infested with Morkborg juice. That's just what you are. You're going to roll on this chart when you were infected. You're going to have toughness plus D4. You're a little weird. You're a little ill. You might change your stats around a little bit. You also have one of these things. Yeah, because Morkborg juice. This is the Burned Hacker. I'm going to be going through this through double-sided now, because that's what the game is actually built around. This is the Burned Hacker. This is the only way to create a hacker, really, consistently. Yeah, you also start with more random apps, because you got a cyber deck over here. Oh boy. Copy swappy. Boom boom. LOL. All you Borg trigger. Borg trigger. Have no fear. Yeah, here's some deep dive in the Cosmic Congo. Discharge Corp Killer. Oh yeah, I'm a Corp Killer. Depressed Serbian poet receives robot arms, cyber samurai sword. I specifically did not give him a samurai sword. Very difficult. I try to keep things as consistent as possible, but yeah, it's like the orphan gearhead. I still don't know really what this says. I can't read this. I think it's renegade. I can't actually read that. I believe that's renegade. That looks like an N, right? That's like NR. Wait, no. Okay, let's try to interpret this. I believe that's an N. BERSL L, yeah, LASHE. Nerd slip. Yeah, that's. I don't know what that is. You are death incarnate. You are scary because you like hurting people, and you are ogre. Sorry, officer. Look, he's not Mork. This is not Morkborg. Morkborg. Guys, boys, lads. Renegade Cyber Slasher. Wait, is that what it is? Is that Cyber Slashers? Renegade Cyber Slasher. I guess that could be a C. Again, I don't see a C there. It gets cut off. Yeah, because like there's the R gets cut off there. I'm like, yeah, this looks like a B. Yeah, I thought this was one letter. I thought this was, yeah, I thought that's an N. You see the N? Okay, then we also have the Forsaken Gangoon. This is it. This is what you get. You get your specialty on things. Then you're gonna roll on your style. Ocean Wave, old school cyberpunk robo mode. You're gonna roll your feature. Golden grills. Everything has a Z in it. What you want, your current obsession, and a quirk. You've made a character. It's super simple. Yeah, in case your eyes are beginning to burn slightly, give me a second. We're gonna take a second to just look at that. Normal looking things. Wow, this is so nice. Look, it's so nice and not colorful. No, you're a former corporate killer. That's the difference. You're a former corporate killer. Because if you were because you can't be loyal to the corp, because corps are bad and evil. Okay, back to the grind. My eye is bleeding. most of the actual classes you kind of see here. If we look at for example, our punk here, he's going to roll d6 for a weapon and d2 for armor. So if we go down here, what's going to happen is you're going to roll on this chart for your weapon. So we'll roll d6. I rolled a 1. I get a broken bottle. That's all you get. d12 or by class, because you don't need. Here's the thing: you do not need to have a class. But yeah, this is all the weapons. These are all of the weapons in the game. Here's all the armor. This is all you get. Here's your debt. 3d6 times 1,000. Here's a bunch of other shit. You want to have some random shit? It's great. You know, like, oh, I wanna have a DNA bomb. Ooh. I wanna have a grappling hook crossbow. Woo. First aid kits. Silencers? You want a silencer? That's cool. Doesn't do anything. It just says it does something. Cred chip laundering, doxing, complete identity fabrication, memory resets, crime scene cleanups. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, these are all the various weapons. Technically, all the various weapons you can get. There isn't really that much. This is it. And congrats. Like, some of these aren't even weapons or laser turrets that you will never be able to afford. You will never have enough money for one of these things. Because you start... I started with 95 credits, and you don't make that much. Now, one of the ideas behind weapons is that you have the single-use booster mod. Is for a single shot, for a single attack, you can do something else. Hey, the Inferno. If you buy an Inferno booster, you deal D3 extra damage. Woo! Armor piercing, and you ignore D6 armor. Knockers, poof. You do a little bit there. Nano trig, you do a little. Frag grenade, you do a little there. That's it. Here's the drugs. Like the drugs. You just, because if you notice here, if you look at all the numbers, 1, 2, 3. What are all these numbers for? Because you can roll on all these charts, but that's really it. Here are all 20 cybernetics that you can get. There are 20 cybernetics. That's it. Yeah, here's your Molly's or Logan's D6 damage. Mule Pocket, big enough for a smart gun TM. Auto Camo, additional joints. Buzz Eyes, Stranglers, Desert Fangs, Smart Jack, Muscle Ups, Body Gun. You're noticing this as well. You're not going to be having this much money at all, so you're really not going to end up with Cybertech at all, because there's only 20 of them. They can't let you have these. Bronco does not actually have any Cybertech because he did roll randomly to get it, but the problem really does boil down to Bronco didn't get his because his class took them away from him. You don't get cyberware as a hacker. You're not cool enough for that. Here are the apps. There are a total of, you guessed it, 12 apps that you can do. Anytime you use an app, pretty much when you're hacking, because I went into this case with the idea that I want to learn how to hack in every single one of these games. I want to learn how to hack. The big thing is, you slot it into a cyber deck, and each cyber deck is going to have a certain number of app slots, and then you roll. If you successfully do it, you succeed. You break through, you do what it does. For example, using the weigh-in hammer, for example, nearby devices are triggered to perform their function. Open and close the unlocked doors, trigger sprinklers, start a camera recording, adjust the AC. You can trigger 5 devices to choose over the next 5 rounds. So if I take my D20 plus my intelligence, I rolled a 15 plus my 3, I ended up with an 18. I succeed, and I'm allowed to use the weigh-in hammer. I open the door. Oh, gamers! Woohoo! We wacky wahoo pizza man. That's it. You want to have the app fumble? This is the app fumble chart. If you fuck up an app, if you roll a 1, because remember, 1 is natty ones are evil. No, this is a D20 game. This is a D20 game, so you gotta remember that. This is not a D6 game. This has never been a D6 game. It's always been a D20 game. Aren't you paying attention? This is an OSR game. So you're just gonna be rolling a bunch on a bunch of fucking charts. These are the nano powers. These are your magic powers. Because of course we have magic powers in this game. Oh, yeah, let's... Bent Prism. Person becomes invisible and attacks and defends at DR6. The last for D6 rounds or until you are hurt. Remote control. A target with spitting range must obey a single command. You'll forever hear their wordless voice echo in your mind. Ooh. However, when you use this, you're going to have to test presence. You're going to have to test one of your stats, and if you fuck it up, you're going to trigger an infestation. These are your D20 infestations that can go wrong. Oh no! You have gills. Or, hey, you're rotting. You're slow, like, chunks of your skin fall off. You have tubes. That's it. These are the glitches system. I couldn't read this very well because it burns my eyes, truth be told. Generally speaking, a glitch is your Benny points, because of course there's bennies. You spend it, you spend a Benny, and you can deal maximum damage, reroll your dice, lower damage dealt by you, neutralize a crit or fumble, or negative D4 to 1 test. Or negative 4D. That's good. You win. You have toughness plus D8 hit points, unless you have a class that says otherwise. My class that I had D6. I have 2 HP. Start with 2 HP as potentially. Yeah. Good news, everybody. Yeah. So if you have a 0 HP, you're just better. You're gonna roll on this chart. If you have negative HP, you're dead, unless you have at least 1K. Why is it page 85? We're learning how to do this. Oh, you want to do a emergency body modification? Well, this is all the money it costs. You can't really do it. Your post-incident phenomenon remains a mystery despite the numerous court-funded scientific... Yeah, they have Psy-Rage. Because, of course they have, you know... Of course they have Cyberpsychosis. Why wouldn't they have Cyberpsychosis? This is the entire combat system. At the end of the day, I'm going to teach you how to do this. You don't roll initiative. Roll D6. Wowie zowie. I've got it. I'm going before you. I'm going to hit you with my nano sword. D12. You just need to roll D20 and hit a 12. I rolled an 11. I failed. Oh, range. I need to roll presence and hit and roll for damage. Wowie zowie. I missed. Yep, that's it. Oh no, someone's trying to hit me. Tried to beat a 12. Good old Bronco here is really bad at just about everything because he rolled poorly. He just rolled really bad. This is literally his stats, as you can see. But don't worry, combat is supposed to be, you know, run and done, and you're just supposed to kill fast and go faster. If you roll a natty 20, you double damage, or you gain a free attack. You roll a 1, everyone laughs at you, and you die a little on the inside. And here's all the optional combat ones. Yeah, this is the entire combat system. This is what this game is built on. You may be wondering, Notepad, that seems a little bit wonky. That seems a little bit weird for this kind of game. Shouldn't this OSR game that's built around the entire entire concept of doing this be built more around the idea of combat being important? And the answer would be correct. However, this is not a game. This is an art project. This is Johan Nor's self-masturbatory art project that he was desperately claiming to be a game. Yeah, when the smoke clears, count your bullets. And if you have time, roll D4. Restore D4 health. This is one of those things where you end up with, these are the optional combat rules. Optional, more tactical, a bit crunchier. Providing cover for people. Being able to aim. Having basic range modifiers is an optional mechanic in this game. Always deal a minimum of 1 damage regardless of armor reduction, because all armor does, mind you, all armor does is a dice roll to reduce that much damage. If I shoot you for 1d6 damage and I deal 6 damage, I have to resist it with a d2. I roll, I resisted 1 damage of it. I'm dead. I'm like super dead. I've been shot. You want to put down suppressive fire? This is how you do it. Wowie zowie. Okay, we're done now. Because again, you gotta remember, all of this is optional. This is the core combat. You've told me this is optional content. So, time is an optional content. Resting is technically a optional content. First impressions, you can't. These are like very basic. This is legitimately about not even a page worth of content here, and it's spread over 2 pages. Do I know what's going on here? Absolutely not. Do I care? No. That's it. Yeah, when you level up, decides when the character should improve. You don't get XP or anything. You just whenever you do anything, you're gonna roll 60-10, equal to or greater than your current HP, increased by D6. Pretty much what's going to happen there is if I level up arbitrarily, what's going to happen is I'm going to roll all my dice. My dice here. I got 5. Let's grab my 6th one. 6d10. I rolled a little bit over 2 over here, so I'm going to take my d6, I'm going to roll, and I increase my HP by 4 entire points. That will still kill me in 1 shot for just about everything. In the lining of your jacket, you find this. A faintly glowing pebble that has a 20% chance of infecting you with nano powers. Now, this is the one thing I've hated about Morkborg forever, because I think it's stupid as fuck. Roll d6 against every ability. If the roll is greater than the ability, raise it by 1. If it's below, decrease it by 1. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, let's check my agility. It's going to go up by 1. Let's check my strength. Going to go up by 1. My presence is always going to go up by 1. My toughness is going to go up by 1. My knowledge is going up by 1. Or you could roll a 1 on your knowledge and it goes down. I think this summarizes Cyborg for me pretty well. This page right here. This is this is what a vast majority of actually, like, when they say, oh, 25 enemies that you can find, this is what they're talking about. They have 6 HP, they deal d6 damage, you can bribe them for this amount, and they have a morale of 7. Pretty much when things go wrong, they test their morale. If they lose, they run away. Oh, you want to find a road runner? Oh, wow, cool. Yeah, this is what they have. You want to pop them once, and here it is, Sire-Raging Menace. Ooh, look at him, he's so spooky. Got 14 HP. He's got a D6 Cyberblade, and you can sell him for about $1K to a Ripper Doc. Because, or no, not a Ripper Doc, a Reaper Doc. Very, very different. Creativity is funny. Yeah, that's what I mean by, like, yeah, welcome to Morkborg Nightmares. Nanomancers, of course. We got Nano Goons. Various drones that you can fight. Enhanced beasts. You want to fight a warg or a vamp or a croc? Cool. Sidroids. Sidroids. The walking corpses ready to burst. Yeah, you can fight the undead, and that's a thing in this game. Vehicle combat's a thing. Don't worry about it though. It's not really that important. You want to get into a mech? This is how you get into the mech. You will probably die to it horribly. Here's a Psy Ghost. Don't worry about it. It's you're gonna die if you encounter one of these. Each of these do have unique things associated with them. You know, for example, the mech, for example, it's like, okay, it's nigh indestructible. It takes negative D10 damage to everything. Does D10 damage. Rockets do D12 or D12 damage. Cluster grenades. You know, you also can get things like, oh, hey, you know, you can scrap it for that amount of money if you end up bringing one down. You won't, though. Here's a bunch of tables. Here's the mission generator. You want a mission generator? This is what we paid a guy to do, by the way. They paid a guy to write these things. And build low content. This is your introductory cyborg heist. So you get your free adventure in the back of the book. That's Cyborg. Actually, I think a more accurate state, this is a Morkborg. Get it? Get it? Because it's a hack of Morkborg. I'm gonna fucking kill you. That's Cyborg. I legitimately have nothing else to say about this game. I like, what do you want me to say about this? You can reduce the rules to a single page. There's no game here, really. It's a bunch of charts. But I'm gonna say what I did with Morkborg way back in the day, way back in the yesteryear. What I said with Morkborg. Cyborg tries too hard and loops around into being lame. This is lame. It's a big, lame, stupid, masturbatory fantasy by someone who lives in a first world country who has never experienced any hardship probably in life and just wants to draw cool things looking edgy. I think one of the issues with Cyborg does really boil down to the fact that it's trying really hard to be cool. And like anybody trying really hard to be cool, I feel more saddened and more, how do I want to word this properly? Disappointed or uncomfortable. Uncomfortable would be a good word around them. Not uncomfortable as in like, man, this guy's too cool for school, but more like, oh, just being associated, just being in the same room as you is causing me to visibly cringe anytime you speak. I don't think Cyborg's really a game. I don't think that's the point. I don't think you're supposed to play Cyborg. Well, not yet anyway. You're not supposed to play Cyborg yet. What you're supposed to do, you know, let's be honest with ourselves here. What you're supposed to do with Cyborg. Let's do a Cyborg. What you're supposed to do is wait for this. Wait for Gutter Punks to come out. Because Gutter Punks is going to bring out a bunch of NPCs, locations, encounters, new classes. You're going to be able to get a bunch of new shit. Because you're supposed to wait on it. Oh, you want to? Oh, here's this. Oh, you want to have the reality? You want to have the hacking supplement? You gotta buy this book. You don't have this book. That's not the point. Oh well, you want to have like Cyborg stuff like oh no. Oh, Darknet filth. the cyborg fault. Oh, cool. You get a bunch of stuff here. Two adventures, a bunch of digital viruses. Like, oh wow, look at new cool locations on the net. Wow, here's a bunch of charts. Cyborg isn't a game. Cyborg is a platform. A platform to get other people to make shit for the game to make it fun. In about maybe a year or two, Cyborg will actually be worth playing. Simply because you'll have to buy this book. Now, mind you, the PDF for this book is $25 fucking dollars. $25. Unless you're a real cyberpunk and just steal it. That's $25. Then you're gonna have to buy the $5 combat supplement book. Then you're gonna have to buy the the $10 hacking supplement book. God, you want to actually have some fun? Well, you need to get the vehicle book. You're going to need to get the adventure book. You're going to definitely need to buy the fucking super mega book. If you don't buy the super mega book, none of this other shit works. And at the end of it, it's going to cost you $90, and you're going to have a bunch of shit that doesn't matter. You're going to have about maybe 20 pages worth of game and $80 worth of artwork. That's all you are, Cyborg. You're not a game. Never were a game. You're a self-fulfilling prophecy. You are the problem. You're the reason why I despise it. That's Cyborg. Good job, team. A bare bones game that requires fan content to be playable. What do they think they are? Wizards of the Coast? No. Because they know they can get away with it. That's the thing. Because if you look at a lot of these games, like Morkborg in general, like Morkborg, for example, that's the big one that we all know about and talk about a lot. Morkborg fundamentally does not work as a game independently. Like, there's nothing there. You don't play Morkborg by itself. You have to get the supplement. If you don't get the supplements to Morkborg, the game just isn't there. It's a one-page game that they stretch it out over fucking 80 of them, and that's what it is. Cyborg is the same way. You could probably break Cyborg down to, we'll say this, you can probably play Cyborg in about 3 pages. Wowie zowie. Is there anything else there? No, not really. You don't need it to be anymore. That's not the point of it. It's supposed to be an art punk game. About art. Not games. I wonder why I don't like artists. I hate artists. I think they're all fucking them. But yes, that is Das conclusion of Morky Borgy and the Borgsons. Let me open up next game, which our next game is going to be one that was a little bit weird to me when I first read it. Welcome to Lowlife 2090. This is almost on the ironically same scale, but very different. Lowlife 2090, and you look at it and be like, wow, this looks like, wow, this, Notepad, is this Shadowrun? It's not Shadowrun. That would imply that there's something interesting with it. Lowlife 2090 is by a company called Pickpocket Press. You kind of see them down here, and mostly by a guy named Stefan J. Grodzitsky. Now, Lowlife 2090 obviously had it's on drive-through RPG. It's, where was it? On Kickstarter as well. And if we go to Pickpocket Press, Pickpocket Press are these guys. Their only other major game is called Low Fantasy Gaming. That's their big thing. That's what they've mostly done. What is low fantasy gaming, you want to know? I did a little bit of looking around. What is this? What's the thing? What's the point? What's the 411 about low fantasy gaming? Old School Revival, OSR, Mithril Cellar, though. That's a big thing. It is a Mithril Cellar. This is the deluxe edition, mind you. What I've been able to find, it's built for gritty adventures and low to moderate magic settings. Simple rules, dangerous combat, flexible PC creation, unpredictable magic, short episodic adventures in sandbox worlds, wrapped around the familiar D20 core. This uses the OGL, Let me give you a secret about Lowlife 2090. It too uses the OGL. Yes. I can't escape that. It's again, it's like the fucking Zoolander meme going around. You know, it's I'm posing that everything's great, and I turn around and I just see the OGL there. Yes, this is technically I wouldn't say it's strictly an OGL game, but it's OSR. And 2090 is Lowlife 2090 is using the same system with same baselines. And I didn't quite get it at first when I was first going over it. I'm like, that doesn't work. But then you get 9 attributes. You have 9 classes. Technically, when it says 9 attributes, they're lying to you. 9 classes, not 6 races. Fast PC creation, low hit points. Its defense is similar to AC, but starts lower and increases with level. So AC. Armor is DR, skill, unique features. Online play support. D20, it's modified roll under attribute checks. Yeah, it's like, oh goodness. Can I find anything about these guys anymore? No, Stefan is the main guy behind, though. Like that, this is his thing. Like very distinctly his toys. Like that's what the Pickpocket Press is Stefan. But a lot of these things haven't really found anything. Like, people seem to like low fantasy gaming, that's it. But oh, you want to play 5e hard mode? Come on. Come on. You want to play 5e? And people wonder if people were I swear at this point I'm starting to think the OGL change is the equivalent of Linux proprietary. Yeah. I don't think people quite understood how many fucking people make money off of OGL shit and OGL equivalent things. This guy, Low Fantasy Gaming here, Deluxe Edition, is a Mithril seller. Mithril. These are the metal tiers. No, if we remember, if we go to the metal tiers, you know, the drive-through metal tiers. And if we go down here, Mithril is 2,000 plus copies sold. 2,000. And this is, you know, this is one of their fucking, you know, this is $20 PDF. You can buy up to a $70 version of this with premium color. They've made a shit ton of money off of this book. And you want to know what? It does not exist without the good old OGL, baby. We love it. We love to see it. You love it. You want it. You need it. We can't escape it. And people wonder. People are flummoxed of why they would do that. Why would they? How could they do such a thing? And this is why, because you can get their fucking money. It is. But they had a Kickstarter. They didn't actually make like a super lot of money on it. Let's not UAS, USD. Like relatively speaking, we think of like a bunch of money. Like, I believe the currency conversion was about 12 grand, roughly speaking. Only needed 5 grand. Only 624 was the highest tier. People did buy the $250 version of it. But yeah, this is kind of its existence. I have nothing else really to say about Pickpocket Press. People seem to like it. People seem to enjoy their products, at least. And I did see them on if we go to Pickpocket Press, Low Fantasy Gaming, these guys did kind of hop on this thing right over here. I will say they did hop in the fuck wizards thing, which, you know, cool, but it's like, yeah, no shit you are, because you have a bunch of OGL shit. Yeah, that's it really. Congratulations, we've learned about Lowlife 2090. That's it. Now, interesting thing to note is you do not actually learn about the setting until page 254. And you may be wondering, no, Pat, why do I learn about the actual setting of this book in page 254? Because if you scroll down here to core features, this is in the book. This is page 6 of this PDF, by the way. 9 classes, 9 attributes, 10th level max, unique features, roll high, roll low, diminishing luck, networking, massive GM toolkit, online play support, rules as guidelines. Okay, so we need to go to the setting real fast. The setting is stupid. And I have a strange feeling you're not supposed to actually give a shit about it. Mostly everything takes place in Mendoza City. Where's Mendoza City? Wherever you really need it to be. It just is. This is Mendoza City. Doesn't really matter too much. But we need to go all the way down here. This is the alternate history. Mendoza's alternate Earth history. GMs are encouraged to modify as they please, flesh out further details to suit their campaign. Alright, everybody. What does the Open D&D hashtag even mean? They want to reopen the OGL to make it a lot stronger. Pretty much back to what it was, otherwise known as the legal kerfuffle gray zone. Hello, thank you for following Tez914. Tez914, or whatever you feel like going by. Isn't it better to have setting after the rules? In some games. The problem is, with this particular one, is they provide you absolutely nothing setting-wise, and then they will throw shit at you very quickly. Because there are fantasy races in this game, but you also have an H and K. It's like Shadowrun in that regard. And Shadowrun opens up with just a little blurb saying, here's the setting, here's the basic idea. That isn't a thing. There's no blurb in this book. This is the blurb about what actually happened here. And the blurb of Shadowrun is, back in the day, back in the day, there was a, the ghost dance occurred, things went wrong, we released magic back in the world, and all the races started being born. Now here we are. That's effectively the history of Shadowrun. It's very simple, you can summarize, and you can do a lot more of the in-depth lore later on in the book. Yes, actually, what is your opinion on setting before or after the rules thing? I am usually a setting before the rules if the setting matters. It's one of those things, because like some of my games, like Satan War Snakeskin, the setting is, you can literally explain the setting in a paragraph. Hell, you can explain the setting in a sentence. It's a movie. You are on a production set. You are in a television show act. That's all you really need to know about it. It's not really important. Some games kind of have like this very anomalous setting that you can kind of like, you're supposed to be kind of able to sub it out, being like, here's a sample setting more than anything. I like to put mine before. I usually don't actually put that much lore in any of my games, and I sprinkle lore throughout. That's kind of the idea of like, hey, you want to learn about how this happens, you're making a rule, you're learning a little bit about like why magic works. Why does magic work the way it is? Why does the mechanics of magic work this way? Because of these reasons, and this is how it works in the game. That's how I usually like. Some people like to front load it. If you're like, some people like to put it in the back. This one's a little bit weird because it's such a bizarre pitch, and they just don't talk about it. Now let me just give you an idea of why this is kind of a get your Kino glasses on. The first cataclysm code, opening flux rifts across the globe. Humanoid races are devastated but use wormholes to spread across all major continents. As transpires, certain races are more prolific in particular locations. Minotaurs dominate Africa, elves govern Latin America, dwarves control Siberia, Scorn and Spriggans rule Oceania, and humans swap North America, Europe, and South Asia. Early cities, such as Mesopotamia, form. Dwarves are the first recorded humanoids to wield magic, their tablets preserved in ancient ice ruins. The Bronze Age begin, the first contact with the Nintark Star Beast and the first Spriggan sorcerers. Egypt establishes the Great Minotaur Empire. Many competing powers follow, including the Elven Amazon Kingdom and Scorn Underworld. Australia. The Roman Empire begins to grow. The Romans are here, everybody. Black Minotaur. Black Kings. The second cataclysm occurred, thrusting sapient races into 4 decades of terror. Millions perish. Jesus is born. Jesus is not canon in this setting. Or Jesus came and said, y'all fucked, and left. But then you have things like Rise from the Ashes, rallying around the holy septet of Argona. Legitimately Baal shows up. Fenrir, Graxus, Shedong, Solori, and Woden. The Roman Empire. The Romans. The Black Tower Cabal is formed. The Roman Empire falls to Germanic invaders. Numbers of Black Tower Magi persist in secret remote pockets, do not emerge until the Septet Crusades. The Dwarven Mongol Horde. Dwarven Mongolians are in this setting. Amazon elves and their Inca sun god. Hey, Wuso, my friend. Wuso, my friend. Your Inca, your elven god is getting fucked. Because yes, in 1200, we waged war on the fucking Amazonia, the Black Death, European Renaissance. The Ottoman Empire rules in the Middle East. The Wukong Dynasty. The Wukong Dynasty reigns over China. The Mughal Empire controls India. 1800, the Industrial Revolution begins. 1945, World War II via apocalypse ritual invoked by Black Tower Magi, devastating Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I want you to remember this real fast. World War II occurred, ended on the same year, but the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was done by magic ritual. Magic nukes. The Void Wars begin, similar to the Cold War, but over apocalypse rituals instead of nuclear weapons, which do not exist in LL 2090. Why? I don't know. They just don't. And don't worry, the Dwarven Soviet Union is back. The catastrophic transmuted arcane contagion. Los Cardamos rapidly spreading, millions are infected, dying to madness or mutation, morphing into ergot. Yeah, yeah, welcome to, Monsieur Asloid. Yeah, we got a bunch of lore and shit. It's... That's why I say the lore is, like, fucking bonkers. Because it comes out of nowhere. Because when I was like, okay, it's probably going to be like, hey, magic races came from another world or some bullshit. No. There was just a bunch of magic races that occurred that were just always around, and they just happened to find the exact same, direct course of action that occurred in human history. Everything occurred just completely natural. So I want you to all remember this, because remember, humans and the humans and the elves. I just picture this, everybody. Picture of the land down south, ruled by a land of cotton, away, 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 away. Instead of the transatlantic slave trade, there was just the transatlantic minotaur slave trade. That occurred, everybody. Legitimately, elves and humans most likely brought fucking minotaur slaves over to work the cotton plantations. That occurred in this setting. The fucking Israel problem. Israel exists in this setting. The Jews are dwarves. The Soviets are here. It's I have no idea, like, what was going through their head when they were writing this. If they wanted to be like, hey, magic has always been like, honestly, you could just change it to magic has always been around in the world. And at a certain point, you know, like, oh, when the nuclear weapons went off, magic got, you know, somebody got hit with nuclear weapon in, you know, in Nagasaki or something, and he had a lot of magic, and that caused the world to go wrong, and everything's been changing since then. But no, you have to remember, Hitler exists. Hitler is canon. Hitler is canon in this universe, and there is a non-zero chance that is a fucking elf showing up there with a little tiny mustache saying, ich America. Yeah, that's a non-zero. World War II happened. World War II was a thing, fought with magic. But and it's one of those like bizarre alien things where we have to realize that human history occurred exactly normal, except there's just fantasy races all around. And we have to assume that everything is exactly the same because there's a bunch of these things here. So it's like, yeah, all I'm saying is, this is all I'm saying. All this gotta remember, are there are there Israeli Jewish, proud Jewish dwarves currently subjugating the proud, the proud Arabic Minotaur with the two-state solution? Yes, that is a thing. Have Minotaur children been shot? Yes. God bless them. God. Every war crime that could occur has been now committed by fucking elves. Oh God, this is so fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry I'm harping on this so much, but I just find this just fucking stupid. Oh yeah, here's largest of the South American drug cartels, the Inca elves of the Orden del Sol, Order of the Sun, control vast drug and labor resources with major strongholds in Santiago, Rio de Janeiro, and Bogota. Within the confines of Mendoza City, the Orden are particularly well connected to deep networks of informants. Whilst the elves will work with just about anyone, only their own kind are accepted into the fold. The Orden keep to the old ways, including sun rituals, blood sacrifice, Inca tattoos. The cartel hit no notice is Sicarios are exceptional gunmen and rightly feared. Oh yeah, there's like it's one of those things where you could have just casually ignored all of it. Like they could have legitimately just not talked about it. Like this is just a thing that happens. Like it's just here. Don't think about it. But they talked about it. It's here now, and Inca tattoos, yes. I don't know. There's a chance Hitler was human. There's a chance Hitler was human. There was also a chance that Hitler was an elf. He couldn't have been a Minotaur, unfortunately. No Minotaur Hitler. But yeah, like it's just one of those amusing things when you realize that like there's a non-zero chance as well that technically Hitler could have been a dwarf. So they didn't have writing. Doesn't matter. They do now. Yes, the proud Incan elves. Yeah, this is one of those like So now that we have the setting, did 9/11 happen? Yes, 9/11 would have happened. That's the thing we have to remember. 9/11 happened, everybody, and we can only assume it was the Minotaurs. Like, because, like, in the Middle East, it would have been the dwarves. So it was either literally Arabic dwarves or Minotaurs, or probably both. Because we have to assume that all major religions are still the same, because if you don't have that, if you don't have the idea that major religions stay in place, entire swaths of human history change. There are entire sections of human history that change at a fundamental level. France does not exist. Israel does not exist without religion. And by the presence of French firearms, by the presence of German firearms, Jesus is canon. So we have to assume Muhammad is canon. So we have to assume that at some point, religious extremism is canon. So yeah, 9/11 may have... Jesus was a dwarf! Yes! Jesus was a dwarf! Yeah, again, it's one of those things, like, by virtue of just writing the lore the way they did, you've introduced so many more beautiful, disastrous plot holes that we all need to talk about. Dwarf Jesus is real. The dwarf Jesus is real! Yeah, good news. Okay, so what is this game at the end of the? It's a structured sandbox. Welcome to the jungle, chump. I'll give you kind of like a very basic like how to play. Here's like an entire little like play section. Generally speaking, you're going to be using almost every kind of die here. It's a big thing here. Most commonly, it's going to be D20 though, but there's also a lot of D100 rolls. Lot. They also give you a lot of things to randomize things. That's a big idea. They give you chances to randomize shit. It's, hey, you can roll a d6 for your rate, d10 for your class, generate your attributes, calculate that. Boom, 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 boom. Very easy, very overly simple in some cases. I, of course, have my character sheet here. Particularly a 2-year-old. This is, again, Bronco. Bronco is back. He's a human. I want to keep... he is a human. He is a hacker. I want to keep it as simple as physically possible. Make things as easy to understand. And so, as we go down, just remember, every Minotaur you see is, in fact, a Black King. BMC, that's a thing that occurs in this setting. You have our basic attributes. Strength, dex, strength, dex, con, perception instead of... It's perception instead of wisdom. But, like, generally speaking, these are pretty much your standard 6 with just splitting wisdom into 2. That's really the only difference, is they split wisdom into perception and willpower. You're going to roll 3d6. Technically, it's 4d6 drop the low. You will always have a 15, though. That's like a big idea. You will always have a 15 in one attribute. You're going to do that for your main attribute. If you don't roll very well, amazingly, Bronco rolled insane. He rolled really well outside of his strength score. And that's fine. He rolled very well. I put my 15 in dexterity because I rolled a 17 on my intelligence. I rolled a 17 there, and damn straight, I'm going to put on my fucking int. You do with it as you see fit. Right there, it starts with one automatic 15. Mostly preset stat array. Always just roll, by the way. Just roll the dice. I say roll because 46 dropped the... here's the thing, like 46 dropped the lowest. You are predominantly going to end up with a higher value than what they're kind of trying to give you there. you're going to end up a bit higher. It's on average, an average 3d6 is going to give you 9. I believe it's 4d6, drop the lowest. You're going to end up with a higher on average, about 11, I believe. I believe that's the correct calculation. I don't have it on. So just roll the dice. It's always better to do that than anything else. And one of the things here, you see like, oh, well, what about your initiative? Your initiative is not a stat. You don't roll your initiative. It's just a combination of two other things. It's your intelligence and dexterity. This is just the average of those two. You treat it as a separate stat, but it's not actually a stat. Similar to luck. Luck is just universally 11. You can do things to raise it, and you can do a lot of things to lower your luck. But it's not really what we would consider like, it's not a stat. It's not one of these. It's its own thing. And that's why it's like, oh, you have 9 attributes. You don't really have 9 attributes. You have 7. These are your basic modifiers. You've ever played any of these games, you probably know how these look. They do shift the value slightly. We'll say that. They do shift the value slightly, mostly here. 9 to 12 is 0. But then it goes 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This pretty much just makes it so 18 isn't just a raw +4. It's a little thing. Little things. But yeah, you kind of already know how these. Luck is weird. Luck is a very strange thing, and you're gonna notice throughout here, you're gonna see a lot of luck checks, a lot of luck rolls. Luck is a horrifically useful resource because it's the thing that's gonna save you. A lot of things are actually going to be. A lot of things are going to be luck saves or luck checks or luck anything. Usually modified by the appropriate attribute bonus or penalty. So you might make a luck dex save. If I'm making a luck dex save, technically I have to roll under a 13. Because this is a roll under system, don't forget. So it's like, okay, I got an 11 here, my mod is 2. I have to take my d20 and I have to roll under a 13. I rolled a 15, I failed. But if I were to succeed at that, let's say I rolled a 2 or something. Let's say I rolled and I succeeded, what would happen is I would have to reduce my luck by 1. And it does raise every level, but yeah, luck is only restored during downtime periods between jobs. Magical effects might provide a small boost. Yeah. Luck is valuable. Luck is a resource, not an attribute. Then here's our races. Behold, dwarves, otherwise known as and again, just mentally associate yourself with these are the Russians. All dwarves are Russian. But dwarves also were in Mesopotamia. They're pretty much everywhere in the Middle East as well. So Chechens. The dwarves are Chechens. Here are the elves. Also, every single one of these guys do actually have different attributes. Dwarves get a little bit more hit points, get a little bit more resistant to things. Their skin is resistant to wrinkles and scarring. Elves have innate night optics, natural magnetism that grants them advantage on charisma-related checks. If you want to make a face character, you're making an elf. Bronco is human, because Bronco's not a bitch. So, Wuso. Wuso, does that summarize the proud ink and heritage of your people? I think that looks very South American to me. Because again, they've just put people in different locations to say this is what you vaguely look like. So that's that's the native Latin Americans. Looks Peruvian. Yeah, no, like honestly, you just put like. Here, give me 1 second. I will I'll make it an Insta poll meme. It'll be great. There we go. It's not a racist depiction, guys. It's just he has a big nose, he likes money. He probably wears a yarmulke, and we don't talk about it, okay? We don't talk about it. They are the true inheritors. Eat the slop. I don't know. Again, you said it. I have to look at it. Yeah, humans are, the most numerous people in Mendoza City by a wide margin. Accommodate their size relative to other races. They tend to suffer less prejudice. There's really no explanation to why outside they're Europeans. These are white Europeans. All humans are white. Like, you gotta remember this to me. Like, that, because they ended up in North Europe and North America. So all the Native Americans, all the Native Americans and all of the, like, Europe, what we traditionally think of Europeans, are human. And very white. There are no black men. Black people do not exist in this setting. According to this, unless they make a very like, oh well, they're everywhere, they look just fine. It's like you said that they don't really belong there. They aren't really there anymore. All elves are black. Or all elves black. No, they're from South America. It's one of those just bizarre things that we just, again, you can't really think about. Welcome to the Minotaurs. Minotaurs gain +2 strength and constitution, advantage on all strength-related checks. The smaller races often find them intimidating because they stand out wherever they go. You think there's a... Yeah, God. The Scorn. These guys are in Oceania. Advantage on all strength check and all dead or mostly dead. They have natural infrared vision. They're just 7 foot tall. They're all hardy and hairless. Because again, we have to remember that humanity sailed to the Spice Islands, found the Scorn, and then shot them. And being like, hippity hoppity, welcome to the Empire. The entirety of India, like, and the Spriggans, or the Goblins, 5 pronounced brows, drooping ears, extra pair of canine teeth, males tend to have elongated noses. Spriggans have an inclination for nocturnal activity and gift for agility, gaining advantage on dex checks. Spiral olfactory senses, similar to a hound, they may recognize and track people by scent. All I'm saying, guys, I'm not trying to be racist here. Dwarf Jesus is real. Oh God, we found him, boys. We found him. We found Dwarf Jesus. Yeah, welcome to Dwarf Jesus. I think this kind of summarizes the setting pretty well for me. Yeah, I don't know if it was on purpose that things that sound big. Again, this is one of those weird things, like, if you were, like, they have no explanation. They're just like, yeah, there's dwarves, there's elves, there's humans, there's minotaurs. Like, okay, but then you read the lore, you're like, no, the minotaurs are just from Africa. They're just Africans. The Scorn are from Oceania. The Spriggans are Australian. I'm like, oh, Lord Almighty. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Classes, most of the time, there are technically 9 classes about this. And they do actually, one thing I do enjoy is they do talk a lot about the designer's thoughts and what they're doing. They're actually speaking about what they're, like, what the reason are behind it. I like when games do that. Most of your HP is going to be pretty low. This is level 1. I'm level 1 and I have 12 HP. That's not going to last. You have very low HP in this. You have very low HP in general. Outside, if you're playing some of like the hardier classes, you're not really going to have a lot of survival options. And that's on point. That's on purpose. That's what it's supposed to do. If you hit 0, you're fucked. You're going to roll. There's a technically, if you've spent no luck, you got about a 50-50 of surviving. Yeah, all first level with hit points equal to con score +1 plus any class bonuses. And after first level, all classes increase their HP by 1 point. By 1 point. Every level, I will increase my HP by 1. That's not a lot. I mean, at max, if I take no special abilities or anything, I'm going to have 22 HP. That is a burst from a SMG, will bring me down. Because a burst is going to do about 3d8 damage. Yeah, it's a doozy situation where they just didn't think about it. No, they never thought about this. This was completely side thought, and it was hilarious. One of the other odd things is the idea of the unique features. Features are going to be pretty common. We're going to be talking about them in a bit, but you have the option of just adding in any unique feature of your choice, which is consistent. They actually have they have their own unique features. Like, they have a page full of them. I don't know why. Oh, you can just make your own. Don't. Just choose from the list. These are the starting classes. So we have a brawler. Brawlers go in there and hit people. And you also have one of the ideas of the key attribute. This is what I mean, that 15 is always going to go into something relatively appropriate. You begin with some basic items, you have some example backgrounds, you have some basic skills. The brawler bonuses here, this is what I mean by the brawler bonuses, attack and defense bonuses. You effectively have a BAB, your base attack bonus. And it's going to be +1, +2, +3, just based on whatever your level is. Your defense is also going to increase very slowly. Your defense at max level is 15. Your defense at first level is 11. You're going to raise 4 pieces. Not a lot. You're going to get some basic, starting network things. You're always going to start with cybernetic augments. Every single class begins with their own set of cybernetic augments. I do enjoy that. But here's where things start getting weird. Melee Specialist, first to 10th level. You are a close combat specialist skilled with ranged melee attacks, holding fighting techniques. You know a number of melee talents equal to your strength modifier. With each new level, learn 1 additional talent. You begin a jump with 1 use of this ability per level, unless otherwise noted. Spend the use of ability as part of your normal action. Choose 1 talent to apply. Interestingly enough, this is one of the main ways to differentiate the classes, are the ideas of these talents or these abilities. And you technically get 1 or 2 of these. Most races are going to start with 1 of these per job. And for using the brawler as an example here, melee opportunist. When you reduce a foe to 0 HP with this melee attack, you can trigger this ability to immediately make 1 free melee or throw attack. You may not use this ability more than once per round. Okay, this is an ability that you trigger and you can use. Now, if we go down here, where was it? 1 use of this ability per level. At level 3, you get to use any number of these 3 times. So I can use Charger, Two-Hander, and Protector. I can't use any more at level 3. Level 1, you're going to use 1 of these, but you can have a number of them to use. There's quite a few of these. Tech, my favorite image in the entire book, by the way, is this. I don't know why I enjoy it so much. Maybe it's the battle shorts. Maybe it's just the complete lack of giving a fuck that really just sells it to me as something important. To kind of do a breakdown of the classes, brawlers are your fighters, N-techs are your, if we were to make like a, look, I'm no terrorist, alright? I believe the N-tech is, the best way to kind of think about it would be a, not alchemist, artificer. That's kind of the way they do, they build things, and you get the experimental tech. If we go down here, the Exarch are physical adepts from Shadowrun. You're pretty much melee wizards. You are scary. Because, yeah, don't forget there's magic in this setting. Cannot forget that important. Gun hand is gun person who shoots things with guns. This is the hacker. Now the hacker is actually kind of interesting because they pretty much they how do I want to word this nicely? They lie to you about this class. They lie to you about, okay? They lie. One of the things I chose to play a hacker. As you can kind of see here, you know, Bronco is a human hacker. Now, you get very low hit points. You can use basic weapons, not really much. You get some very basic gear, and you get to choose these skills. These skills are going to be important when we get to like how to roll the fucking dice. But generally speaking, if you have a skill, you can do a thing. If you don't have a skill, you're not going to be doing the thing. These look, hey, wait a second, these look very familiar, and they seem like something I've seen before. Yes. You know this, I know this, we all know this, okay, we're good. As you can kind of see, they get a slower attack bonus, and they get even a slower defense crawl. These are wizards. They are tech wizards, because that's what hacking is, don't forget. You only get 2 augmentations to start off with, but you do get the Cortex Cell. Cortex Cell is very important later on. I ended up with as my 2 starting ones is a partial cyber arm and a 3rd eye. Yes, Bronco in this setting has 3 eyes. Why? Because he has 3 eyes. That's why. Now, this is what I mean by hacking is a little bit weird. At first level, you know, a number of hacks equal to your int modifier. The new hacks, you get a use of this ability per level. If you're human, you get 2 of them. Now, you know, it's one of those things, they like some of the formatting's a little bit weird. In action and a connection by cable or wireless link to target machine or server. Both target must be within range. Target device with Wi-Fi merely for diagnostic purposes. Only broadcast to melee range. Now, this is a big thing when it comes to like the digital entities and VR. There is a difference between standard hacking and VR hacking, and you need a digital entity to do VR hacking. Now, one thing they don't tell you right off the bat, because you would think like, okay, maybe they get it for free. They do not. You need to use one of your abilities to get, where was it? A VR, to get the VR exploit ability. You need to get a digital entity. And you even see once learned, this ability is always available and does not require expending a hacking use. I don't know why that's the case with this particular thing. I think it's really strange. Because what happens here is, when you start, like, I was lucky enough and I got a +3. If you get a 15, you get a +2. As a hacker, there's a good chance you just will only have one ability to do things with, and a lot of these are really specific. You can be just kind of useless if you don't roll very well. I ended up getting quite a few of them. I got 3 of them, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take up hijack machine and then get a code warrior. Because some of these actually fit into the idea of having that. Where was it? Yeah. Right here. While in VR, you crash a digital entity, reducing it to 0 hit points or otherwise wiping it from the system. You must succeed on a post-system check. If you roll, you get toxic trauma. This does not function if you do not have a digital entity. And to take a digital entity, you must take VR exploit. You're going to see that a lot with a couple of these, which are like, you need to have a specific thing, you know, while in VR. It's a little bit dumb. You hit 10th level, you saw this long, your next job will be the big score you've always dreamed about. Time to tie up loose ends, retire to remote pleasure island. Infiltrators are rogue. You know how this works. Come on. Influencer is one of the weird ones. Influencer is effectively a bard. Like you are a bard, or you are a leader person who does things. You get a stronger basic network. You get some very basic things over here, but you get influencer talents, facial recognitions, reconfiguration, expert fence, con artist, lie detector. You become that. If Bronco were to level up to a certain point, I think it's level 4 and 6, level 4 or 8, you actually can take a talent from another class. You would be taking it from this one. Because that's how 4 and 8. Mage, you're just a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. Harry, you're a wizard. Vex is a rigger. Yeah, welcome to being a rigger in Shadowrun. Have fun. For those who don't know I should explain what a rigger is. Riggers in Shadowrun are the unfortunate souls who are the getaway drivers. They are expert drivers. If you are playing a rigger, you are also playing the hacker, or you are playing somebody who can shoot people very well. Riggers are always one of those weird archetypes you can't really spec 150% into, simply because it's a very niche job, but it's a very important job at the same time. You can have really fun during the vehicle segments, not a lot of fun when you're not in the vehicle segments. The Vex is just a rigger. That's all you do. You use vehicles to do things, and you hit people with cars, and you can also use mechs if you find them, but you're also poor. So, no, you're not good. Yeah, this is one of those weird ones. I'm like, okay. They even kind of say, like, you shouldn't be bringing every single one of these in for your particular campaign. I think Vex is going to be the one that gets cut the most often. Or Hacker. Honestly, Hacker would cut. Your turning point is what happens. This is kind of determining your starting living standards and where you're from. There's D20 of these. You can just kind of choose wherever the fuck you feel like. It doesn't really matter. They don't tell you what any of these are. They don't really give you any idea of what they are. They just say, this is it. Choose something vaguely appropriate for your background, and you're done. At level 3 and 6, you're going to get 2 of these, effectively. These are your special abilities. These are your special... These are the nice and fancy thing. Most of the time, attribute boost is going to be the big one. 1 attribute by 2 points, 2 attributes by 1 point. I would be playing Bronco. I would probably bump my charisma up to my 17. That would be my thing. Welcome to the mush. But you can get things like Blood of the Brug, combat medics, covert techniques, which you end up with things like this, which this is how you multi-class in a way, is you're going to be able to take different covert technique abilities from the infiltrator. Or you end up with a bit in, where was the other one? Gun talents or hacking talents. Most likely, people are going to end up at, taking whatever seems vaguely appropriate. You don't really get a lot. Most likely you already kind of know what you're going to end up getting, or the GM is going to say, no, you get to choose attribute. Because you're encouraged to make your own in these cases. You're supposed to make your own. And that's not why. Don't do that. Why are you doing this? That's no. Please don't. You want to do spell casting? You want to have spell abilities? Cool. Weapon training, like, haha, weapon proficiency. Woo, woohoo, wacky wahoo, pizza boy. Yeah, so these are the ideas of skills. By modifier based on being skilled. It's, note the lack of insight-related skill in this design. In playtesting, we experienced better gameplay result. Players had to rely on their own judgment and intuition. Yeah, they cut things out of the OGL. You know how it goes. Come on. One of the weirder aspects is the idea of the reroll. So, the idea of the reroll pool. Anytime I make an int check, I have intelligence here. If I fail, I can spend a reroll to reroll it. Pretty simple. If I have a skill in something, I can spend my reroll to reroll it if I do. It's a Benny resource. This is a magic Benny resource that allows you to reroll. Pretty easy to understand. Nothing too complicated. You can use it for just about any test. and you do regain them on short or long rests, you know, the 8-hour adventuring day. Backgrounds, very standard stuff, nothing too... You can use your background. The idea is like you can use your background to substitute for like knowledge skills. So instead of saying, "Oh, gather information," you say, "I have a background in, background of a routine system engineer turned street hacker. Because I'm a routine system engineer, I know how this thing works. I don't need to make a check." But very basic skills. If you've seen these before, you know exactly what they are. The only odd one is they do have sailing in this. I don't know why they have sailing. They just do. No one will ever take sailing. Probably like one of the other kind of stranger ones is gather information versus knowledge. These sometimes get a little bit wonky. It's just like, I want to find information. I want to use knowledge. Doing things. Yeah. So, let's talk about the game. So, at its core, D20, roll under. You want to know how the advantage and disadvantage works? Come on, you already fucking know. So, let's use my intelligence for example. I need to make a check real fast. I'm gonna take my die. I'm gonna roll. I rolled a 13. I succeeded. Good job, Notepad. You did it, Bronco. You're being a real human being. Let's roll again. And I rolled a... Oh, no! I rolled an 18. I fail the check. It's Jovert, kids. I'm a failure. It's not looking good. It's not, as they say in the hood, augers. But if I roll below an 8, let's say I roll a 4, that's a great success. That's effectively a critical success. I've done something way beyond. But if I roll a nat 20 on this, it's a terrible failure. Things have gone exponentially worse. Now you may notice for my strength up here, my great success is rolling a 3 or lower. Very difficult. And my terrible failure is above an 11. This is actually modified by whatever this is. It's 1.5 over for your terrible failure, and then I believe it's half rounded down for your great success. They give you a nice little table here to kind of help you out. It's not really too complicated. Did you do corporation? No, corporation's at the end. So you want a natty 1 in this game. That's not very cash money of them. Yes, you want a natty 1 in this game, unless you're doing combat checks, and then it flips. Yeah, this is one of the other big ideas of percentile. There's a lot of percentile stuff in this game. Because, surprise everybody, combat's actually D20 rollover. Except when it comes to initiative. If you make initiative is its own attribute, and you're going to be checking as if it is an attribute. I rolled a 16. I've succeeded. I'm going to go before the enemy. Very simple. If you go before or after the enemy, they also act before any bosses or heavies. No, GM does not roll initiative for enemies. Follow your turn. So, there is no map in this game. One thing to note very clearly early on is that there is no map. You don't have a grid or anything like that. Everything is broken up into kind of more abstract movement space. It's space distance. It's a distance between two entities that's a little bit anomalous. Do I like that? Do I hate that? I don't know. I think it's kind of the only way you can do a game like this because there are guns, and guns complicate that. Generally speaking, a gun's going to outrange you. You can move 10 meters on foot. You can always take a free movement action, and unless you pretty much dead sprint at somebody, you're going to get shot before you can really kind of close the distance. But there's also no such thing as how do I want to word? There's no such thing as reactions, really. So you like, oh, that person's running at me. I have to wait my turn to shoot him. So you can just rush up to it. You can also charge and make a melee attack. So cool, double your movement speed and go sicko mode. falling. There's the retreat system. If you do the retreat system, then you have to go on to the foot chase system here, which the idea of the foot chase is that you're trying to break the distance. You want to go as far away as possible. And you're going to be making opposed checks. Whoever wins it is going to either close the gap or widen the gap. If you hit 0 before the time ends, you win. If you don't, you lose. And things, of course, are going to go wrong. The controlling Riedel is going to have to roll it on the event chart. Oh, I rolled a 1. Oh no, 50% chance. Who is it going to affect? Oh wow, it's going to affect me. So I gotta, okay, we gotta roll on the. Oh, I got 15. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Oh my goodness. A burst of speed. Oh, we're gonna close the gap. We're gonna close the gap further because we got a burst of speed in there. Also, this artwork looks vaguely familiar. Like that. I can't put my finger on where I've seen this kind of artwork before, but I remember seeing it in Hello Dwarf. I just see Dwarf Jesus. Hello Dwarf Jesus. It was no, that wasn't. I remember right here. This artwork always looked really familiar to me. I think it's the same artist. It'd be weird if it wasn't the same artist. Maybe it's just AI. I don't know. You also have my favorite image in the entire book. All those cool action shots pales in comparison to security officer who is done with your shit. I don't know why this image just invokes such a primal human feeling to me. Something about it just screams, it's all so tiresome. It just look at that face. It just, I don't know why. It just, oh fuck, he's gonna elf me. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like look at. I don't know why it's so fucking funny to me. So attacks are pretty simple. 1d20 plus your class modifier plus your strength bonus versus their defense. It's for range. It's your perception modifier. My perception is standard. My strength sucks. I'm not very good at aiming. I'm not really good at attacking people at all. But I can still hit people occasionally if I do well. I'm gonna want to do aiming. Like I want to aim. I want to shoot. I want to aim. Like that's kind of the big thing. And aiming takes, you guessed it, aiming is an action. So you're going to spend one action aiming, and the next action you're going to make the attack at an advantage, and then if I want to shoot somebody, I want to do that. If they're under heavy obscurement, 33. If you're blind, it's 66% miss. And yeah, you're going to be making that roll. Aiming, shooting into melee, while in melee. Damage, burst. Now, this is where things start getting weird. This is the burst fire mechanic. Your weapon has burst fire capability. If used 3 rounds, it improves either accuracy or damage. So you can spray, get a +2 to the attack roll, or focus fire. -2 would increase damage by 1 die. Okay. Then we get full auto. 2 purposes, suppression fire and area damage. Note area damage. As in either case, at least 10 bullets must be fired, which 5-meter wide frontage. Shooter does not need to make an attack roll. Note that part as well. Every 2 bullets beyond 10 widens frontage by 1 meter. Full auto fire cannot be used while in melee. If you make a suppression check, if you make a suppression fire, everyone makes will checks. If they don't succeed, they start to hide. They don't want to get shot. They don't want to fuck with things. Immediately move to nearest cover possible and may use next action to reload or do other things that do not expose them to direct fire. Or you can make area damage checks. All targets in the zone make a luck dex save to avoid a standard hit. Targets that succeed immediately move to the nearest cover possible number of potential targets limited to half the number of the bullets fired. So minimum, you're going to be firing at 10 people, at 5 people. Now, why is this strange? Why is this a little bit weird? Well, the very simple answer is you don't need to be proficient in a firearm to do this. Any firearm, in fact. You don't need to even be good at using the firearm. You don't know how to even use this thing, but you can hold down the trigger, and that's actually very difficult for some targets to actually deal with. The most efficient thing to do sometimes is to hold down the trigger until you hear the clicking noise. Either they're going to be dead, or your friends are going to be able to wrap things up for you. I find this hysterical for a variety of reasons. Most notably, someone pointed this out on the DTRPG, comments. It's effectively the best thing to do for the elf character, for Bronco, for example, is to get an automatic weapon and just area damage anything he doesn't like. He's going to run out of ammo very quickly. It doesn't matter. You all have to make dex saves. I don't need to do anything. It's you needing to make the save, not me needing to make a save. And if you fuck it up, because don't forget, if you fuck it up, luck is going down. And if hey, yeah, you fucked up. You don't have a good dex score. You are pretty standard. You've been shot and you're now on the ground. Grenades are weird because the idea is grenades, if you hit, it's going to detonate at the correct location. If you miss, it's going to detonate in suboptimal location. Because again, it's anomalous maps. That's the issue. It's an anomalous mystic magic map that it doesn't exist really. Most of the time you're going to destroy your own stuff. You roll a nat 1 in this situation, you're going to have a bad time and you start taking some pretty big damage. Okay, now we get to talk about exploits. Yeah, I don't know why they shift to this comic book style. This is the only time you see this, by the way. I don't know why, but it's Tokyo 9 declares a major exploit. She wants to slam into 3 Nellers with her car as she speeds by. She just wants to hit this proud black elf. These 3 are just minding their own business, and this lady shows them I'm gonna hit you with my fucking car. Yeah, these people are dead. They've been hit by a car. They're not getting back up. They're dead, and it's this weird comic book style. I don't know why that's here. It's the thing is I don't usually talk about this, but some bits and pieces of the art always look a little bit janky. This is one of them. Was this supposed to be a different thing? Especially when you see this, it's this gives me a very different impression of what the game is. If you were to show me this, I'd be like, what the fuck are you on about? Fucking gremlin mode looking ass. Exploits are... The best way to think about exploits are stunts. If you declare an exploit, you're doing something to do a thing. That's the best way to kind of think about it. You still need to succeed at the check, but if you do, you're going to be pretty much reducing your luck. But, and something important. It's combat options. It's different things. You want to trip someone, you want to disarm someone, you want to grab hold of somebody. You're doing a minor exploit. And, it's one of those things oh, well, you're going to make a melee attack, but I'm oh, I want to do a minor exploit to, to kick him in the gonads or something. I want to kick him in the dick. And if you do that, you're going to roll. If I succeed, the enemy's going to be stunned. You're going to take the damage and be stunned. But, but I can't really do this often. I can only do these. I've limited to 1 target and have instant short durations. And it's harder. If you fuck up, you fuck up. It's if you can't do it sometime. Major exploits are once per combat. These major exploits are the big ones. Only heroes can do it. Only characters can do it. And you're going to be trying to do a thing that's important, that's interesting, that pretty much, I wouldn't say breaks the game a little bit, but does a thing that's a little bit more interesting. Do not increase hit point damage. Cannot instantly kill and incapacitate target unless it has luck 10 or less. So pretty much, for example, you want to declare an independent action, you hit and cause damage, you then make the luck check, very important, Successful exploit occurs. This is why I say luck is really important. So, like, let's say, for example, I want to make a major exploit. I want to grab two guys and slam their heads together. That's a major exploit. I'm going to have to hit them, then do the luck check to do it. Now, both of them are stunned. I want to take my gun and throw it at the enemy as hard as I physically can because I ran out of bullets and knock him out. I'm going to have to make the throw check, then I'm going to have to make a luck check. Like, that's a very big, and Tokyo Night is kind of his cool name, though. Yeah, that's a very important aspect about them. Rescues are weird. Pretty much, it's like if you get to use one of these per, and you kind of see here when you see rescue, I can mark it as if I've used it or not. Effectively, what a rescue is hey, someone's going to get shot by a gun that's going to kill them. I'm going to jump, I'm going to push them out of the way. Or like, I'm going to dive and, and take the bullet for them or whatever. That's how the rescue works. You're going to be making an initiative check to see if they react fast enough to intervene. Then you have to make a luck check. If you do it, you save the person, and you pretty much consume that rescue. But it's like, oh, hey, I'm gonna get shot. Oh no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna dive out of the way, and I take a bullet for you because we're friends. We're in this together. And then I'm laying on the ground dead, and you're alive, and it's very sad. It's a resource, though. I will say that it's a resource. We have cover, shooting through cover, different visibility, surprise, invisible, stealthy attack, or knockout, non-proficiency. This is one of the weird things with, like, oh, if you don't have a proficiency in something, you can apply disadvantage to their attack rolls. This is why full auto is kind of weird. Can I end them rightly with my sword pummel as a major exploit? You can technically declare you want to try to decapitate, or you just want to, like, kill someone with your, like, pommel of your sword real fast if they have lower than 10 luck. If you just want to declare to look cool, you don't need to do that. That's not technically an exploit. But if you just want to, if you were just like, oh, well, I want to walk up to these guys and, like, unsheath my sword super quick and, like, attack both of them super quickly because I'm a cool badass ninja man, to be like, okay, make a major exploit. You roll to attack and be like, okay, I hit. And then I rolled an 11, and that means I succeed on the luck check. Bing, bing. And then, you sheath your sword real fast. You hit both of them. And you walk away as both fall to the ground, dead or whatever. You've burned your major exploit for the combat, but you look cool doing it. Technically, full auto doesn't require proficiency in anything, so just hold down the trigger and go. Weapon fighting, lots of, like, aerial combat. There's a lot of stuff in this game. Oh, you're staggered. Oh, you're starving. Oh, you're stunned. A lot of stuff. Like, here's the entirety of vehicle combat. Vehicle combat's actually pretty, extravagant in a way. Because, like, oh, well, you're doing chasing things, you might have to make, land vehicle events that, injure you or something goes wrong. Oh, you're a flying vehicle and something's breaking there. Oh no, you're in a water vehicle and things are happening here now. And if you take too much, if you take too much damage, you're going to take trauma. And this trauma can be very bad. If you are, say, for example, wrecked, everybody is dead. Everybody is dead in the car. Or, hey, brake failure. Like, you have a disadvantage in all these things. Damaged utility system. Oh, that's pretty bad. Tire blowout. You can also tell that he's fucking Australian. Yeah, it's... My heart. That guy's been shot in the chest with a shotgun, and not a single fuck was given. Yeah, that's one of those things that's like, oh... Dokie then, like, you kind of nod and be like, all right. Like, it's hard to really say anything more positive than okay. I give it a thumb up. A thumb has been up. Now, when you hit 0 HP, you're going to be making another luck concept. Wow, wowie zowie. If you fuck it up, you're dead. If you succeed, you're only mostly dead. You're mostly dead. Someone needs to actually save you, or you're going to die, and then you're going to be rolling a d20 on this chart. So if we roll a nice little d20, I rolled a 1. A little minor scar, I'm going to be fine. Let's roll again. I got a 10. I get a 10, damage, weapon, or gear. Something piece of me has been destroyed. But then you get things like ear injury. You suffer disadvantage on these until it'll heal in 8 weeks. You're suffering cardiac arrest. Your ribs are broken. Leg or foot injury. Or my personal favorite, neck injury. Your neck is broken. Now, they don't explain trauma until the end of this section, but the idea of trauma is if you roll a 20, you roll a natty 20, that's a crit. You get a big thing. If you roll a 19, on the other hand, yes, natural 19, you're going to be using blade trauma. Some kind of trauma is going to be occurring. You kind of see here that I have, my nat 19 trauma is D12. So if I go down here, you're looking at, okay, these are things that occur based on the fact that I have hit you with a piece of equipment that does damage. Like bullet trauma, for example. I shoot you, I roll a nat 19, I have crit and I have hit you. I'm going to roll, and I've rolled a 1. Duck for cover. Target abandons their next action to hunker down behind cover. Okay? It's cyberware damage. It's like, oh, well, let's see. I've shot you for 3. I've disarmed you. I shoot you, and like your hand, it goes flying. The weapon is destroyed and things like that. Toxin trauma is done by a lot of different things, mostly if you're a hacker, because then things start going very wrong for you. Especially if you roll a 12, and then you go into a coma. Oh boy, comas, so much fun. Healing is pretty long, all things considering. This is the hacking minigame. The hacking minigame is a minigame, as usual. Probably one of the better ones we're going to be going over today. Partial control, alert. Pretty much the idea is if you are hacking something, you're going to be attempting to beat it. If you beat it, cool. You're kind of doing things. However, if it is alerted, you're going to be making rolls on the chart here. And things can go wrong. They're going to try to hunt you out. They're going to try to deal damage to you. They're going to try to do something in there because they understand you're there. Generally speaking. And it's not going to be too severe unless they get alerted. But if they do get alerted, things are bad. Yeah, you kind of see this. It can get pretty bad at some points, including like, hey, you're shutting down. Especially if you're in the VR. If you're in VR, things are a lot different because you have the entire separate thing of VR combat. This is what I mean. Like, this is an entire separate system for VR combat. Like the HVRs, you require you have to use the VR exploit. You have to use that. You have to have digital entities. It's one of those kind of weirder things with hacking where it's like there's a lot of little rules for it, but it's not complicated. Out of anything, not the data fortress from Cyberpunk 2020. Yeah, there's a lot of these. There's a lot of different things, and this entire section can be completely locked out of you. All this VR shit can be completely locked out of you if you don't select the VR exploit ability. Take the VR exploit hacker ability. If you don't, you're stupid. You're a fucking moron. You goblin. Or you're stupid. You're stupid. Magic. Magic is weird because it's like it bases more off the low fantasy gaming version, which is there's a chance that you're going to well, I'll let here. If you fail, you're going to roll effectively on the wild magic chart. If you do really well, you are still going to lose things. Most notably, you're going to start losing willpower. Your willpower ever reaches 0, you're fucked. You really need to keep that will up. Dark flux are, well, a plethora of terrible things that will occur to you and will make your life miserable. Like, let's say, for example, let's see. I rolled a 61. What occurs on the magic what? Rift, a random enraged monster from the void appears within 1d110 meters of you. Creature wreaks havoc for 1d4 minutes, then vanishes. Yeah, welcome to the wild magic charts, because those are fun. We all like wild magic charts. Come on, so much fun. You don't enjoy the wild magic charts? How could you? How could you? A lot of magical gear that you can kind of do stuff with. Most magical gear is like you can use more weapons, or you can use more things or effects, or generally the more things you have, more magic gear you have, the more things you can usually mitigate. Rituals allow you to kind of like do bigger scores in that way. There's quite a few different spells to learn. All of them are different. I will say that. All of them are very different and actually have a lot of things going on with them. I don't know if these are just copy pasted from their previous game. I don't know. I don't have their previous. Are you the kind of person who thinks Cyberpunk shouldn't be touched by magic at all? If the answer is yes, this is going to be Yee-hoo. Yee-hoo. Most gear requires you to actually activate it, and most electronic gear comes with wireless links. You can hack things. That's like a big idea, is like hackers can get close to your stuff and then hack your cyberware, for example. I just bashed my mic real fast. Basic repairs, a lot of repairing mechanics in this game, a lot of trying to keep, upkeep things. Various armor. There isn't a lot of armor. I will say that. There's not a lot of armor or like buy gear, if that makes sense. Gear to buy. Where it's like, oh hey, I have a light vest. If I have a light vest, it's like people can tell I have 2 AR, I have 2 armor rating, I reduce damage by 2. But people can pretty easily tell that I'm wearing it. But if I'm wearing a ballistic suit, I'm able to pretty easily, kind of understand, like, maybe he's there. Most things have armor customization. Most things have customization options. So if you spend 22,000 more things, you can negate EMP attacks. DNA linked. It's helmet oxygen. Buy a helmet. Guns are still pretty much the same. Most ammunition is pretty easy, kind of easy to understand. You technically can. Here's the thing. Technically, you can buy any ammunition for any gun. So if you're like, I want gun autism in my Cyberpunk game, this is not. This is definitely. This is one of those things like the Benelli I-5, the Korth built-in Raider, the German Oceania merging of Korth Billiton has produced a range of affordable, high-quality weapons. The Remington Covert, the Saab Enforcer, the Ruger Imperator, Mendoza Flamer. Let me see. The Uzi Exile 4, the Israeli Military Industries infamous submachine gun, the H&K MP6. Yeah, the Remington Preacher, Browning Liberty, the Mossberg CCG, the AK-87, the Colt M8. I don't know about you guys, but I do love my AK-87, the best gun available. Lots of stuff to play around with, and let's see, how can I buy a katana? Can I buy a katana? Technically, I can buy a katana if I just have to make it a sword. And that's kind of bullshit, game. That's kind of trash. Like, really trash that I can't have a katana. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, well, you gotta have a katana. No, I don't want it. I want a katana. Give me a katana. You don't let me have one. I feel sad because of that. Won't let me be. Technically, you can just have a slingshot. I wonder let's check the sling. Yeah, like, oh boy, you want to have the slingshot? Let me just think. It does 1d10 damage too. Like, it hurts if you use strength or perk mod for damage. Like, yeah, you can actually hurt someone pretty bad with that thing. May not do a lot of damage, but it's like, yeah, it does more damage than a whip. You know, you can put silencers on gun, you make something a polymer frame. Here, you want to put some laser sights on it. Lots of drugs, baby. We love drugs. Drugs. A lot of medical gear. There's a lot of gear in this game, and a lot of things for you to do a little bit of gear autism if you want to go down that route. Not an absurd amount of gear autism. Like, let's this isn't Shadowrun in any way, you know, but there is clearly some gear stuff that you can do if you really want to. You can. Cyberware is a little bit weird because they treat it as equipment. Like, that's one of the big things, is they treat cyberware as equipment that can actually go wrong. AMP damage, cyberware, and other effects can cause cyber glitches. You can get some pretty bad ones too if things go wrong. There aren't a lot of these. It's kind of like, oh, okay, there's not a super lot of them, but there's quite a few of them to kind of play around with. More than, you know, Cyborg, for example. A lot of these, there's quite a few fun ones, if that makes sense. Less like, oh boy, this is super cool, like, this is super useful. It's more like, this is just one that, like, I want because it's cool. Strength graphs, vocalizers, various limb upgrades. Mostly you're going to get with, like, Bronco here. Bronco only has a partial limb, cyber arm. Only part of his limb is a cyber. He couldn't get full cyber arms, unfortunately. And jumper servos, a lot of stuff to play around with. That's a big idea. A lot of stuff, a lot of kinetic hair. Technically, he does have a third eye, which allows him to see 360 degrees. That's kind of the big idea there. He's got the third eye. Want to buy a car? You can buy a car. Oh boy, you want to buy a Kia? Because again, we got to remember, the BMW exists. The Kia exists. Fords exist. The Harley Haas Warthog, the Kawasaki Hornet. Though if you are being a real human being, you must buy the Sigma Northwind at some point. Drones are drones, I mean, like this. A lot of options to make sure that your vehicle's cool. Downtime is pretty standard. Pretty much during downtime, you're allowed to do various things that everyone's gotta pay bills, but, you know, bills aren't too bad. Heat is, if things go wrong in your jobs, you're gonna build heat. Heat pretty much means things are gonna go wrong. When things go wrong, you gotta hide out for a time, or you gotta pay. If heat gets too high, if heat's high, that pretty much means you're taking a -7 penalty on a bunch of things. If heat's pretty low, you're not taking penalties to actually acquire gear. The more heat you have, Fiat Duna Model 95. Why does all this make so much? It's so little sense. That makes Cyberpunk and not including katana. When you're running in the 90s. Yeah, and the worst part is you could just make an initial D campaign of this pretty easily, in fact. Yeah, you kind of see a lot of this. It's like addiction rehab. This is one a big thing about is downtime. You want to make sure everything looks right. Lots of DM tools. I will say that. A lot of encounters, a lot of tools to kind of play around with. What do you want to do here? How we want to do things. Stuff. We love stuff. Technically, like, I didn't roll for these because I forgot. But generally speaking, each of these are going to be their own independent stat in a way. So, for example, me rolling my first one here, I ended up with 16 on my code dealer. I ended up with a 9 on the PK Sec Ops. And my barista friend, I rolled a 8, 9, 10. I rolled a 10. My code dealer is a good friend. These two are people who know me and like me. The more things go wrong, you're going to start, going super wrong. Yeah, the interacting recognizes them. It's networking, payment. Poser models, yeah, favors, yeah, you want NPC models, you want all this shit. Going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, what the weather is. Oh no, you were infected by the catastrophic trend, the arcane thing, you turn into a mutant. Most enemies, though, are going to, like, it's pretty easy to get, like, basic enemies set up, but, like, most enemies are going to look like this. This is a guard. Like, if you want to fight a cyber dog, you're going to fight 1 to 6 of them. They have 13 defense, 6 defense, 15. They do 2d8 plus 4 damage, and they just increase damage if they roll naturals. They're pretty easy to understand. You just roll and you hit. Cyber dogs are scary. Don't fuck with cyber dogs. You can create your own, mostly when it comes to bosses and heavies. Well, any enemy can technically be turned into a boss, but heavies can also kind of be turned. You can also turn most enemies into heavies as well. Best way to think about it is regular enemies, heavies, bosses. Generally speaking, you can also kind of give them some special abilities or something, or just give them a shit ton more cyberware. Valid option. Go cyberware. You kind of see here, although adversaries included here, if you want them to have a specialist, here it is. This is what they do. Generally speaking, most enemies are pretty simple to understand. Like, these aren't really complicated to really worry about. They do have some, like, super high abilities over here kind of thing. Like, yeah, if you're fighting a dragon, you're kind of fucked. Do they talk about dragons at all? No. Of course not. Dunkel's on, this is not. Here's 20 example gangs that you can play with. Here's some Darkest Dungeon looking shit going on. That's a golem. That's just a sandworm from Dune. Riot squad, SWAT troopers, regulators, a bunch of stuff here. That's the thing. It's a bunch of stuff. You like stuff. Let me get to the lore again. It's a lot of things to play around with. Let's just say that. There's a lot of tools in the game. Right? These are the optional rules, by the way. You can add in range bands. I would say play with range bands. Play with range bands over the more anomalous system they have. Because what's happening with, like, the more anomalous system is like, oh, well, they're 15 meters away, but I'm 10 meters away, but then he's 6 meters away from him, which means he's this just makes things move a little bit faster, a little bit easier. They also say you can just change the entire system if you want. I don't know why you would do this. They already made a check. I guess that was like somebody in their group was like, really hate this system. We just going to change it over. Open game license. It's the 1.0A. Oh, look at all the things here. Whip. Oh, ooh, ooh. The ability, yeah. Look at all the OGL, baby. Woo, 25 pages of that. That's gonna be fun later on. I can't wait for the 25 pages of OGL content in every book. That's Lowlife 2090. Do I? Overall, it's 322. But I would say, like, game wise, like, just strictly, like, game that you, the player, need to know. You're looking at about 100, you're looking at maybe about 100 pages. And that's 100 pages of, well, here's all the classes. Classes are about 30 pages. You only need to worry about your own, really. You don't need to worry about vehicle combat if the GM isn't really going to worry about vehicle combat at all. You don't really need to worry about hacking at all if hacking isn't going to be a big thing. Magic, you don't need to worry about if magic's not going to be in the campaign at all. Then you just have a lot of equipment. Like, page 180, to give you an idea, 187 to 318 is almost entirely GM shit. This is GM tools, GM abilities, GM things, and each of these are very much tied to, like, one page you really need to know. This game isn't very complicated, but it's also, I'd say the chief sin of Lowlife 2090 is, one, it has zero identity. It really no part of Lowlife 2090 says, I'm Lowlife 2090 and I'm an exciting game that's unique and wholly, interesting. It's safe. Part of me is thinking that this is, I should actually say that, can you sub out Lowlife 2090 for Shadowrun? Can you just sub out the two? Maybe. I say maybe because you're not gonna get things like, here's the thing. Can you just play Shadowrun with this game? Yes, but it's going to be its own thing with Shadowrun because you can't really, like, I guess if you want to make just like a quick and dirty comparison, it would be orcs would be maybe Spriggan, but not really. Like, I guess orcs would be the scroll, the trolls would be minotaurs, dwarves would be dwarves, elves, humans. But, like, yeah, it's like one of those things, like, you can probably convert this over to Shadowrun pretty easily, and I don't think anyone's going to be like, you're not playing this correctly. It is, though, I will say, budget Shadowrun. It is a budget Shadowrun. This is great value Shadowrun. If you want something more from this, if you wanted, like, hey, I want a fun and a new exciting game with deep lore, you're not going to get that. It's safe. It does exactly what it does. It is exactly what it says on the paper and legitimately nothing else. If that's okay, you're going to like it. If you want something more, you're not going to like it. pretty easy. And I think that's going to turn a lot of people off. But there's going to be a few people who are going to really enjoy that and want to deal with it more. Cool if you like that. If you like the OSR stuff, there's worse options. Now we're going to go to Chrome. I said now we're going to go to Chrome. There we go. This is Chrome. Now, Chrome is a little interesting to talk about in a variety of ways. Mostly, Chrome is not a book you can buy. No. Sorry, everybody. You cannot buy Chrome. I go to Chrome TRPG. Chrome is not a game you can actually buy. There's nothing on the drive-through for it, nothing. What you have to go is to you have to go to RoleVTT. This is the RoleVTT. And If we go to games, you see kind of some of their things like, okay, like Bump in the Dark. We've gone over these guys before. And one of the big things about RoleVTT is that these guys are kind of a new VTT on the market. We went over them with Lancer Battle Group. There's some little bit odd mysteries with this, you know, a little bit some stranger ideas behind it, because originally this was a Kickstarter project. It was a Kickstarter project. They actually made a good chunk of money based off of it, you know, $106,000, about the $60,000 goal. This is their only Kickstarter, obviously. They haven't really done much. There are two people behind everything. The main person is L. Dwight. This is L. Dwight. Formerly, not always L. Dwight, maybe L, but this is the main person behind everything. This is the CEO of the company, according to them at least. Go away. President CEO at Roll. Generally speaking, they did things like co-founder and CCO at the Soap Collective, director of products at Little Star, video platform, software designer. I haven't really seen anything tabletop related from this person. That's like one of the big things. Like, I haven't really seen anything tabletop related. It's a lot of tech stuff though. Yeah, you know, Bachelor of Science, Digital Art and Animation. You like tech stuff, this is what they do. This is the interesting person though. This is Ian Hirschfield. This is the main guy. This is the main co-founder and CTO. He's the Chief Tech Officer. Co-founder, Unity Technologies, engineering manager, software engineer. Co-founder and tech lead at the Soap Collective. Software engineer. This guy's a tech dude. A big tech guys. Have they written any other tabletop role-playing game? No. I've seen nothing else from these people. I haven't really seen them work on anything else, and maybe that's going to be fine. You see, you know, Chrome up there, Van Grimm launch, you know, it's been another year in story playing TTRPGs, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Like, Orbital Blues is there, Iron Swarm, Starforge, like, more. Yeah, very much in the tech industry. Let's just say that this is a tech startup. And you like tech startup people? This is it. But this is the main writer of the game, actually, as well. According to this, we will quickly learn that they are not the main writer. They are instead a little bit stranger there. They are not the main writer. Let's just remember that going forward. When we see this right here, let me open up the fucking document here. It says created by L. Dwight and Steven Medeiros. That's not quite correct. It says writing a game design. It's mostly by this guy. But I'm going to give you a hint here. It's also completely wrong, and that's not right at all, because this is based on the Panic engine. This is a Mothership game. For those who don't know what Mothership is another one of those quote OSR end quote games that do horror mostly and are, yeah. But as you kind of see here, it's L Dwight is the created by, but not really. Like, you got to remember that it's game design was done by this guy, but mostly by this. They mostly worked on visual design stuff, but like actual app development has been mostly these guys. Most notably, you see again Hirschfield here. Hirschfield. It's one of those. It's just kind of like one of those interesting bits and pieces where it's like, interesting. I wouldn't say it's a web of lies necessarily. I say it's a web of people who work within other people, and of course you're gonna cite that you're the main guy, you know, here. Ian, here's the weird thing. I think Ian was one of the guys, how do I want to work this? I think Ian is one of the guys more in more making role work than we would like to admit. Because one thing, according to this anyway, according to this, he may still be associated with Unity. I don't think he's still associated with Unity. I think these are different. But yeah, he's LA born. He's from LA. Because everyone's Californian. Don't forget that. Everyone is fucking Californian. But it's funny with Ian. I want to talk about Ian because I find him fascinating. This is Ian's website. Code Movies TRPGs. Cool. What I'm doing right now. In 2020, Logan Dwight and I co-found Roll. And serve as the lead developer. Learn more about what we're doing. I'm a full-stack software engineer with computer science and digital art. I have over a decade of experience building applications. My favorite book of the never-ending story is The Matrix. Most frequently played games are Apex Legends and Rocket League. Future of VR, and currently enjoying the metaverse with my Oculus Quest. Twitter. Love watching movies. Write about them on Cinepocalypse. When I disconnect, I exercise Muay Thai and head to the beach for some surfing. Let's see some of its projects. Oh, VR sci-fi stuff. iOS music player. We can't talk about this because he technically designed something for Kanye West. Naughty naughty boy. A lot of VR stuff. If we do writing, it's like, oh, COVID super spreader. That's cool. That's neat. That's 1 year post-roll Kickstarter. This was made with Team Liquid hosting a D&D one-shot for Pride Fest. It's Team Liquid. Yeah, it's... Yes. Yeah, that's, If you haven't noticed yet, he has not talked about tabletop role-playing games in any remote capacity. That's not his thing. I can make a brave assessment that Ian doesn't give a shit about tabletop games. He probably doesn't give a rat's ass about them. He's a coder. He is a software developer. And Roll's made some good... Roll's making waves. Roll's doing pretty good for itself, because you kind of see here, you see a lot of stuff from Modiphius here. Star Trek Adventures. You're seeing a lot of Dune, Fallout, Homeworld. I think they signed a deal with Modiphius. And I think that's... shine on. You do you. I can't really say, like, you're wrong or whatever. That's completely their prerogative. I do find it fascinating, though. You even see, again, exclusives from the Lancer guys, even though Battle Group is bad, and I should make a video about that. You know what? Fuck it. I'll make a video about it this week. That's what I'll do. But I know it's Scribble, actually. Scribble seems to like it. I'm not, like, a huge fan of this. You see all the fucking rooms I've created just to test things out. I believe this is my main room for testing out Roll. For testing this out. Hopefully it loads. But Roll has some interesting, let me see if I can find it. It was the RoleVTT investor. Yeah, it's like charm attempt and burgeoning. Yeah, Roll's video role-playing platform makes a 2.75 million charm attempt at burgeoning tabletop world. Raised 2.75 million seed round to do so. Why did you do a Kickstarter? You've made $2.75 million. You see a lot of things like Convoy and London Venture Partners. Like, I wonder who London Venture Partners are. I don't really... Like, investing in the game's leaders of the futures. What's your portfolio looking like? Beta Dwarf Bunch, Double Loop Game, Mobile Studio, narrative-based games, end-to-end game commercialization, Clang, building seed persistent MMO title. They put, with games and mobile, a lot of mobile game stuff. PC first free-to-play studio, Moko, creating gas cooperative game, a lot of mobile stuff. A lot of mobile stuff is these guys' portfolio, which makes a lot of sense. Kind of see we're gaming investors. Convoy. willing part, whom Dwight said they were pleased to find a willing partner understood opportunity perfectly. Yeah, because it's a tech startup. This is information like, yeah, like BitBright, Spark, Sunlow, Cognitive 3D, Cypher, Hybrid PvP, Legends of Learning, Ready Player Me, The Mirror. A lot of video game stuff, though. A lot of video game stuff. Social gaming, interest, some in gamified ways, or it's like African gaming market, payment infrastructure. It's no-code browser-based UGC platform, edge gaps, Opera events. $2.75 million is not a little amount, mind you. And they've made a good chunk of money off of this. This is a tech startup. Yeah, no, that's Multiverse. Multiverse is associated with a DARPA. Yeah, this is one of those kind of weird things where you look like it's, yeah, it's like, wow, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And like, why'd you even do a roll? Like, why was there a Kickstarter for it? My theory was that the Kickstarter was not for the money. The money for Kickstarter was a complete side factor that didn't matter. That was to prove people want this, give us money. I think that was like the big idea behind it. And is this a full, legit, cool thing that's super neat and neato burrito, and everyone's super cool and totally not a little bit weird in some cases? No. Y'all fucking weird. All of you. Too much money getting pushed around here, and without telling anybody, mind you, because Roll is not a tiny little company. Like, here, that's the thing. Like, there's buku bucks being put into this because they want to make their money. Will Roll make money? Probably not. Probably not. Let's be honest ourselves here. This is not exactly what we'd like to call a this industry isn't a money harvesting machine. But what it is, no, this is the important thing. This is the beautifully important thing. Fighting myself. They don't want to make money. They want to get bought by Microsoft. My theory is they want to get picked up by another company, again, like Microsoft or one of the other big tech giants, or they want to merge with other companies to form a bigger company. Like I think a big idea behind it. They want to make a bigger company. Which, hey, you know what? I'm curious. I'm going to @Scribble. I'm going to yell at Scribble real fast. Scribble isn't even here. I don't know. I don't care. I'm still going to add him in my server. Does RoleVTT, does the RoleVTT work on a mobile device? On a mobile device? I haven't checked. My phone's my phone kind of sucks, so but yes, this is Chrome. This is one of their personal games, by the way. Like, this is one of their personal things that they have made. You kind of see here the other ones that they've personally made is this one, Starter Adventure. They've made where was it? Vast Grim is one of theirs. I believe it was Isle of Ix was another one, and Astra. I think these were these were the special one. Vast Grim, I think, started on here, but it's no longer exclusive. Don't know what Voidwalkers is. Sword Queen Games. Yeah, here, a lot of indie stuff. I would not be surprised if Cogs ends up on here, as its own independent entity. But understand that if you do end up on here, Scribble, you are no longer welcome to the Cool Kids Club, otherwise known as the people with no money. But this is Chrome. This game does not exist physically. You have to remember that this game does not actually exist physically. It's all of these. It's like web pages, effectively. It's if you want to get to a place like what's the world of Chrome, you have to go here. You have to find all this. Rise of what's the rise of can't even click on it because it doesn't want to click anymore. You gotta go Chrome world, view privately. You gotta go here, and then you gotta go to like the next area, but there's like little transmission notes you always gotta go through. Like, oh, here's all this. You can click on your background. Origin is kind of, it gives you little tool tips and shit. And then you can select everything here. It's kind of even, you're kind of going through. You kind of even go through various other things, but everything is done through this VTT. This game does not exist outside of the VTT. Until I came along. This was actually just a, this is when we first discovered it, actually. The Hero in Christ distribution style. Not quite. The Hero in Christ distribution style. Through a combination of the snipping tool and affinity, I managed just to kind of cobble together something, specifically for a video like this. I didn't read through the book before then, so here's everything I know. I'm going to give you a rundown on the basics of the lore here real fast. Okay, so, the lore. Get ready for the lore. Sometime in the past, we were too busy doing cool cyberpunk things, and then reality-eating alien cyberpunk nightmare monsters crashed the internet. Yes, Satan monsters came through the internet and killed us. This is now the dystopic super future, where the internet doesn't exist any longer, and you are a bunch of punks, of low lives, of worthless people who have been contracted by a mysterious organization known as Control with the intent of trying to of performing objectives and jobs or getting paid and trying to rise above your state. You want any more deep and exciting lore? Fuck you. You're not getting it. As I kind of said before, though, this is very much based off of Mothership, to the point where in the original VTT kit, in the original Kickstarter, I've never been like a big fan of like the web. Some of the web page RPGs can get a little bit annoying for me, but I just don't much care for them. One of the things here is if we go all the way down here, yeah, they're doing some big pitches around here, and like, oh well, we've got some stretch goals and all these cool premium skins. Cuckoo, you're gonna get Lancer Battle Group. Originally, Swordsfall was supposed to be on here, but obviously, Swordsfall doesn't exist anymore because Brandon Dixon decided that he wanted to be a sex pest. Voidwalkers, Astra, Masks was going to be here. I don't know whatever happened to Masks. Where it was I remember distinctly they did say they were going to bring out something from the Panic engine. I don't know where they were, but yeah, it's yeah, so actually I didn't even know that. I didn't. Ian Hirschfield and Logan Dwight launched the original Roll mobile app back in 2015. It was meant to be a simple, intuitive, fun role-playing game you could keep in your pocket. Went on the road to community with 1,000 people. So there is an app for it. So yeah, it is a mobile app company. Okay, it's a mobile app. That makes a lot more sense. So understand that going forward, fun fact. But this was originally supposed to be like strictly like a Mothership game. Apparently Scribble is saying no, it does not work on mobile. So keep that in mind. Interesting to note that, though. But yes, that's kind of the future. It's Mothership. And Mothership, for those who don't know, is, again, kind of a OSR horror sci-fi thing. People like it. I've never read it, nor do I have any desire to read. These are monsters. These are reality-bending computer aliens that want to kill you. Pretty much everything's been broken down into two major kinds of factions. You have the cults and you have the corps. Cults and corps don't like each other. You, however, are the third faction. You're a bunch of how do I want to word this kindly? You're a bunch of dipshits getting paid money by a mysterious benefactor to do things. As you can kind of see by our 4 dipshits here, these are who you are. You're these dumbasses. Have no fear, but we have to do the real horror setting of being in Los Angeles. I know, I apologize everybody. This is now an R18 stream. I also realized I never converted all of these to fucking PDF. Yes, this is actually secretly a super horror, a fucking horror stream, simply because we have to pretend to actually like being in goddamn, we have to actually pretend to enjoy being LA. Welcome to the Chrome character sheet. This is not the full character sheet because the only way to do it is on the website. This is me literally taking everything on the website and just like putting it in here. It's a little bit awkward, but it'll work for its purpose. Obviously, here's Bronco. Various backgrounds, everything you can write in or edit or do something with. It's very simple in that. A little bit too simple. Going through all of the lore stuff, we get character creation, and again, a bunch of goofballs. This is pretty simple to make your character. What's your name, what's your background, what's your loadout? Then you roll your stats. They do encourage you to use the dice roll to roll 6d10 and add the results together. Bronco, in this version, ended up pretty decent, all things considering. Bronco ended up with pretty okay stats, because this is a percentile-based system. You have to remember that. What you're going to be doing is you're going to take a D100, and the goal is to roll under your attribute. So I need to make a speed check. I'm going to take my dice, I'm going to roll, and I rolled a 66. I failed. Let's say I roll again, and I rolled a 32. I succeed. That's pretty much how that works, everybody. Not exactly the most complicated thing. This also doubles for your saves down here. We go only 4 attributes, very simple. You get some basic stat bonuses from your background or your loadout, and you do for all your stats, and nothing go above 80. Or to your basic saves. Get some very basic starting gear, and you fill out the rest of the sheet. Most of this is pretty easy to understand. And they do explain everything to you on the website. We're obviously not going to look at the website because I'm here and I want to zoom in without something breaking. There are 4 backgrounds that you're going to get. This is going to determine your base save, your prime save, your starting skills, and your death presence. Death presence is a weird mechanic we'll get to in a bit. Our basic ones are Corp. You belong to one of the corporations. You get a bunch of things here, and you're cool, and people like you. If you belong to the cult, oh no, you belong to a cult, and these are your things that you get. Everything is pretty equal in all these. It's just 20 starting stats, and let me add up these at the top of my head because I'm really bad at this. I believe that would be 130 on your starting saves across the board. Yeah. Military, kind of same thing. And then finally street. I ended up choosing street. Street, you get a little bit of everything for your starting stats. You also get not great saves, but you get saves. Your loadout is like your class. That would be the best way to think about a loadout. Is you choose whatever your loadout is, and that's kind of your basic starting equipment down here. Don't worry, like technically in the website you can click on these to determine what they are. Everything is kind of pretty clearly laid out, however, in the book later on. Generally speaking, they're pretty simple. They only get 4 classes, so you get the So you got heavy, techs, slicks, and darks. To summarize things a little bit more simple, I can take a hit. I'm a hacker man. I'm the do everything else man. I'm the guy who does things guy. I'm a rogue. Yeah, this is, if you want to play just combat man who does man things, you're going to be playing a heavy. If you want to play like kind of like a weird character, you're going to be playing darks. If you just want to play like rogue cyberpunk TM man, you're going to be playing slick. You don't get too much options here. Like trinkets, this, mind you, this took way too fucking long to do. They were a bitch to do. You've got all the various patches that you can select. Normally what you do is you press a button and it just rolls for you. Obviously, I can't do that, so we're doing this in this way. Various characters here. You were supposed to build connections with various members of your squad. I did that. We go over here to, where did I put the... I don't think I put the connections even on here because they don't do anything, mind you. The connections don't do anything. Now, this is death presence. This is the death presence mechanic. They assume you're going to die. They assume you're going to die pretty violently, in fact. That's a pretty big idea. And depending on your background, you're going to have different versions of these. For example, as a street kid, you become a Geist when you die. You can make a strength or intellect check to hurl small inanimate objects with great force to deal little damage, or you can try to shove people out of the way. That can maybe knock them prone. Some of them are able to, like, oh, you can use technological devices, or hey, you can actually just hurt people. Yeah, like, that's kind of the idea. Is like, even if you die, you can do things because they assume you're going to die very quickly. You succeed, you get paid. Cool. Skill advancement. Skill advancement's pretty easy. Costs you money though. Gotta pay. Don't pay. Gotta pay. Come on. They do like say, or just play a pre-written adventure. You can make it, but just play a pre-written adventure already, guys. Come on. Come on. They tell you as much as they can, like, do this. Yeah, most things are going to be broken down to the scene. They do kind of assume you're going to be playing this very quickly. So you're not going to be playing this as like traditional, like, let's go around and do things. No, you're going to be playing this as, honestly, more of a Japanese style game. Very structured, very to the point. That's going to annoy some people. That's may not enjoy it. You might enjoy it, you might not. That's kind of your prerogative. All scenes have a purpose. Some scenes have not NPCs. Some people have loot. You're always going to have an encounter. Yeah, this is the basic idea. Here's some very basic missions of like how to sort things out. This is the way that it was organized of me going through. I kind of did my best to kind of give a good idea for it. Generally speaking, you're going to end up with about $3 to $5 grand per adventure. Pretty easy to kind of come up with things. Enemies don't do anything. They don't roll. Everything is you focused. So if the lower ward punk here is, runs at you and he's going to say, I'm going to attack you, you have to make the dodge check to get out of the way. If you want to attack him, you need to make the check to shoot him. That's kind of the basic idea there. And some of these do have special abilities. Some of them don't have special abilities. But most of these you kind of see, like, health isn't very high in this game. We kind of go here. Your base health is technically 10. But a basic gun, where's my basic gun? My basic gun does 2 damage. And that can actually rise. Everything's it's very flat damage in this game. Very flat damage. Very, Entity 11, like, oh, you do massive damage and shit like that. Downtime, exactly what you fucking think it is. Install stuff, do things. Lo-fi beats with the squad, drinks, and vibes. That's a little funny. Aren't you laughing? Why aren't you laughing? Aren't you funny? Isn't this funny? It's funny, right? It's a funny joke. Get it? Rolling the dice is There's even advantage check in this system, for God's sakes. Disadvantage. Like, it's D100, roll under. That's the goal. You want to roll under. Critical, it's pretty much anytime you roll doubles, you're going to end up getting a critical. Hey, we want a critical success. We regain conviction. Pretty much your conviction is your mental health. That's the best way to think about it. Your conviction is ever 0. You don't have, you start freaking the fuck out. Cool, we got a new major action. Oh, cool, we get a bunch of things. Oh, cool, we're able to, regain all our health or whatever. If you ever fuck up, things go wrong and everyone hates you for it. Just don't fuck up. Technically, this is not a 1 out of 100. It's a 0 out of 99. It's sometimes games like this sometimes make it a little bit awkward. They use something you gotta kind of remember. Pose check, same idea. Whoever rolled lowest. Most of these are pretty simple. It's one of those things, anytime you fail, you're actually going to be receiving stress. Anytime the stress builds up too much, you're going to have a bad time. Stress hits maximum, you're going to get fucked. Bad news. Don't have too much stress. Sanity saves, very basic save, very basic prime saves. If it's a prime save, that's one of the things, is pretty much anytime you fail a save, you're going to receive stress. That's pretty bad. That's really not good. You critically fail, you're going to get more. If you critically succeed, you gain it. However, with prime saves, they're a little bit different. Each of these are tied to your background. For a street kid, it's your body check. However, whenever an operator fails a prime save, they receive 1 stress. And all operators in their squad also receive 1 stress. Critically fail, everybody has to make a everyone has to make a panic check. Whenever an operator succeeds on they recover conviction. It's pretty much this is your main thing you want to succeed at pretty often. Technically, this is not a great system for me because I didn't choose the right one. I should have chose a corp. If I taken a corp, technically my saves are going to be a lot better. But I didn't because that's not who Bronco is. Skills, on the other hand, I don't want to word this. If you have a skill, you can do that. You can usually, that's really all they do. They allow you to do if you have a skill, you can do the thing. And if you succeed, you're going to be regaining conviction. Conviction is again, it's one of those weird things where they say, oh, if you receive stress, you lower your current conviction. What they're trying to say here is it's not damage, but when you receive stress, your conviction score goes down. You take stress damage, you lower your conviction. You take health damage, your health lowers. They could have probably worded this better, but it's just kind of the way that it is. Again, conviction is your mental health score. 0, you'll make a panic check. Bad. You're not going to have a good time if it ever is low. I see a roll critical check, restore, hey, you get to get more, succeed, you get more conviction. You always want to kind of build your conviction. Things are going to go wrong when your conviction is low. That's when you're going to start taking a lot of damage. That's when you're going to start dying. When you die, bad things happen because you're dead. Yeah, you kind of see here things like this as well. One of the big things with conviction is you can use it to push through things. That's a big idea. The more conviction you have, you can pretty much push through and help each other out. That's good. You want to do this. You want to burn. You reduce your conviction and you get a bonus. Hey, you get a +10. Hey, you choose a success becomes a critical success. Every member of the squad restores 2 conviction. You must immediately roll on the distortion table. If you fail a check that you've been using this for, you super fuck up and everyone hates you. Don't do that. Right here to make a panic check. Panic checks are the idea is that you're supposed to use panic checks to constant. Everything that could be horrifying technically might induce a panic check. Things that you fail might induce panic checks. The higher your conviction, the less you have to worry about that. But stress is going to lower your conviction because it's conviction damage. Because stress is conviction damage, but then you might have to make a panic check after you apply the damage. Yeah, very simple, very easy. And again, this isn't a complicated game. It's fucking Mothership. It's you're gonna be making panic checks for quite a few different things, and these are the things that are like can occur. So let's say like, oh hey you roll a 20 or something. You get an advantage on all your checks, but you also get a 5 and violent frenzy. Immediately attack the closest operator until with at least deadly damage, or are incapacitated. There's no operator nearby. You attack a bystander or yourself. Yeah, like, or gutless. You must succeed fear check to engage in combat, or else you must flee. Yeah, it's panic is bad. Panic very bad. Distortion effects, however, are super bad. These are your super mega bad awful things that occur. You got a 1 in 10. You roll a d10 and see what they are, and it's things like dissonance. Mind and body feel disjointed and out of sync. This internal static slows your physical reaction, yet you shield your mind. Your speed and body stat are reduced by 10. Your fear and sanity are increased by 5. Flashbacks. Whenever you fail a fear save, you must immediately get a panic check. Gremlins. Everything goes wrong. Alteration. Intellect stack is reduced by 5. You lose training in one skill of your choice, but may choose a new skill. Yeah, welcome to, But that's the point of this game. It's supposed to be deadly, and you're supposed to not really care about individual characters. Surprise, you make a fear save. If you succeed, they might be able to do things. Very simple. You attack, you do damage. Like, generally speaking, you're going to get 2 major actions and a free action to do things. So it's like, I want to attack people twice. Cool, you can just roll reflexing saves. Yeah, this is again, it's not complicated. And you kind of see that it's mostly cover gives you soak mostly, which is, hey, you get less damage. That's being in cover just means you take less damage, which is very good. Damage and panic. The more damage you take, the more panic you're gonna start taking. And oh no, you've been shot in the fucking head with a gun. No, you get your head severed. Yeah, like you kind of see this. It's very easy to die. If you ever hit 0, you're gonna have to make a body save. You make a body save, you're good. This does mean that people who are from Streetborn technically counts as a save, as a prime save, and if you do well, you might be able to get back up and restore conviction, or be able to make sure everyone else is being able to do things a little bit easier. That's a very big mechanic of that. That kind of is summarizing the entirety of it. Like the rest of it's like, oh, you have to rest a little bit. Like even restoring your health requires you to make checks because you have to, because the entire game is about healing, about restoring saves and shit like that. There's never a chance for you to just fully get anything back. You are grinding a character down until they die. This is the entire hacking system, by the way. Bronco is specifically designed to hack. Hacker to enter VR construct. Most system hacks are performed by standard terminal or a slice box hack system. You make an intellect check. Depending on what it is, you require more successes. Each time you make a success, you win. You need a certain amount of successes to do a thing. That's really it. Not exactly complicated. Technically anybody can hack, but if you have to make opposed checks as well. If it's like a big actual network, you have to make a series of opposed checks. If you succeed, you're doing pretty good. You only need a few. If you fucking fail, it's things like you're taking biofeedback damage. It's entirely possible to die in VR, which I think is okay. Everything in cyber slots and various things. Bronco over here, as you can kind of see, Bronco actually has a lot of cyber tech in his head. That's here. Each slot of the body can only technically take 4 pieces of cyber tech. You don't have a lot to work with, but you have enough to kind of play. Yeah, but yeah, you kind of see here, there aren't many, like, oh boy, here's your cyber limbs. Ooh. Yeah, technically you can just replace your cyber limbs with that. If you replace all your limbs, you just get 20 reflexes. That's what you get. Plus 20 reflex. Oh, cool. You get all the ocular implants. Cool. You can take 4 of these. So don't think that it's too cool. You're not that cool yet. You can most cyber tech can have like little enhancements put on it, but like this is really it. Like these are some of like the very basic enhancements. It's like, yay, you can increase your fucking abilities. Cool. Weapon stats. There's not a lot of weapons. They also like to really reuse a lot of their art assets later in the game, because you kind of see here like a lot of things start being reused or just slightly changed. I did my best to try not to reuse everything, but it's there. Trust me, it's there. But yeah, as you can kind of see here, there aren't actually many, there's not a lot of equipment to play around with. So if you're looking for a gun autism, you're not getting it. You have assault rifle, shotgun, sniper rifle, SMG. You're not having anything more fun than that. Don't think you're going to get anything more fun than that. Think you're going to get something, you're not. Kind of see here, there's a lot of like little equipment, but it's like crowbar. Woo! Crowbars. Woo! Safety tools. It's do I think Chrome is good? No, I don't much care for it personally. Because like, here's the thing, if I judge it as like a product, it's like, yeah, it's just Mothership with a different coat of paint on it. If I were to judge it as a paid product, I think I would be a lot more critical of it. I'm like, this is kind of stupid. But this is free. This is free on a VTT that you can subscribe to right now and then hop on and download right now. Is that really only dependent on the fact that you have that VTT? Yeah, I think it is like entirely dependent on the VTT. This is an unauthorized PDF. I made this entirely for myself for a video like this. Do you want to play this? The setting is not really... The setting isn't really that... There isn't a lot of setting to work with, for one. And what setting there is kind of stupid. Demons infected the internet. Demons are in the internet, we have to fight them. There isn't a lot of like gun autism to really kind of cling on to. There isn't a lot of like super deep lore to really cling on to, unless you really want to make it that way. Unless you put a lot of, again, elbow grease to kind of make it interesting kind of thing. System isn't like super in-depth, but if you like it, I mean, I could see someone enjoy this. Like, that's the thing. Like, I could understand if someone said, I enjoy, the D100 system. But I would also question why. Like, that's cool. And I'm like, but why? Why, though? Our next game is Neon City Overdrive. Neon City. This one got recommended to me that I should totally play. I should totally look at, and I should totally be the one totally invested in it, because it's so amazing and so great, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's amazing. Why aren't you playing it? Why aren't you looking at it? Why haven't you sucked it off yet? Generally speaking, Neon City Overdrive is guided by Nathan Russell. The name sounded vaguely familiar. But if we that button, we go here, let me see. Now, if we go to Nathan Russell, interestingly enough, this is Mr. Russell. I am not any of these people. Nathan Russell, TTRPG. Write, Play, Live. Another, the astounding mind of Nathan Russell. Little Slavic Parrot. Big things, nerdy and geeky. He's a big guy who does TRPGs, GM advice. Hell yeah. Peril Planet. This is his big. This is his company technically. Peril Planet. He has a few games. One of the big games he has, Gunframe. I put Gunframe on a list, but then I realized it was not an RPG. It was a war game, so I kind of took it off. Dungeon Blitz, never really heard of that. Freeform Universal, never really heard of any of their other games. People recommended to me Neon City Overdrive for quite a few reasons. People said that it's really good and people really enjoy it and it's really fun. But the one thing I kept seeing pretty consistently is Neon City Overdrive is good for solo play. Really good solo game. Good solo game. Platinum seller. It's clearly sold to quite a few copies, all things considered. That was Gunframe sold. Silver seller. But yeah, like, it is his best. It is his it's his biggest title. Is Neon City Overdrive. There's quite a few expansions for things, and you wanted more about the grid. Here, you want to learn more about artificial humans. They're here. You want to learn about scions. They're here. Generally speaking, though, Neon City Overdrive, when did you come out officially? You came out officially in 2020. This game is only about 2 years old, and it's $10 for a PDF copy of it. And Platinum seller, let me just check. Platinum seller is, I believe, 1,000. I should just keep this I should just memorize this site. Yeah, it's 1,000. So 1,000 people have bought this game. Has Nathan Russell worked on anything else? Really? Not really. Here he is. He hasn't really posted anything in a while. The last thing he posted was on Goodreads. He liked Ghost of Manhattan. That was the last thing he posted. Like 6 months ago. Peril Planet itself usually retweets a lot of just things. You kind of see here, he goes under Nathan Russell, not his actual account. Hard City, people seem to really... This is the new one by Osprey Games. It seems like actually, yeah, he wrote this new one by Osprey Games. That's kind of interesting. He's an Aussie again. Yeah, so he's published through Osprey. So hey, I can respect the guy. Ospreys are usually pretty good. I like Osprey games. I consistently enjoy them. Let's just say that. I got another note. Fuck are you? It's pretty standard human being. That's all I can really say about it. Anything else really to work with? No. He's a real human being. It's one of those things where it's like I can't really find anything else on the guy because he just doesn't exist. He's just kind of just a dude. And I can respect that. He's not a sex pest. He's not, trying to murder someone. He's not one of the people, you could say. But this is Neon City Overdrive. Obviously, we got to bring in Bronco. This is Bronco. And now I can immediately see you're looking at this being like, holy fuck, is this a Fate game? And be like, it's not Fate. I want you to remember that. This is not a Fate game. Even though it really, really, really wants to be. Remember that. It really wants to be a Fate game. Because there is, where was the line? Like, there is a very odd line. If we do to Nathan Russell. It's, he does what? Where? Publisher site. Yeah, I believe if we go to his actual, yeah, game design, teacher, dad, began publishing other game, Freeform Universal. Where was, if we do to, let me find his. He does like a single mention that he actually worked on in the Forge. I can't remember where it was, but he actually was part of the Forge back in the heyday of it. And it adds up. He's been doing things since 2005. He's a member of one of those guys. He kind of in the circle of... Let me see if I can... I'm not going crazy. I double checked. Where the fuck are... Yeah, there's a lot of... He does have ties to that particular group, which makes a lot of sense when you get things like Neon City Overdrive, as well as some of his other games being more universal. Kind of see here, published by Peril Planet, all that jazz, nothing too exciting. I do enjoy the fact that this was actually written by him, and not like he doesn't have like 16 different fucking contributors to the damn thing. But it does say the action story game engine. I couldn't find anything else that used the action story game engine, so I'm assuming it's just his. He does cite a little bit of everything here. Transmetropolitan, Blade Runner 2049, grim and gritty, science fiction, cyberpunk. Is there lore to this particular game? A little bit. The best way to kind of summarize the lore is Cyberpunk TM, except we don't usually use... Except we've been drifting away from cyber tech, and we've been drifting more toward gene tech. That's a bigger thing, as genes. I would say Neon City Overdrive has a... It does have a little bit more of a, gene hack. It's kind of hard to explain. It has a little bit more closer ties to Blade Runner than anything else, which some people are going to like, some people aren't going to like. What is this game, though? What do you do? How do you play it? Well, what you do is you're going to look at all your trademarks, your flaws, and everything else here, and you're going to add them up all together. So, you're always going to have 1d6. That's your basic die there. And let's say I need to do something. I want to hack something, and I can use my my computer systems and my code monkey hands. I've added up all my things here. Got four to kind of work with. I believe that's let me double check here real fast, because I was a little bit like, oh gee. Yeah, so it's like you're just adding all these dice together. But however, here's the catch. You may be adding pretty much difficulty dice. Let's say 2 difficulty dice. I got 4d6. I'm gonna roll these. Roll them there and roll them there. So I rolled 2 2s on my difficulty dice, and I rolled a 2 on one of my dice, and they match each other out. If the difficulty dice matches, you take it away. But I rolled 2 6s and a 4. Technically that would be a crit, but let's just say I rolled a 6. I would be having to check on the difficulty. I succeed. I get a thing. I don't get a thing. The new Jimmy Neutron sentient plants tech would become the big thing. Yes, playing Save Lines Veils X card. We all know the song and dance at this point. But yeah, trademarks are like the big thing. Trademarks are your like, this is who you are. This is important detail about who you are. They say you can kind of make anything, but here's like some basic backgrounds. Bronco is a joyrider code slinger with cybered up arm. That's who he is. And because he is a joyrider, we look down here, hover bikes, brawling, hot wire, machine interfacing, riding like a lunatic, underground street racing. Cool. This is good. We like these things. Roles are kind of like what you actually do. I chose hacker because that's what the job was. Be a code slinger. Very basic skins. One of the things is when it comes to some of these is this is very open. You don't have to pay for skins. I don't have to pay for the fact that I am a Excelsior. I'm wearing a Excelsior skin pretty much.
But I also get the idea of I'm beautiful, I'm posing, I have a medevac account, I'm a toxic, toxin scrubber, I have cyber eyes and shit like that. Or you might have various advantages. You might have various gear, various items that are just cool for you because you're cool. Because I have cyber arms, as here, I get a thing. I'm cool. We like this. Now, trademarks have edges. Edges are the ways you actually get most of your dice. These are the things that are your thing, and each of them have to be tied to trademarks. What you are, who you are. These are things that trigger a next you. So, the fact that I am a Joy Rider, I mean I have machine interfacing, which is to say, I'm good with fixing things. I'm good with making things good. I can fix just about anything because I am a Joy Rider. As a code slinger, I have a specialization in hacking and computer systems. Those are my thing. I know how computers operate and I can know how to break into them. But with my cybered up arms, I have code monkey hands. Pretty much all my hands are built around the idea of hacking as fast as possible. I have the crazy little fucking things from Ghost in the Shell. That's it. Pretty easy. Flaws, on the other hand, are things also tied to your trademarks that are problems. They are things that make your life harder. So, for example, I have my flaws. I am high on life and drugs, and I'm nearing cyber burnout. That's my entire thing. Like, those are his two main flaws. He is quickly approaching the fact that he is burning out, and he is completely higher than a kite half the time. That's the entire thing. Good job. Drives are things that you want to accomplish. My drive is get the very expensive implant to keep net running. That's the dream. This right here is the main thing of the game. This is what you're trying to fill. The more of these boxes you fill, the closer you are to the dream. But there might be events where you cross out boxes. Things are getting harder. Things are being quickly taken away from you. And that's actually how you win. At any point, you can retire. The more boxes you have filled, the more positive dice you end up. The more times you lose things, the negative dice you end up. So you might come down to the point where you both roll, and you roll jack shit, and they roll a lot and take away all your successes. Things can go very wrong for you. Very. But welcome to Cyberpunk. Here is interesting because it's the idea of tags. I think the best way to kind of talk about tags would be, like, for example, this is right. Like, let's say we have just a gun. Actually, I do have something like right here. A basic piece of gear means that I have the tag to do a thing. I can do it. By virtue of possessing this thing, I have the thing. By virtue of having this holdout pistol, I have a gun and I can shoot you. If I don't have that gun, I cannot shoot you. By virtue of having a hover bike, I have a hover bike that I can zip around the city with. By virtue of having that cyber deck, I have a cyber deck. More advanced equipment have more tags, which you can then sub out, which you can sub in for more dice. But you have to make a check to actually get them. Kind of see if, like, up here, you kind of see how this works. You make 4 rolls. You might get some special gear, and these might give you more things to kind of work with. This is cool. You know, the more you're going to roll, you're going to have to be rolling. You're going to be rolling just that D6. You want as much stuff as possible, but it's like, oh no. We got to keep pushing it. It's, how do I want to, like, 4 items, or each one declare what it is, how many tags it rolls, and roll D6. Equal to or greater than the number of tags, you get the item. Pretty much, if I want to say, I want my cyber arms. It has 2 things, I need 2 up. And I could spurn one of my things. If I roll, I got a 5, I get my cyber arms. And my cyber arms have a hacking interface, as well as being, anytime I'm being shot at, I can say, I have armored. I have armored, I get a new dice. some of these can be pretty big. This is the best way to kind of word how this goes. Is this is where you get the special gear for your jobs. That's why I didn't write any in really, because this is supposed to be for, hey, we're doing a mission where we need to break into a building. So I want to get a welding torch that has fast and, efficient. And so I need to make a special item roll. I rolled a 3, I got what I need, but you may want to get more, which allows you to do things faster, do things better. That's the entire concept. You kind of want to push it, but if you fail, you don't get it. You don't get the bike or any of the stuff. And you can only make a few of these rolls per. You pretty much only get about 4, but you can forfeit them to get bonuses. So it's like, I really need that I really need to get this bike. So I'm going to get rid of things. Combat weapon, accurate, vehicles, tools, various cyberware. Cyberware does count as equipment, even though you can technically take a trademark saying you have the thing, but then you need to make a check to actually make sure that you have the thing to use. Why? Don't think about it. Don't think about it. We don't need it. I don't think. Stunt points are. Stunt points are your Benny points. Hit markers are pretty much your health. Everybody has the same amount of health. That's like a big thing. Everybody has about 3 hits before they go down. You can technically take a 4th one under very certain circumstances. Customize, cross out. You can pretty much make things harder, but you get more stunt points or you get more abilities. Yeah, hit the streets, playing the game. Very simple. Yeah, kind of goes over like, oh, hey, here's how game time works. Here's how the job looks. Oh, wow, wowie zowie. Yeah. Movement, distance, very simple stuff here. This is what I mean by, like, it's a little bit weird when it, like, says, like, it really wants to be fate before fate. With fate, it also kind of wants to be a little bit of Blades in the Dark. It kind of wants to be a lot of things, and you can kind of see some influence with it. So the basic idea, as I kind of described before, create a dice pool, 1 action die. Add further based on the situation and action. All your dice, danger dice cancel out things. Let's say I have a total of 4 dice, and I have 2 danger dice. I roll, and I rolled pretty good, but they roll 2 4s. I take out one of my 4s. And I got 2 6s. Doing pretty good today. Go me. Now, this right here. If you roll a 6, if your highest remaining die, 6, you succeed, you do the thing. The more you get, the more boons you get, more advantages. So if you roll 3 6s, you're going to have a success and 2 boons. If your highest is a 4 or 5, you get a partial success. Something doesn't quite work. 3 or less, you fuck it up. If all your dice have been canceled out, or the only thing is 1s, critically fail. Everything goes wrong, and you fucking suck, and everyone hates. That's it. It's relevant trademark, relevant edges, enemy tags, position, scene tags, gear. You do that for trauma, conditions, enemy tags, position, scene tags. Yeah. Does this exist without popular Forge games TM existing? No, it doesn't. If you like these, it's like, oh goodness. You kind of get like the idea of helping is that you're just contributing to the pool. And it's it's like stunt points, which is like you can use second trademarks, you can soak hits, make declarations, change action die. You can change it up, which is pretty important. You do it by making things go wrong. These allow you to do the Benny point fun things. Flaws allow you to regain it. If at any point the idea of being high on life and drugs kicks in, I get a stunt point back, which is very, very good. All used stunt points are regained, which is the really important part. So if something goes really bad, something goes really fucking bad. Now, one of the big things when it comes to like boons, for example, you get more 6s, you deal extra harm, you increase the effect, you set up allies, you add tags. If you botch, things go terribly wrong, and it's the other direction. Anytime you take harm, you pretty much take it on your check. You take it on your chest, you're fucked. Oofy doofy, you're not doing good. Now, if you have no empty boxes, you write trauma. So you're going to roll, like, oh no. You got a 6. I'm weakened. My immune system, my resolve, my spirit. It's, you're going to be taking penalties on everything. So I would have to write in my trauma. I'm not feeling good. Something's very bad. You know, immediate fall, D6. Anyone can stabilize dying. Check with every trauma that currently has. Okay. There's some bad things. Like, if people are trying to help me, I got 1 trauma. I'm going to be making my check. And I rolled a 6. I'm alive. Somehow. You know, I'm not doing too good, but I'm upright and standing. Upright and standing. You mostly are going to be healing hits, not traumas. That's like one of the big things about it. You're not really going to be fixing traumas easily. And what you need to do to get those traumas to get away, you're going to have to pay, or you're going to have to pretty much do very long rests. And that's an ends thing. That's an end state. You are ending a mission by resting to restore all your trauma, to get rid of your traumas. Now, combat is do a quick action or do a focused action. So you can move and attack somebody, or move and grab an item, or you can make a precise shot, hack a security device, defuse a bomb, do a thing. That's how you do it. Generally speaking, if you do a focused action, you're going to get an extra die. That's kind of the more. So if I'm taking a aimed shot, I'm going to get an extra die because I'm aiming to shoot you, and I am going bang. Ooh. Defending, same way. Are you defending? Are you not defending? If you fuck up defending and you take consequences, you're taking hits, you're getting knocked down, you're getting pinned, you're getting pushed back. Something is really bad going on. And generally speaking, you can usually take advantage of things and be like, okay, instead of taking 2 hits, I want to take a 1 hit and I get knocked down. Or I take that, but I'm stunned or something like that. Cyber combat's exactly what you think it is. It's the same idea when it comes to normal combat. It's you interface with the grid, you start making checks against usually the opponent or some other variety of thing. You know, hacking over a system, altering virtual environment, and doing anything the grid is done by any other action. Task is simple enough, it just happens, otherwise make a check. Yeah, edges, interface, attack, cyber samurai, and shit like that. Your conditions are going to be different. That's the idea. You're blacking out, you're digital ghosts. Your firewall, you're getting jitters, you're burning, your nerves are getting burnt. Piggybacking is weird. They put this in here solely for the reason to make sure that players who aren't hackers can do something while someone else is hacking. Pretty much somebody grabs onto you and you can add one of their things to your role. They're riding around in your body. It's a little bit funky, but you get experience for botching rolls, you survive the job. Cool. Anytime you were to get 5 experience points, you trademark, new edge, increase hit value by 1, or increase your stun point maximum. You can do 1. That's pretty much it. You go for leverage, you're going to get only a few leverage to really work with. You know, D3 leverage. This is like, it's the anomalous currency. Instead of having, I have $25,000, it's I have 3 leverage. And it's like, okay, I want to visit a dock. I want to heal trauma. I want to chase a dream. You know, I want to take the drive by. I want to train myself, market experience. I want to reskin. Oh, wow. Or, you know, it's like, oh, I want to record things for a stash. Things going wrong, crosses. Things going right, ticks. You want to retire, you're going to be rolling. Recovery, D6 for each trauma, in any order. Pretty much if it's 4 up, you're going to remove the trauma. So this is a downtime action. This is the thing you have to do. So let's say I have 3 trauma. I'm going to take my dice, I'm going to roll, and I got 2 trauma removed. I got 6, 5, and a 3. 2 of my trauma have been removed. The other one has not been removed. That's kind of a thing you gotta worry about. This is the idea of like the retirement check. However many bonuses you get, pretty much how many good things happen is the amount of dice you get. How many bad things that happen are the amount of penalty dice you get. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, we look at that, you retire. Let's say I've got 3. Roll. Oh man, that's not great. Like, oh wow, they rolled that, and I got a 3. Just beyond your grad, describe what happens, how to character this, what is the family, friends, and enemies, blah blah blah. It's generally speaking, once you've got a good amount of dice, usually about 4 or 5, you want to start thinking about retirement. When you retire, cool, you're done. You pretty much you win, but lose. You win and you're out. That's kind of the good thing. It's entirely possible you just fail miserably and everyone hates you and you lose. Even though you might have 6, 7 die and you just lose because the bad die your one bad die rolled a 6 and that was the only die that rolled well. Appropriate, maybe. Sad, a little bit. More of this damn art. I just like be a fan. It's the usual. It's the usual thing. Hard consequences, harm, death, yeah. Timers tick, tick, tick. I'm amazed this thing doesn't have clocks, by the way. I'm fucking amazed there aren't clocks. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's a beat cop. It's a, oh, it's a fixer. These are like a lot of the like things here. They're very simple, very easy. Nothing is too odd. Let's just say that. Yeah, most jobs are very basic job set. How to make jobs. That's Neon City Overdrive. Like, do I like Neon City Overdrive? Maybe as like a one. Here's the thing: if you were to tell me this is like a one-shot game, or like maybe maybe a one-shot, maybe a two-shot, not like a very long game, then I would be like, yeah, maybe there's some redeemable factors to it. But like as like any long campaign, I don't think it would really work. Solo game, I could understand people liking this as a solo game. Like I really understand people being like, this is the solo game for me. I get that. I really do get that. Again, am I gonna be like, hell yeah, this is the game for me? No, I'm not really. I like binary results on my dice. I like things that tell me if I'm succeeding or if I'm failing. And sometimes with some of these, it just was like, oh. Check my phony wony. Got someone from Lithuania visiting the website for some unholy reason. Yeah, that's Neon City Overdrive. Cool if you really want to play something like this. This is also one of the very few ones that actually I almost got to make Bronco perfect. Almost. Because none of the games I really went over allowed me to make Bronco exactly the way I wanted to make Bronco. Which, depending on your perception, that might be a good thing or a bad thing. This is Zaibatsu. Zaibatsu by Paul Elliot, 1998. Now, this one has a little bit of a story. Zaibatsu was technically first edition in 1994. It's older than me, technically. And you kind of see, oh, the cyberpunk dudes and the creative energy of all my poor players. Warrior Colds, Vietnam, conflict and controversy, Brotherhood of Fear, Assassin, It's similar to the fictional horrors, hard work and generous spirit. This is an unauthorized document based on the free version of Zaibatsu. Some guy quite literally decided that he wanted to make Zaibatsu, make this a bit more formal, which is understandable. This is, I think the best way to think about it is Zaibatsu Classic Edition. Because if we do actually do, we go to Paul Elliot. This is Paul Elliot. Most notably, this is Zoser Game. Go to Zoser here. His website's called Paul Elliot Books. This is Paul Elliot. Zoser Games is Paul Elliot. He mostly works with Traveler stuff. That's like one of his big things, as well as he wrote GURPS Atomic Horror. He's done quite a few different things. He's also done a lot of history books things. These are just what he does. Like, this is who he is. This is, you know, longer, but they also do Amazon through secondhand sales. Let's see all these things. We kind of go here. One of his, like, bigger game, not Cyclops, is where was it? Yeah, this is Hostile, which I was like, okay, what is Hostile? What is this game actually? What is this thing really? I believe this is just the Cepheus engine, just a kind of a variation of the Cepheus engine, which is Traveler. If you've ever heard of Traveler before, if you've ever heard of any of those kinds of game before, you know kind of what you're getting into. D10. Fuck. But yeah, this is what he works on primarily, and he's still pumping shit out. This came out in 2021, and his most recent one, Cyclops, came out in 2022. 2023. This literally came out like 4 days ago. Was this? It's a supplement. Corporate Governor. It's like, oh, it's an asteroid character, playbox setting, characters, sporting NPCs, a bunch of just stuff. He's still working on shit. Like, Paul is still kicking. Like, I gotta give him that. Already a copper seller. Hostile Rules is a gold seller. Like, that's pretty good. You got a gold seller, 500 plus. Like, all right, and there's a lot here. Then we see this, Zaibatsu. Like, wait a second, aren't we going over Zaibatsu? This is a little bit... This is the newer version. I guess the best way to think about this version is 3rd edition. He pretty much remade it entirely based on the Cepheus engine. He remade the game. This was the original version from 1994. And you kind of even see here, this kind of came out in 2018, which, understandable. He has a YouTube account. Here's Mr. Elliot. This is Pacific Rim, the full soundtrack. I love Zoser. Yep, this is who he is. Ta-da. Yeah, technically this is the third. This would be what we would like to kind of think of like the 3rd edition of the game, because if we kind of like we go under the idea like Zaibatsu 1994 is 1st edition. Zaibatsu 1998 is 2nd edition. Zaibatsu 2018 is 3rd edition. And now here's the thing. Saying that these two don't have any influence from Traveler would be an incorrect statement. There is actually quite a bit of there's a little bit there. The jump to Cepheus is not exactly like a radical shift. That's like a big thing. This is not like a radical, ever-changing nightmare shift that nobody could have ever predicted. No. Like, this was a pretty natural, evolution of it. But he's still pumping shit out. I gotta respect the guy. Like, he's working on shit, and I'm like, cool. You know what? You do fucking you, brother. A lot of things here. Now, the game we're going to be going over here is technically the 1998 version. Technically the April 1998, 4 years after the original, and everything is on this website. That's one thing you gotta know. Every single thing that you want to know is is on this website. And if you really are like insistent, like it's a free thing, yeah, it's free. This is a free game that you can play right to this second. and it's there. Do I want to go over the Cepheus version of the game? Not really. Like, that's cool. Like, if you want to do that, that's fine. Is when hostile setting compatible with the book. Yeah. This is definitely the other one, you could say. You know, Zaibatsu is in the same universe as Hostile. I don't believe the version we're going to be going over today is. Yeah, this version is not set in the quote Hostile universe, because the Hostile universe didn't exist. We need to do let's do a very basic lore bit here. The basics of the lore is pretty simple. You know, every single horror nightmare. Hello, Delirium. It's every single horror that people had in the back in the day about the Japanese are right. They won. Tokyo has become the center of technology in the world, and everything is going wrong. Picture Blade Runner, the original Blade Runner. The movie, not the book. And that's pretty much what the world is. Except everything is set in Tokyo, and everything is dominated by Zaibatsu. These giant multinational super corporations that run the world. Everything is based around Tokyo, and you, yes you, are agents of the Zaibatsu. For better or for worse, actually. We're not super cool people. We're a bunch of morons that get paid money to wage a secret war against other people you don't like very much. So shoot them. Do it now, bitch. And as you can see here, there's no character sheet. So Bronco ended up as his just kind of a white page here. You may be wondering, like, Notepad, where are the attributes? We'll get to that in a second. Yes. It's kind of the idea of the street samurai. It's very simple, actually. You're going to choose 5 skills of your choice. You know, it's a concept, skills, equipment, go with it, 5 skills of your choice. Pretty easy to understand, not exactly what we would like to be odd. One of the major ideas is the idea of retrogenics. Because this is not a... In 1998, he was thinking, we're not going to be using cybertech. Cybertech is like, by the time it gets put out of the factory, it's out of date, so why would anybody think it would be a good idea to put cybertech on? Denying my boomer card. So yeah, their entire belief here was, hey, cybernetics aren't going to be really a thing, it's going to be genetics. Genetics is going to be the big thing. And retrogenics are pretty much that. They're not cybernetics, they're genetics. So already, Bronco is impossible to make in this game. Bronco is technically impossible, as he has cybernetics. So my life is pain. Generally speaking, there aren't that many kind of concepts to kind of work with. You have things like assassin, Burkumin, this very Japanese street gangster. You're a clone cop. He uses a Voight Kampf machine. He just... Oh my god, he's literally me. Yeah, can you LARP as Blade Runner in the? Can you LARP as Ryan Gosling in this game? Yes. Totally fucking can. You're a college kid, spaceman, hustler, investigator, Kuruma, getaway driver, martial artist. You're a maverick cop. Hell yeah, maverick cop. I'm a cop on the edge. You're an organ legger and you're a ninja. You can be a ninja in this game. You're a pirate. The repo man, samurai, salaryman. You can be a salaryman. Good old software jockey. I chose to become a software jockey. That was my big thing. And these give you a basic skill. It also gives you some very simple gear to work. But there are quite a few things to kind of work with. Being a Yakuza is very, very likely. Like, you can. And you become a drug addict, a professional hobo. If you want to become a professional hobo, effectively what you're going to be playing is either a martial artist in which case you're literally just going to be Ryu from Street Fighter or a hustler. You're a loser, a street corner hustler, drug dealer, and a fixer. Never quite makes the big score. You know anyone who is anyone in your neighborhood. You are on the good terms with the local Yakuza. You have to be. You're smart, cool, and ready for action. Watch out, Tokyo. So yeah, if you want to just be a complete fuck up of a human being, you could just be a hustler. It's called Hustlenomics. There are various skills that you can take. If you have a skill, that's good. You either do or do not. My skills were cyberspace, auto pistols, agility, urban survival, counter security, and Zaibatsu. You get 5 basic ones. In total, you're going to end up with 6 skills right off the bat. But you get them relatively quickly. Pretty much every level, you're going to end up with them after 2nd level. And it's like, oh, you have the Chambara skill. You have the Bujutsu skill. You have a gun. You just have a gun. Yatsu, karate. Some of these are skills that allow you to do a thing, like Chambara, for example. But maybe not actually let you do any other things. Get tiny abilities and gather copper, more objectives, get resized behind the Waffle House or steal Timmy's child support money. It's called Hustlenomics. You wouldn't understand. Because you can take things like, oh, I'm going to take the take aim skill. The take aim skill doesn't mean you're good with guns. It means you can aim better. You take aim as a later skill with your gun. Very basic ones over here. Don't get this confused with Yakuza, because Yakuza is a very different skill. Counter security, comtech, stunt driving. Yakuza is actually a legit skill, which is street knowledge. Zaibatsu is your corporate knowledge. So you can just have a lot of things being yeah, I have Yakuza Zaibatsu, good looks and persuade. I'm helpless in a fight, but I look good and know people. I'm like, cool, awesome. Personality problems don't do anything. These allow you to just kind of flesh out your character a little bit more. There's quite a few of these. Sportsman, you're religious. Basic names, very basic, appearance tables. Generally speaking, Branco ended up pretty cautious. He has a corporate appearance. He's honorable, and he's a little bit too clean. He focuses too much on looking clean as possible, to the point where it's a little bit odd. Contacts, mostly with the idea of contacts, are people that you know and that they can help you out with. They either like you or they hate you. They want you to pretty much cultivate they want you to cultivate relationship with Tokyo Underground. You are working for a corporation, but you are also a violent criminal. You are a bastard, but they want you to make sure that you're friends with, people who are also bastards. Deaths, killing innocent civilians, screwing up majorly. They want you to, there's actually quite a few charts and stuff here to really kind of get you a better idea of what you're. Zaibatsu characters fight Morkborg characters. Generally speaking, I think Zaibatsu characters would win overall, because Zaibatsu characters have a little bit more going on for them. Not much going on, but they can. Anti-corp versus pro-corp. No, we aren't the pro-corp yet. We're going there. And if you managed to find the reason why I structured this the way it is, it's the idea of pure punk to not punk at all, and the gradual escalation of punkness or lack thereof through all of these games. Hence why we're doing Corporation dead last, because Corporation is there. Yeah, it's one of the ideas is the retrogenics mechanic, and these are things you get 20 points to begin with, and you can get more later on. And these are effectively mutations that you have. Good old Bronco here. He's technically ambidextrous and can mimic people's voices. If he listens to it for a minute, he can kind of replicate the voice, kind of what he's heard. If he listens to it for about an hour and gets a good studying for it, he can replicate it pretty accurately. That's his thing. That's what he's got. Getting kitted out. You get 20,000 yen as a recruitment bonus. You also get a gun. Ta-da! Now this is the system. This is the beautiful system. There are no levels or skills. This is for speed of play. In fact, you've already seen there are no statistics either. What is strength 3 or drive car 13 anyway? Either you've been possessed, you have it, or you don't. Now, each skill roll is going to be 2d6. If you're skilled, it's 7 or under. If you're unskilled, it's 5 or under. I rolled an 11. I fucked up. I rolled a 5. I didn't fuck up. I attempted under any circumstances. Street Huts from not before trying to fly a space shuttle, for example. 2 4s. And if you roll dubs, you get critical successes or failure. This does mean critical failures and successes are a lot more common than, say, like, D10s or whatever. Gonna break the Borker's knees. Yeah, skills contests. Pretty much the idea behind skill contests is like, oh, if we're doing well and they aren't doing well, I get to, we both roll and we see who pretty much rolls the best. Yeah, they call me Batsu. This is kind of like one of the basic ideas. The Zaibatsu, these are the Zaibatsu. These are the major ones. These are the major industries. Elliot, finance, banking, security. Erebus Petrochem, UK engineering. Aerodyne, in German aerospace, drugs, genetics. Aruno Biotech, genetics, drugs. The JAL, Japanese Airlines. You can join them if you want. Koji Akita. Makita Genetics. I joined the NHK because I wanted to make a welcome to the NHK reference. Welcome to the wonderful world of being Bronco. But you get a lot, there's options here. There's not a lot per, but you kind of like get enough. Technically, if I were to join another one, it would be Voronovo. But yeah, they kind of give you like a basic idea of like how everybody is kind of working. It's only a paragraph effectively, but it's like cool if you like it. And not all of them actually even get it. Yeah, again, remember, 1998 is when this came out. 1998. Breakfast, cereal, toothpaste, shoes, vending with bright thoughts that keeps society ticking over. Yeah, technically, Yoshiko rules the world. It reminds me of Snow Crash. Oh, the bow. My character is Ho the Bow, nomadic kung fu master, happens to be crippling addiction to heroin, which is unrelated. Like one of the ideas is, like, it reminds me of Snow Crash. This reminded me a bit of Snow Crash, which I wouldn't be surprised there was influence there. Because Snow Crash, the entire thing is, it wasn't like the tech companies that took over, it was the food companies. They were the ones who won in Snow Crash. Because it turns out, be able to feed people is a fuck ton more important than being able to, jack into a VR headset. It wasn't tech companies that won. It was food companies, and it was like that was kind of the reoccurring joke in Snow Crash, and it was like, yeah, you are like, you fucking suck because you need food. If you aren't eating, you aren't living. Work for us not at all. Business culture, like they do go over. It's like we're dark unassuming suits on conservative times. Acknowledge that your Zaibatsu is the greatest or has the most potential. Learn the company's song. Idai Nai Kaisha. Oh, glorious corporation. Never contradict the superior. Exchange business cards. Conduct business basically on trust and long-term relationships. Yeah, it's treat your coworkers as buddies. Never go home at night. Instead, go drinking until late at the karaoke bar or hostess bar. Become the Japanese salaryman of your dreams. Of organization. These are kind of like instead of like strict like experience points, you end up with promo points, promotion points. Promotion points, cool. You do, the better you do, the more promotions you're going to get. You're going to probably get kind of capped out at about 8 because they don't want you to get any higher because you suck. Because you're not management material. But you're most likely going to end up about 4 or 5 because you're not management material there. You know, the corporate wars, Zaibatsu counterculture, found my loyalty to employers, you know, senior agent, team leaders, and you want money, you gotta get goods, yeah. One of the more interesting, kind of more amusing things is they kind of understand that what you're doing is you get your briefing. If you don't have a hacker, you can actually pay a company hacker to do it for you because that's his job. He's literally an on-call hacker. It costs a shit ton of money. You got to do it from the finance card. But it's like, okay, it's like, like that's his job is to be. That's like, yeah, this is your job is to be the corporate hacker. Like you're get on the grind, wage slave. Yeah, industrial terrorist missions. Yeah, as you can kind of see here, you get things pretty actively. Including the most amusing, any change of rank due to traitorous action is unacceptable. The agent must be terminated immediately. The first agent to carry out this order receive 1 promotion points. Yes, weapons are allowed in the debriefing room. So, yes, it is entirely possible for you to, if you D-rank from traitorous intent, you can just get shot by one of your friends just immediately and they get promo points. Welcome to the grind. Yeah, you kind of get like subsistence lifestyle. You get low style, mid style. Get pretty good. But yeah, again, you're going to be kind of capped out about like 4, maybe 5 if you're anything higher. People are going to start trying to stop you. They don't want you to get higher. Total number of points have received 1 extra skill at rank 3 after. So, senior class accommodations is 11. Generally speaking, your lifestyle is how you're living. Legitimately, low-life street samurai live in capsule hotels. That's you live in the hotel. You live in the pod. You eat the bugs. You do enjoy it. People can find you pretty fucking easily. This is one of the more amusing things, which is the idea of you don't really have finances strictly, but you get a corporate credit card effectively that you can buy goods and services for. If you go, you can go to a thing and buy it and get a hotel room on the company card. You're not really supposed to be doing that, but you can. They want. It's like, okay, we gotta do our job. Anything you buy, you kind of have to return because it's a company card. But now combat's a little bit interesting. Yeah, it's let me where's the best way because technically you have effectively 2 states of being. You have 3 states of being in combat. You're alive, you're wounded, you're dead. Those are the 3 genders of combat, you could say. Welcome to Sony. Bonuses are measured by how many of your fellow employees you get crushed under your heel while you climb the ladder of the corporate sodomy. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there we go. Pretty much one of the core facts of life is that you need to get as many. You need to kill them faster than they kill you. Because you can shoot they can shoot both of you, and you can both go down very quickly. Yeah, characters can walk and move. If 2 characters shoot at each other and hit, they are both wounded and fall over. Yeah, it's like combat's very fucking deadly in this game, incredibly deadly. You firearm facts of life: over range, in cover, shooting point blank, beehives under range. Damage inflicted by 1 level. Ammunition. There you have no ammo. Except if you fumble. Then you have ammo. You don't really have that. It takes a little bit of time. You'd use holstered gun immediately. Yeah, technically you can use your Ijitsu, normally used for drawing a samurai sword, fucking katana very quickly. You can use it to instead of draw the gun. Just ding, I'm gonna draw it immediately and shoot you, busting caps. Yeah, like fully automatic fire. The more gunfire you put down range, the more attacks you're gonna be able to do. If you do a full burst and you hit 3 times, they're going to die. You've blasted this person away. They're on the ground bleeding to death. They're just dead. And it's down to go for round. Yeah, it's martial arts. One thing to do is, like, if somebody is, like, bringing out a gun, here's the thing. If you're like, okay, you're close to them, they have something on their hip, it's going to take an action for them to take their gun out and aim and fire at you. That's going to be technically 2 actions if they don't have, if they aren't trained for it. It's going to take, rip it out of the holster and still need to shoot you point blank, because it's hard. You, on the other hand, can punch them in the face faster. That's one of the big things is, oh no, I'm gonna punch you in the, like, oh no, I'm gonna shoot you. Like, I'm close enough to you, bop them in the nose. How do we stop a gunman? By killing him. How many promotion points do I get for making sacrifices to Moloch? None. If you make a sacrifice to, the glorious leader of the Zaibatsu, maybe 1 or 2. Technically, if you use Aikido, you can break someone's neck. Yeah, it's like, oh, cool. Yeah, if you're just like if you're like this super tough, you can legitimately hold them in place and just break their neck. Yeah, it's like, yeah, because you are a scary Aikido man, and hopefully one of your friends are nearby to beat the man to death with. The opponent successfully landed a power strike. Yeah, this is the idea of, like, if you get hit, get bonked on the fucking head, we're gonna get pushed back. It's, stun for 3 turns, stun for 6 stun. He wakes up, retains 1 stun for 1 day. Yeah, like, combat's very deadly and very quick. I do enjoy it. It's very simple. It's simple, but I enjoy it. Kind of fun. Like, I kind of go over, like, how vehicles work in combat, like how destroyed vehicles work. By sheer technicality, you can damage any vehicle with just a gun, like a handgun. You can blow up a truck if you want to, Mandatory fun days, just board members cock punching you until they get bored. Pros and cons of street armament. Yeah, so for example, let's say our where's a good pistol, good handgun. Yes, no, we'll just use the auto pistol. Right here. All handguns fire caseless ammunition, have rapid fire. They're virtual machine pistols capable of being holstered. And this also means almost every single rifle is a bullpup now. Everything got shrinked down. Yeah, everybody has an Uzi. Every single person has an Uzi on them, pretty much. I do find that very funny. Riot guns. Today's riot gun is a bullpup design with a box magazine and caseless ammunition with different loading possibilities. You want to put in fucking, if you want to put if you want to load up high explosive ammunition into your shotgun, you totally fucking can. And being like, oh no, there's a problem. Yeah, an auto pistol does 2d damage. So pretty much, if I hit with my auto pistol, I roll 2d6. I rolled a 10 there. And like zippity zam. I'm doing, and I can do 2 attacks around effectively. And you might, if you're doing like a laser 3D law, 6d10 damage. It's a lot of damage. Now, they do give you just like a bunch of things that you can just choose to do. I chose to pick up an Ultra Uzi because it's funny. Yeah, you get things like the Ultra Uzi, the H&K MP 500,000, technically 500K. You want a Smith & Wesson M901 riot gun, the Pancor Jackhammer Mark 6. I love this. I always find these really funny. Yeah, this is actually how damage works. So let's say you've been hit. You roll 2d6. You roll. I rolled a 10. Again, you're dying. You make a willpower roll every minute, or you're going to die. If you die, a double result means he can get up and stagger around while he dies. Yes, this does technically mean that any damage you take is just going to be on this damage table. It's going to be, you might get stunned if you're lucky, very lucky, but most likely you're going to end up wounded or dying. And with something like, say, my auto pistol, for example, you kind of see little auto pistol right here, I can do 2 attack rolls per round. So if I get the drop on you, I'm going to be making my check, and I've hit 1, and I've missed another. But I roll my damage. I rolled 5. You're wounded now. You are shot in the fucking head. You are shot in the side. You go down, and you're not doing well. You are in pain. And it's like you start trying to get away, but everything resolves at the same time. So I might shoot you and you might be wounded, but you might shoot me and deal 6 damage, and now I'm wounded. We both fucking fall over half dead if we try to stagger away. Damage becomes a lot scarier. Pancor, the firearm literally breaks apart when you move the selector switch. Yes, but it's the future Pancor, so it's different. It's better. It's like, yeah, like you have, if you're wounded, you're dying, you're just dead. Ugh. Yeah, it's like 24% and revive the dead. A meta-attack negative roll. Yeah. Like if you actually have a trauma, if you die, you can, if a trauma unit is nearby, you may be able to actually, if you pay the 200,000 yen, you may be able to actually survive being shot, but it's very easy. You also get things like, for example, if you take, I don't know, if someone hits you going, I have 25 kilometers per hour, you're going to be taking, let's see, that's 8, 9, 10. You're going to be taking 10 damage. You are dying. You are dying, my friend. If you take anything, pretty much anything higher than that, you are going to be taking minimum of 6. You're minimum going to be wounded. At most, you might be just super duper dead. Yeah, welcome to... Imagine not wanting to join the ancestors. Shake my head, TBH Desu. Yes. Cloning is here. You can technically clone you, and by Japanese law, they're the new person. The issue is you require death certificates, you must have taken memories. It's also very illegal to have no memory transferred clones. Memoryless clones are called replicants. Replicants. It is entirely possible to play Zaibatsu as Ryan Gosling. You can just play an entire party of various Ryan Gosling characters as you hunt replicants. That's an entire campaign. You are dying. Like you're already dead. Yeah, robots. everything is very expensive as well, like relatively speaking. Model 101's TDS cyborgs. Yeah, cyborgs don't give a fuck. They just fuck your day up. If you get close to them, they're going to kill you. Yeah. This is, however, this is the most amusing fucking thing in the world. I love this. Hypertext, a descendant of teletext and TV. Hypertext is cabled or satellite linked to each house in a massive information library with free-form layout. A hypertext console can fax off a hard copy and accept pre-written smart cards that can be read as a video book on TV. The media underground uses these word processors and laser printers to self-publish, called Samsdat. The email equivalent is called Sami's data, published on bulletin boards. There are also pirate TV stations in Japan. TV is do-it-yourself. Thousands of options are available, changing all the time. You can select what you want to see. Soap operas, with emphasis on your favorite character or plotline, documentaries, exposees, news and lifestyle, whatever. All the time with pull-down menus, support text, notes, data files, and expand the subject as you see fit. It's the first level of cyberspace. Yeah, that's 1998, people. You gotta remember that. I'm playing a replica. Cool, tell me more about it. He's literally me. Oh my god, he's literally me. Yeah, it is interesting looking at, again, if you think about it, 1998, what, like, let's actually, like, I'm curious. Like, let's play a little game. Let's all feel old, okay? All feel really old. Well, to all you boomers out there, to all my boomer crowd, 1998 computer. This was high fucking tech back in the day. 1998, this was the computer. Like, this was like a pretty sophisticated machine. We go to 1994, when this game was originally written, it's shit like this. Like, this was top of the line. This was the big thing. Like, this was a lot of fucking money. These were sophisticated entity. 1990, the year the web was born. This wasn't a thing back in the day. This was insane. This was entities not created by mankind. These were magic technology. And if we look at, like, again, if you really think about it, like Blade Runner, if you kind of go on the idea, like this game is based off of things like Blade Runner. Blade Runner's like kind of, it's quaint now that you think about it, like just the way everything's kind of set up and like the technology, quote unquote. It's very, very odd, and it's like this is ridiculous. Like, but in 1998 and even 1994, 1998, you gotta remember, like, the magic internet phone that I have next to me. Like if you use the magic internet, like, phone currently in my hand, holding my phone up, right? You know, I'm kind of moving it around. That was the machine. Like, this was fucking space technology. This is magic. Yeah, this game literally predates the invention of the optical mouse. Exactly. It's like, this is space tech. And it's always funny with old Cyberpunk. That's why, like, one of the big reasons I want to talk about Zaibatsu, because it's like, yeah, oh man, it can fax things. When was the last fucking time you saw someone use a fax machine? Like, I remember using fax, like, probably Ethical, you're the only one here, maybe Delirium, that I could see, like, using fax machines regularly. Because fax machines aren't a thing anymore, really. I remember back in when I worked at the copy center, we had a fax machine, and like one of the big things with the fax machine was the thing with it, it's a secure line. Yeah, like that's one of the big things with fax machines is that they're secure. They're yeah. You have a phone that outpowers the Apollo mission computers, containing the entire knowledge and wisdom of mankind, and used for porn. Yeah, real big space tech. Yeah, it is funny like that if you really think about it. It's in 1994. Shit like this was the future, and it's always weird kind of going now when you see a lot of these games that were published in the 90s, early 90s, even the late 80s in Shadowrun's case, is like Shadowrun thought Detroit. You got to remember, in Shadowrun, Detroit is the greatest city on Earth. Everybody loves Detroit because Detroit was center of manufacturing for very long. They never predicted Google. They actually had to do an entire fucking book. Like there was an entire reason they had to give of why shit like Google doesn't exist anymore in Shadowrun, because that was alien. Of course not. No one would use like, what's Wi-Fi? What's Wi-Fi? That's ridiculous. And hey, don't IRO me, bro. Yeah, like fax machines are useful for like secure documentation. That's like a big idea behind it. Very secure. They're a bitch to use nowadays, and actually finding a good fax machine is very difficult. A lot of them turn out really odd. Like we'd always get fax machines. Shadowrun had such high hopes for Detroit, and yesterday I was looking at 3-bedroom house that would go for 30,000. Yeah, and that's probably still overcharging you. Yeah, very advanced, 2030. Yeah. Again, you gotta remember, Zaibatsu takes place in 2030. That's 7 years away. Man, we suck. The past had such like good intentions for us. We fucking suck, guys. I'm so sad. Yeah, antiviral, anti-cancer. You can technically get anti-cancer drugs in this universe. A lot of hallucinogenic drugs, a lot of designer drugs. Yeah. Delta 14, designer drugs. Very you would take chemical warfare toxins. Smart drugs. Yeah. Side effects: neuron misfire. It's taking the start of the day. Avoidable only if the beta serotonin, social drugs, speedball, Virax, YAG. Various security ways to kind of get it out. This game is very loosey-goosey in some aspects. It's like, okay, how do we like avoid foot patrols? How do we avoid locks? There's no like one of the big things is like there's no way for you to be like, oh well, we're gonna walk around and be cool and like no, like we're not gonna be cool and shit and like do a bunch of maps. That's not really a thing in this. Yeah, SimStim is sold for home use. SimStim Dex as entertainment, 0G gymnastic, Warzone, Sabakwa. Pretty much you can do Kitsura, professional SimStim star at age 30, an athlete fitness expert with huge audience. She's one of the most popular SimStim stars on the globe. Clean cut, open, and refreshingly honest. Yeah, it's you also end up with, where was it? I do like the fact that they are very direct with some things, being like, yeah, it's just, like, hey, 0G gymnastics, Warzone, Subaqua, flying a plane, sex, whatever could be recorded. Just fucking something. One thing I always enjoy is Makarov. While many women are attracted to the healthy and sensual exploits of Kitsura, most men prefer the rugged and exciting adventures of Makarov, Russo-Japanese superstar. His explosive and ultra-violent SimStim video is popular worldwide. He's 43, big, well-muscled, while piercing amber these Nikon eyes. He's actually a Russian commando who switched sides during the Karafudo conflict of 2010. Yeah, it's fax machine. Like, nobody makes new fax machines. Like those, like the era, like what you're talking about. Like, oh, that's the last generation of fax machines. Really, there aren't any new ones. Most of the new fax machines are built into printers, and they're usually hellishly expensive printers that are really bad at printing. Like, it's annoying to get new ones. Ecstasy, GHB coding, Pink got a really deep Latino techno rave scene. Of course, there's the Latino techno rave scene. Yeah, these are the retrogenics finally. Again, a lot of these are pretty easy, and they're like, you have animal empathy. They like you. Hey, you've double jointed everywhere. You have an inner ear. You have insect eyes. Yeah, you don't really have cybernetics, really. You have pretty much these super genetic, changes. ID card. They have a full system for like ID cards. Cyberspace is fucking weird. We're gonna talk about cyberspace here real fast because it's fucking bizarre. Okay, so I'm gonna try my best to kind of go over how this works. So I've got my cards here. So what happens is every major computer system has a special 10-card deck, a system deck. Various chances of detection based on the skill of the hacker in question. So what you do is you get 10 cards. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got our 10. I got my 10 cards here. For a cowboy with a cyberspace skill, for example, the first attempt is at no possibility. Pretty much what you have to do, you have to guess what the top is. That's it. If you guess the suit. If I say it's gonna be spades, it's a diamonds. I failed. Wrong. That's taking a minute of time to do that. So it's like, okay, second attempt. Okay, it's gonna be clubs. Spades. Now, if you hit a spade if you hit an ice, a spade result, for example, the second one, I've run into ice. System defense. It's an automatic system defense. And whatever the value of the card is, I have to burn one of my slots. So, for example, let's say I have grade 3 and one grade 5 icebreaker. So if I have a grade 5 here, I have to burn my grade 5 icebreaker to get through it. And I'm allowed to do another check. Like, okay, clubs, art, failed, but I can still keep going. It's going to be arts. I succeed, I'm in. It's this constant push, it's this constant pull of like, you're gonna keep going. Keep pushing forward. Always push forward. It's always scary, getting spookier and spookier and spookier. And it's so fucking bizarre. Because one of the things you're supposed to do is you have to cut the main deck. You cut the main deck. It's like, it's one of those things like you're constantly trying to push forward. Of like, okay, what is, what's this? What's this? You keep trying to guess like what the next card's going to be. This is the main way they want you to do things. If the ice tags you, you crash the deck. You're out. However, if you're in a subsystem, if you already get in, let's say I make that first check and I guess diamonds, I'm in. Every subsequent check, you just need to guess the color. I'm thinking it's going to be black this time. I'm in. Hey, I think it's going to be red. I'm in. Everything gets really easy. It takes about 10 fucking minutes. It's very difficult to do these. And that's effectively how it works. You're kind of going that getting out of the deck is rerolled, so it's hard to penetrate the next time. Yeah, you pretty much need a deck of cards to play this game. And my guess would be that what the GM would do, my estimate, is that the GM would pick out, like, would look through the deck of cards real fast and, okay, we want that. We want you, we want one of you. Like, they're pretty much, like, very clearly already kind of setting up the deck for the first time. Then everything after that is kind of randomized, like, okay, here's a bunch of just mass cards. Put out, you check them, you're doing good or you're doing bad. If you're good, you get into a system, which is the idea of using, if you use any of your icebreakers, cool, you're going in, you're starting to learn about things. You know, attempt to follow things purely on the grid. So, what you need to do, say for example, like, okay, you check, you're going to draw a card and you'll be like, okay, I need to beat 3. I need to beat a 3, for example. I use my icebreaker. I can start doing some of these. Oh, well, I need to beat, 2 cards on the data heist. Okay, how much? Okay, I need to beat a total. I need to beat a 4 and a 6. I need to beat 10. I use all of my icebreakers. I can get in data heist and steal everything I need to steal. Oh, I want to cut a data trail. I want to do a file tap. I want to go to things, research while file on particular person or organizations. Or just want a logic bomb. Cut the main deck and check the logic bomb can overcome the card drawn or it is detected. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff you can do, and it's just entirely card-based. It's very bizarre. As you can kind of see here, I'm not like super well set up, but I would literally be buying new icebreakers. That would be the main idea. You buy a bunch of new icebreakers with getting in and a burn. However, if things go wrong, things are going to go really bad. On ice result, ice tags your deck and overloads your feedback. However, you use a black ice is scary because it can fry your brain. When the main deck is cut, on a black he suffers a wound. A red he gets a chance to jack out when comparing the value of the red card to the ice. The red card must be at least 2 higher than the ice to overcome it. In many cases, unless someone pulls the plug for him, this will kill a cowboy. So it's kind of one of those ideas is, I've been tagged by a black ice. I've been tagged by something that wants to fucking kill me. I need to jack the fuck out. I need to get out. And I draw, and if I fail, I'm not gonna make it out. I'm just stuck. It's killed me. I am DEA dead. Unless somebody can more easily rip me out and be like, okay, you. Yeah, it's like, yeah, here's cyberspace. You can also just not do that. You can also just not do that. I do enjoy the fact that just like you can, but you also don't need to. This is the entire side system on playing the Yakuza. You want to play a different game of just playing Yakuza? You can just play the Yakuza if you really want to. Ninjas became Mr. Johnsons effectively, and that's what Tunin really do. It's a lot of street gang, a lot of stuff to kind of fuck around with, kind of thing. Doc, a lot of stuff to fuck around with in this game. Our audio, I'll take finance cards as payment. Some view phones understand to boost similar to gnome phone shit down boost. Soundproof glass doors. Useful phrases. O genki desu ka? Ohayou gozaimasu. Ohayou gozaimasu. Konnichiwa. Konbanwa. Oyasu. Dozo. Tekete kudasai. Arigato. Sumimasen. Wakarimasen. Osia yonde kudze. Let's see if the Shimiyato your sushi. I don't speak Japanese. Various gear that you can buy. Keep yourself upright and standing. You can technically, these are the 4 cybernetics you can get. Biomonitoring, so you don't die. A cortex bomb. a PDT, a personal data transfer, which allows you to hook onto nearest phones. And then a SimStim rig. Cool. Like you can you can allow you to do these things. Want to buy lunch? Want to buy a bottle of beer? Yeah, vehicle, various vehicles, cyber decks. I only have a Toshiba 3030. However, I can get a Hitachi NetSpace 5. Ooh boy, that glorious, Hitachi software. Yeah, as you can kind of see, like, things get expensive. You don't start with that much money. You can get like a couple like grade. You can get a grade 2 grade 1s or a grade 2. Like it's not doing great. Yeah, you don't get a lot of money to play around with initially, but you just complete a few jobs and you fuck around. Yeah, lots of stuff. Let's take a look at the timeline here. 2023. Yes, Yakuza rocket attack on Roppongi kills 11. Korean Communist Party attacks Japanese businesses in Korea using guerrilla warfare. The Zaibatsu fight back with company troops. Oh no. Shinobizawa and Sony battle it out for 2 years, tracking allies and rivals. Zaibatsu ritual terminology are established during the turbulent period. Shinobizawa reigns supreme. Yeah, welcome to, you want to have anything you want in this? You can have it. If you want to play Cyberpunk Yakuza, you totally can. If you want to play Blade Runner, you can. But that's Zaibatsu. I think I think Zaibatsu is good. I think Zaibatsu is an interesting period of time. And I could see people who say, I like playing this over the Traveler version. I understand people who understand. Is it like really deep and like, oh, it's time to be exciting and cool? Like, is it big and exciting and going to be the thing that's going to save the day? No. It's pretty simple. It's not going to be the thing you're going to play for like years on end, but it's going to be the thing that's like, yeah, this is fun. This does bring us to our final game. The final one. Say hello to Corporation. What is Corporation about? It's playing JC Denton. Why do I say it's playing JC Denton? Because you are part of the Corp. Now, this is Bronco, as you can kind of see here. We actually have a full, legit, actual character sheet this time. I know, it's astounding. As you can kind of see here, we are cybersecurity. You're part of the Eurasian Incorporated. Like, wow, we actually have stuff here. A lot of stuff, actually. Corporation is one of those oddities that people keep telling me this is the greatest game ever created by mankind. I keep doubting it, but then I read it and realized it's definitely a game. So, Corporation RPG. We go to Corporation RPG, Corporation RPG Home. You can kind of see here, it has a Wikipedia page. It originally came out in 2006, though. We'll be reading the 2009 updated. That's kind of one of the big ideas. We're going to be playing the updated version. But you kind of see here, like, there's a lot of stuff here. It's like, okay, like, that's kind of interesting. All I could really find is this guy named James Norbury. There's one guy named James Norbury. This dude. I don't know if this is the same guy. I think it is. I think it is the exact same person. I paint abstract landscape fantasy, science fiction, mainly cyberpunk. I don't know if this is the same guy. It kind of add up if it is. But he wrote a book called Big Panda and Tiny Dragon. A Big Panda and Tiny Dragon travel through the season of the year together. On their way to the wild, they also find themselves lost while not knowing where they are. Together, they explore thoughts, emotion, hardship, happiness, and connect to self. In nature, they learn how to live in the moment, how to be at peace with uncertainty, how to find strength to overcome life's obstacles together. Big Panda. Yeah, this is like his big thing, is that he made Big Panda and Tiny Dragon. If this is the right guy. That's the thing. I really don't know if this is him. I don't know, because it only really talks about this. But that might just be because, but it would also add up slightly if he talks about it here. That's like, it's one of those things where it's difficult to figure out, like, is this just happen to be the right name, or is this the same guy? But this is Corporation RPG website, God bless Weebly. And you kind of see it has a Discord server. There is actually, we go to, this is Corporation, I believe I think I do have the version. Might have the update. I might have the I know I have the 2009 version. This is a platinum seller. You can get it for, you can literally get the game very cheap, relatively speaking. It's only about $6.20. But here's the thing with Corporation. So that's something you got to know. There's a fuck ton, a metric ton of expansion books. Crap, there's free adventures. Let's talk about the Eastern Bank. Let's talk about the Machines of War. What about, the Gate 22, which is a bunch of different missions? What about the Dragon Awoken, which is a completely different thing? Incorporated, Mind Unbound, Cities of Gold, Brained Insanity, Gobble Gobble, Chestburster Nano Jesus. Bloodstorm, the Corporation card game. You can just buy a card game if you want. Blood and Glory, you dive into the glitz and glamour of combat sports industry. There's a lot of these little expansions that come out, and a lot of them are present, and I believe the newest title, I think Breach and Clear came out a few months ago in September. They came out in September. And again, if we check, Platinum seller, Platinum's 1,000 plus. People clearly like Corporation. People buying it. Here's everything in here. It has you have this. What is Corporation? What's this? Here's all the products you could ever want. Here's the community. Here's the resources. I think it's kind of neat. This is why I think it's the same guy. You kind of see has some similar beats to it. Yeah, there's lots of stuff with Corporation. I can't find anything else on James Norbury. I don't know if that's the same guy. If it is, pretty drastic shift. If it's not, because if we even go here, James Norbury is the one doing it. He's writing it, and it would be kind of weird that it's such a specific name that it would make sense. It would make sense if that was him, because he's an artist, he does a bunch of the stuff here, but he doesn't mention it on his main site. But if you want to look professional and your main book that you are kind of famous for is called Big Panda and Tiny Dragon, I wonder why maybe this shit isn't want. But people seem to like it. By company called Brutal Games. Now I'm like, okay, Brutal Games RPG, what exists out there? Fuck all. If you actually go to the publisher website for Brutal Games, it redirects straight to Corp Game. This is, I think, their only game. And if it isn't, and then we also have Stickmen, the Stickmen RPG. You can buy it for 98 fucking cents. And written by James Norbury as well. Yeah, it's kind of a meme. Ta-da! Like this is really it. This is like the really only game they have is Corporation. Can I find anything else on it? No. Does the Brutal engine exist? No. Don't know. Technically, Corporation 2009 through Mongoose Publishing. Like, if we kind of double on back here. Where was it? Yeah, it's like he does actually thank Mongoose Publishing. So like the flaming Mongoose Publishing flaming coat. What I didn't actually even Google. It doesn't. Yeah, Flaming Cobra indie RPG in a wider market. Yeah, this is Apocalypse Z Chimera. I've probably never even heard of any of these games. There's Fantasy Craft. Fantasy Craft was cool. Had some cool ideas. Chimera role playing universe. Never. It's not even mentioned on here. You can tell. Maybe probably not the most well known thing in the world. Yeah, that kind of summarizes Corporation history wise. One of those games that's like, yeah, damn, he managed to get a Wikipedia page. Damn, don't we all want a Wikipedia page? So if you give me 1 second. Two. Hello, I'm back. I am alive. I am not dead, unfortunately. So, Corporation, yes, game. Beer. Good. Okay. Now, Corporation is a game. We definitely know that much. And as you can kind of see, there's it kind of shows you off of everything you're going to be working with right away. Lots of art. This is like one of those things like after rendering all other art, James Norbury. Layout and design, James Norbury. All James. I think that he's clearly this is his baby project, by the way. Like this is his thing, and you see right here, there's a lot of stuff here. Now, I'm going to be honest, all you really need to know is like character creation, equipment, uh, very basic cybernetics, character advance, and then the game system. There isn't actually like a super lot of information. Like everything after like the world of 2500 all the way to like the end, like is pretty much just GM material or like just lore. Like there isn't actually a super lot in this game. But yeah, what is a role-playing game? How do you roleplay? What's all this? This is Bronco, though. This is Bronco. You may already be looking at this being like, holy shit, that's a lot of stuff. Don't worry, it's not that much. You are agents. Let's summarize the lore here. Let's try to, you got a fun piece of artwork. Let's summarize the lore here real fast. It is the future. Yes, it is the future, 2500. And we have gone through a while of corporate wars, of people fighting each other, people getting killed over these corporations, but a few years ago, after a little while ago, the UIG took control. They managed to pretty much kick down the door and say we won. The UIG is where's the actual fucking United International Government. Pretty much, we've established the New World Order. The New World Order is the UIG, and they pretty much clamped down on all that bullshit you were attempting. All that corporate bullshit war doesn't really do anything. They serve the citizen. The citizen needs them. They are effectively a world government, but one that's technically, and let me just reinforce this, technically good. They are a good force. You are playing part of the corporations, though. You are an employee of the corporations. Your job is simple. Enforce the will of the corporation and get the fucking job done. That doesn't mean that you aren't going to get into any fights. These massive continental super conglomerates still hate one another and will always try to one-up one another. As an agent, you have been augmented, you have been changed, and you are now indebted to your corporation, and you will fight for them, and you will die for them. I would say out of each of the games, when you think of traditional cyberpunk, think of cyberpunk when the name kind of invokes a certain thought in your brain space. You probably aren't thinking of something Syndicate. The original Syndicate games. Not you. Not you. Syndicate 1993. You're probably not thinking directly of things like Syndicate, for example. You're probably thinking of something more like, maybe something a little bit more recent. But another one would be probably the one which the most amount of influence, you could say, would be Deus Ex. Most notably, J.C. Denton's extravagant story in the original Deus Ex probably actually has the most influence on this game. You are a cybernetic super machine. You are a man among men, and you are better than others. You have extrajudicial rights. You are trained. You are above the average citizen. Because you've bought your way. You've sold your soul for the right to be better than others. And as such, you have the responsibility to adhere to it. UIG always has an eye on you. You are important, because you are going to be the people who have to, enforce the will of the corporations. You were a terrible human being. Like, you were an awful human. But you look cool. And this is why I wanted to end off corporation. This is the other incredible extreme from a Morky Borky. You're working for the corporations here. They own you. You are the corporation. You are the problem. You are the people shooting cyberpunks. But yes, that's kind of the basic. It says like you can kind of go everywhere, but it's like you're mostly going to be sticking into like the major cities and major countries, stuff like that. That's not really big. One of the big ideas here is the idea of a rank points. pretty much everybody in society is judged out of their rank, pretty much how important you are. And the more important you are, the higher your rank. That means you can kind of influence people of lower rank. The average citizen has 0 rank. They're a citizen. They do their job. They keep the cogs of the world moving. A corporate executive, on the other hand, might have a rank points of 30. He might be able to buy the license to kill people. Or he might be able to buy a license to kick down the door and do things that he may not be others might not be legally allowed to. As an agent, you have 10 rank points. You are above normal. You are the creme de la creme, you could say. You are expected to be cooler than other people, and you're going to be cooler than others because you have to be. One of the things is you're going to start off with, this is one of the few games that like almost immediately sets you off with a lot of hardware. Most notably is the SVC, which is subvocal communicator. It's pretty much like an interradio that you can talk to people with. Everybody has an ID chip located somewhere on their body. Under the skin, the back of the hand, it contains information about the carrier. It's pretty much is anytime you need to get into your apartment, you scan your ID chip. You need to get into a hotel room, scan your ID chip. You need to start your car, ID chip. You've been ID chipped. Yeah, it's like, oh. And you also have an AI chip. You literally have an AI inside of your brain case. It's pretty much allows all your other cybernetics to work properly, as well as the process socket. Process socket allows you to X-pin something in the back of your neck. And right there, pretty much plugs directly into your brain case, allowing you to use sockets to improve your skills, make you cooler. And a lot of other things. The R drug. Technically, you can regrow limbs. Yeah, so if you get your arm ripped off, you go and regain your limb. Blood and claw with incredible damage. You know, if you take mashing damage, you're going to close blood loss from wounds. This is effectively saying that if you get shot, you're not going to bleed everywhere. You're not going to bleed to death unless you take severe kind of damage. Like, oh, atrophic DNA. Cool. Yeah, you decay really quickly because so you don't leave DNA at the back. Synaptic modulation. You don't feel in pain really. Neural stabilizers. You just and everyone's extra. You get a lot of stuff right off the bat. I didn't even really write into all of it in my character sheet simply because there was so much of it. It reminded me of Space Marine creation from 40k RPGs. Generally speaking, they want you to give you a very basic setup of things, but you get a lot of this shit over here. You get a Black Cougar handgun, you get an exceptional communication device, black jacket, handcuffs, ID scanner, PDA, identification bag, law enforcement license, light firearm license, non-power melee weapons, and basic hacking software, which is illegal. You shouldn't have it. I started with it. Standard Black Cougar. And this may seem like a lot of information right off the bat. Like, oh shit, like oh goodness, no, I'm really scared about all this. Don't be. Really don't be. It's pretty simple, to be honest. There's a lot of stuff, mind you, but not really that much. These are the major corporations. Aijin is the Asian industrial giant, outside law and organized criminal cell. They're pretty much the Yakuza and triads formed together to form big crime. Comoros is Indo-African telepathy specialists who hate the government. The Eurasian Incorporated, the business of making money. That's what it's the business of money. Yukiro. Ancient philosophies and Buddhist code, they pretty much use melee weapons. And the Western Federation. Gun. You have the power to buy guns. basic professions, it's films to inspire you, let's see, music to inspire you, TV and games. This is also the first and only game I really know of to date to cite Gears of War 1 of 2 and Fallout 3 as inspirations. Just Fallout 3 is mentioned in this game. That's a new one to me. Character quirks, think about questions, stat summaries. Most of the time, you're going to have 49 points you kind of fuck around with. But they recommend that you do 7 across the board and then start slowly readjusting things. Mostly, I killed my presence a little bit. I never wanted Bronco. Isn't exactly what we would like to. He was started off as kind of like a face character and kind of stuff like that. But over time, he slowly shifted because presence isn't as useful in this game, and I wanted to have high agility, high reflexes, good perception, intelligence, and I could invest in presence later, kind of thing. I could invest in that later and make it better. I can become the face whenever the fuck I feel like because of cybertech. Interestingly to note here, these are pretty simple to do. Now, these are your two options. 49 or just everything starts at 7. There's no randomness to it. And if you kind of go over here, basic stat summary, none of these are really odd. Like, that's kind of like one of the big things. It's like, none of these are strange. Pretty standard stuff. When I say, what's your reflexes score? It's 8. What's your endurance? You kind of know what endurance is. What's your perception? You know, I kind of know what perception is. Nothing too extravagantly odd there. When it comes to like the extra features, most people are gonna end up roughly looking the same. You do see a telepathic energy here. Yes, psionics are a thing in this world, and you're going to enjoy it. Basic armor value, defense equal to your close combat skill, which is your defense is your ability to not get hit. But it's not really your ability to not get hit, it's your ability to give them a penalty to hit you. Add to conviction. It does start with very basic. Technically, the only two English languages are Eurasian and Western Federation. Obviously, I went with Eurasian because Russian, and obviously, I needed to make Bronco a proud Serb. I can't believe my Serbian poet's this cute. Then we're going to go to assigning our skills. This is the way you actually assign skills. They just give you points and say, go for it. And this is like, oh, here's how to play a hacker. One thing to note is that if you want to play a telekinetic character, you also need to distribute these stats, telekinesis powers. So I chose to I want to play a hacker because that was my big thing. I want to play a hacker. And I kind of adjusted everything to where it needed to go, and generally speaking, you're going to already know what you want to play right off the bat because you assigned an 8 there. I want to play Gunman, who has guns and shoots people. I'm going to probably put my 8 in tactical firearms. Hey, I want to play Talkman, who does talking. I'm probably going to put my 8 in maybe psychology, maybe even something like business. I want to put it in there. Very simple to understand there. Not really difficult, which I like. Odd. Yeah, okay. Sympathetic skills and stuff. I thought I read that wrong. Yeah, none of the skills are like too out of ordinary. The only odd ones come into like the worlds of like, oh, psychology, which makes a little bit of sense. Looking good is quite literally just your ability to look good. Various different firearms, attitude. It's a lot of the social ones that are a little bit strange when you look at them, but they kind of make a little bit of sense when you like, okay, it's about more corporate knowledge. It's more about corporate understanding of things. And opening law, the crime skill, crime. Yeah, street culture, tactical firearms. I would probably, if you were to pay me to do this thing, I would probably fold tactical firearms into heavy or light. I would probably like sub some like probably put like heavy firearms in with tactical firearms. I would just probably merge those two together because light firearms are like a handgun, heavy firearms are like rocket launchers and shit, but support weapons are like grenades, and tactical firearms are like a rifle. It's a little bit wonky when you read it. It's like, oh, okay, like you have to like if you want to play a gun guy who does gun things, almost all your points are going to go into those various skills. It's like, that kind of this also brings you to training. Training is just super cool abilities that you get that you have. There's a lot of different kinds of training. And each of these give you something. Now, Bronco on here has the hacking and quick draw ability. So if we go down here, by virtue of having computers and AI at 5, all I have to do is pass an intelligence plus computer and AI roll with a modifier dependent on this type of system. Cool, easy enough to understand. I can do that. Hey, I'm a telepath. I am use underground operations. I'm stone cold. I am survival, surveillance. All of these allow you to do things or give you bonus abilities like advancing disarming, you learning how to assassinate people better. I like this. I think this works pretty well. One of the big things is like you always are going to get a lot of options right off the bat to let you really understand that this is your character. You're playing your character a lot more than I think some of the other games we're going to over today. And a lot of the licenses, you get pretty much 10 points of licenses to fuck around with right off the bat. And there are some dumb ones. There are dumb licenses. You are allowed to government-controlled equipment, combat drugs, cybernetic animals, heavy firearms, light firearms, offensive equipment, powered melee, sat blankets, security licenses. The tactical firearms license. Then you have various authority ones. You can bypass world customs and immigration. Privacy, you can violate other people's privacy, as well as keep your own privacy. You can take other people's stuff. It's public appropriation. But you can also have 2 different kinds of search licenses, of commercial and domestic. Technically, I think I did this wrong. Yeah, I did see. You have various telekinetic powers, various termination licenses, such as, termination licenses 1, 2, and 3. Some of these, like, hey, you can exert control over the road. You can have a vehicle license. You can drive a car. Hey, I have a bounty hunter. I can preach. I have the vending nut license. I can sell shit. I do like the idea of just the licenses. Like, you have to buy these licenses. Being like, you can't legally kill people unless you have the termination license, unless they obviously are trying to kill you. But it's pretty easy to do that. Now, these are your starting wages depending on your corporation. Comoros is the lowest. You don't get a lot. But Eurasian, you're going to start off with a lot of money. But their entire thing is, we have a lot of money. That's what they give you, money. The field magnums. Then we go over equipment. Everything's got equipment levels. Everything's got, fixing equipment. There's a lot of different weapons. There's a lot of weapons. And everything is right here. Weapons are not complicated. This is the thing. This is the Black Cougar handgun. It does D8 damage, has a rate of fire of 3, and a concealment of 10. No EMP susceptibility, though. You cannot EMP the weapon, which is a very real issue. A very real issue. Yeah, so the rate effectively allows you to shoot more often, pretty much more reliable, and then we get into tactical firearms. Firearms too, all the various bigger and bigger and bigger things. I do enjoy this. And it does allow you to actually buy, have no fear everybody, you can totally buy a tactical katana. Hell yeah. You will never be as cool to bring out your tactical katana. Sport weapons going down there. Any kind of weapon you would want, we've got it. Armor. Armor is pretty much just AV. It's just armor value. It's take damage, you reduce it by. There isn't that much armor on here, but you don't need that much armor. One of the other weird things is the idea of shields. Because yes, hard ion shields are a thing in this universe. You have an HP and an EMP limit. Pretty much when I take out my gun and I shoot you, I deal 15 damage. What's going to happen is my shields, if I just have a domestic shield, my shield's going to pop. I take no damage, but I take no damage anymore, but the shield, I have to recharge the shield later on. If I take 9 damage, if you shoot me, you deal 9 damage, my shield would have 1 HP left. I'm fine. You kind of see some of these go up pretty high. Battle shields go up really high. Or in insulated field shields go pretty really high. Heavy ones, bigger, bigger. Toxins, general equipment, lots of just stuff to play around with at this game. Okay, task chips. Okay, this is one of those weird ones we need to talk about a little. Let's how do we want to do this? Okay. What a task chip effectively allows you to do is say, hey, I want to do a thing. We need to pilot this plane. None of us know how to pilot a plane though. Like fuck, none of us know how to use a plane. So I'm gonna buy a process socket. I'm gonna buy pretty much a task chip. I'm gonna plug it into the back of my head. It'll take me about a day, but at the end of it, I know how to fly a plane almost perfectly. I have a 10 in the skill, which is pretty fucking good. I have a 10 in the fucking skill, which is going to allow me to drive this thing almost perfectly. But if I take that chip out, I can't do it anymore. It leaves the brain. And they actually explain this, why this is the case here, running chips in games. It effectively allows anybody to do anything at any point. You want to do a stealth mission, but you have someone who is a tank, give them a stealth chip. You want to do a flying mission, but no one can fly, give someone a flying chip. You want to do any objective, you can get a skill for it. For anybody. Various vehicles that you can buy, lots of different things that you can do, like the Cyberlin, for example. This is a fucking mech. You can just get a mech in this game. Why? I don't know. Yes, and let's going down. Cybernetics. You're not really going to get cybernetics very much. That's like one thing that I will say that I'm like maybe not the best, and because this is also a lot of fucking money. The most you're going to start off with is 10 grand. And after buying all the equipment you need to pretty much do anything, you will not have 10 grand. You will not. You will have a lot less than that. And a lot of these are like, oh, the Anascan Eternity recorder, $3,000. You install it in your eyes. High resolution video audio footage the eyes need. Of days footage, the device can turn on and off at will. File field processing, storage devices, neural jacks. Yeah, like this would be like my big thing. This is where Bronco would want to, over time, he would want to get some money. He'd want to save up as much money as he can and get a neural jack. He gets a neural jack all of a sudden, and then he gets a lot of bonuses in the hacking. Yeah, it's cool. A lot of BioWare, a lot of cosmetic biometrics, covert ops shit, Reaver Cybertech, combat cybernetics. You want anything, you can find it. Then we also have telepathics, and all the telepath shit. This is an entire different system. And then we have character advancement, mostly through rank points. You want to get rank points. Everything's going up. The more ranks you get, the higher, more stuff you get. But experience points are different from rank points. If you get experience points, you can then buy new skills. You buy new equipment, but you can also buy new licenses. But you have to literally buy new licenses. XP, but language needs requires 5 XP. Buy a training costs 10 XP. Different skills cost different amounts at all times. You're seeing the beautiful disaster area of corporation already, I'm hoping. You're going to be paying a lot. The higher your rank, the more stuff you get. And it is infuriating. You know, it's like standard basic mission wage, but multiplies rank. You should add a bonus for this between 10. He's a rank 3 Western Federation agent, so he's paid that much money. Black Ops covert rewards, because you can't award rank points for Black Ops, because rank points are entirely through the fucking feds. No one wants that, so you have to pay them something else. Do something else. Gotta do different scores. Gotta do, here's rank points. Here's how to lose rank points. Here's all the different titles for different things. It's a little overwhelming at points, not going to lie. And they even say outright, being like, you're not going to hit level 7. Like, maybe you'll hit level 6 if you're lucky. Lots of downtime stuff, punishments. Oh, no, you're doing naughty things. We don't know about how to play the game yet, by the way. All the various lore bits about each of the things. We're gonna go down to. Okay, here's Comoros. Hello, Comoros. Look, they do telepathic shit. Da 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 da. Hell yeah, let's do it. Eurasian. Yeah, the Eurasians get a special ability. Their special ability is money. That's their ability, is the expense account. They have legitimately just a shit ton of money that they can just do. You can go to their personal doctor, their personal doctors, because they got a lot of fucking money and they can do whatever they want. And yeah, it's like, yeah, as a guy, to spend more than rank times 1,000 credit per mission on expenses are definitely pushing their luck. That's what they do. That's the secret. That's the superpower. Okay, here's all these guys. But if you play these guys, mind you, if you're playing these particular group, you get powered melee license. You get an exceptional katana for free. You get an ion weapon for free. And it could probably be an ion katana, which is, go for it. You want to play an ion katana? Go for it. That's your choice. Guns. To give you the idea, they get all of these things for free. Okay, let's these are the feds. Feds are their own special thing, and they all do their own thing. Okay, we're making our way through here. Yeah, we were on page 137. We have managed to get to where the game begins. This is one of those games where it's a little bit get to the fucking point already. And like all this is really cool and stuff. But I'm going to give you a secret. You want to play an Order of the True Faith? You're not playing an Order of the True Faith. You have to wait till an expansion to do that. It's because it's one of the expansions. You want to play a UIG character, wait for the UIG supplement. You have to buy that. And it's like, oh my god, because it's very, very annoying. Because I'm going to tell you what the secret, what the actual game is. You're going to take an attribute, you're going to take a skill, add them together, and try to roll under it on 2d10. So I'm going to take one of my d10s here. Where's my other d10? Let's say I need to make a corp knowledge intelligence check. I need to roll under 12. I rolled a 13. I fucked up. I failed. Zam. What a shame. I don't know the thing. But let's say I need to make a cybernetics and robotics at intelligence. So I need a 13 pretty easy. I rolled a 8. I succeeded. That's the entire game. You want to get the little bonuses, you want to get as much as you can do to kind of like punch your way through. It's pretty simple, all things considering. And if you roll double ones, you super succeed. If you roll double tens, you super fuck up. The higher you roll, the better. The lower you roll, well, actually, the lower you roll, the better. The higher you roll, the worst. As you can't tell, I've been streaming for 6 hours. The throat is dying. But yeah, it's pretty easy. Like, they kind of tell you everything you need to know. Very basic example modifiers. Most things are first floor. This is one of those games where the GM is kind of encouraged to hand out bonuses a little bit more, or be like, okay, you want to do something that's pretty easy. Here's a +2. Hey, you want to do something that's pretty, or you got a bonus. You set something up. Here's a bonus. Here's this, here's that, here's this, here's that. As you can kind of see here, this is what the vast majority of combat does boil down to. You pick a target, roll to hit, you deal damage. That's all you got to do. If you try to do close combat, they're going to try to do versus your opponent. So let's say, for example, Bronco here. Someone is trying to hit me. Let's say Bronco here. Someone's trying to hit Bronco. They have a strength of, let's say, 7 and a close combat of 4. Normally, this is 11. They need to roll below an 11 to hit me successfully. But I have a 3 in my close combat. That means I have a 3 defense. Looking at that, if we really combine everything together, they need to roll under an 8. They roll under an 8, I get hit. Close combat usually is a lot deadlier, however. That's one of the issues. And it's a lot deadlier simply due to the fact that, hey, we can get around things, being able to really fuck your day up. It's going to be strength and the agility, but bear with me. If they do hit you with some of these weapons, you're going to be on your ass, and you're going to not have a good time. If you maybe don't get hit, Actually, range attacks are a lot scarier, because range attacks just need to hit you with no penalties unless you're doing something. Unless you are behind cover, unless you are not being shot at, they just need to make a basic check. Set the scene. Yeah, generally speaking, the more you move, the less you can actually shoot. So basic kinetic pistol with rate 3, you can move full speed. There's 1/3. But you can actually make up to 3 attacks per round with some of these things. And if my kinetic pistol, for example, I have a light firearms of 3 and an agility of 8, I have it effectively a 11. And let's say, for example, I need to roll. I'm doing pretty good here. I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling pretty good. Let's combine everything together. I fuck up the first attack. Hit. And fail. So I'm going to do D8 damage. Roll, I did 4 damage. That's it. Congratulations, we did it. Bang, bang, bang. I've shot you once. Not doing good. Roll your reflexes. Yeah, this is one of those games that's not too complicated when you actually get to doing it. The issue is there's just a lot of little stuff. Little mechanics, little details, little... Because there's full dodging and active dodging. If you try to active dodge, it's a little bit different than full dodging. Slightly different, but still it's there. Ooh. Yeah, it's like, if you're active dodging, you can't do anything, but if you're full dodging, that means a completely different thing you're trying to do, but if you're trying to block, that's something different if you're versing taking cover. There's a lot of little things in this. And that little things up. even down to the fact of like aiming. You can aim weapons. Attempted, you know, effect aiming applies to all attacks attempted the next round, but it's all slightly different. Free actions, opposed actions. There's the entire thing on severing body parts, because this is important. Because if you use a blade, you can sever limbs if you hit hard. It's important. You say, I want to sever his foot. Oh, you want to sever his foot? Yeah, I want to sever his fucking foot. I want to tear his goddamn foot off because it's, you know, hurting me. I want to tear his leg off. Even. Like, oh, your agility is being reduced by 4 points. Zippity zam, this isn't good. Or hey, I want to, you know, cut his torso in half. You still can. If you do 20 damage, you're going to be able to cut his torso in half. Fuck. Random severings. Conviction is your Benny points. And that I think that's the best way to kind of word them. Conviction is bennies. The more bennies you have, the better you do. You use conviction, you can do that. You want to retry a roll, you can do that. You want to use any telepathic skill, you're going to have to spend conviction. Dying also, technically if you are in 1 HP, less than 1 HP, but not dead, you can take any action by using conviction as well as anything. You gain conviction by doing things. That's pretty much it. Not complicated. Generally speaking, it does take a little bit of time to heal, but you're also a super cool, awesome badass who can do whatever the fuck you feel like. But you're an agent. Hacking is not as completely stupid as other games, not as asinine as Zaibatsu at least. Generally speaking, the best way to think about this is you just add up all your bonuses and try to beat it. The more successes you get, the better. If you want to say hack into a commercial system, an office computer, you're going to get a -3 plus -1, but you get one for the internal AI. You lost one for for internal information, for a hacker's computer, or advanced hacking software, or the neural jack, or for it. Big. It's a lot of adding things together, though. You want to add as much to it, and you want to get rid as much as possible. And that's the game. You're done. Learned it. And here's everything you could possibly need about the world, and how everything is set up, or teleport network. Yeah, there's a teleport network. There's entire sections on dueling. You want to learn about the Spire cities? Let's talk about the Spire cities, baby. Hey, you want to learn about old cities? There aren't many of those left anymore. They're not cool people in place. So here's a bunch of them mana corporations. Ooh, look at all these mana corporations. Zippity zam. Holy crap. So many of them. Fugitive catch and detainment. Ooh, wow. Look at all these guys. Ooh. Ooh. The Australian Free State. Ooh. Want lore? Storyline? Stuff. All those fucking things that you could possibly... You want all these various notes that he just added in? Yeah. Go for it. I think that's the one thing with corporations. Is basic bounty hunter. Lots of very things. I think it does I like this game. Here's the thing. I think this game is going to be... I understand why people say this is their favorite game. I understand that. I really do. I will say though, this is the big thing here. There's a lot of game, and I think that might throw people off a little bit. And it's because the book is also not a full size book. It's not 8.5 by 11. I think that has something to do with it. But this is one of those games where you can either play really friendly or you can play really hardcore. And the GM has to kind of play ball with you a little bit, and the GM's got to know a lot of these little rules sometimes. Those little rules start adding up a little bit. But if you're playing with a single hacker, hacking is easy. It takes 5 seconds to really learn. You just need pretty much one skill, and it's more about managing software. But I think what corporation does best, this is the big thing. This is the two things corporation does best. Get you in the mindset first, in the mindset. It also gives you tools. That's the big thing. It doesn't tell you one way of solving it doesn't tell you one way of solving an issue. It says, here are a bunch of options. Solve it. Because let's say, for example, I go to corporation here. I have the search domestic. I have the legal authority to enter your home and search it if I believe that you've committed a crime, otherwise known as anything I think you committed a crime with. I have the legal authority to do such. I have the legal authority to perform security. I can sell things. I have the legal authority to do various actions. Why don't I use that? Maybe somebody has the legal authority to enter a business that we may not be able to do. Okay? Hey, I have a fully legal and hey guys, I have this huge amount of corp knowledge about things. Why don't I just figure it out what's going on? I mean, I could just talk to a few people and I can figure out what's probably what's going on down on the DL. Why don't you do that? Hey everybody, I have this enhancement allows me to see through the wall. Why don't you do that? They hand you a lot of tools. They hand you a lot of there's a lot of these bonuses and abilities and all these little modifiers. But all those little modifiers, all those little toys, all those little abilities and things are all there to feed into how do I solve a crime? How do I solve this? And they use the chip system to say, hey, how do I solve this thing? How can I fix this situation? I don't have a skill for it. So you do. What you need to do is spend a little bit of money to get it. And you get it. I would say that corporation's biggest issue is the fact that there's just a lot of corporation, and you could cut out the telepathic energy, you can cut out the telepathy shit, and nothing changes. You could cut out most of the cybernetics, and nothing changes. I would say that it's the modularity of things can be a little bit. I say that's a big issue to me anyway. Is everything is very modular. Everything clicks together very well to give you a lot of options, but it's like, if you don't really want to, if nobody is dealing with the telepathy system, and no one's a telepath, and you never have to think about it, why bother? There's no reason to think about it. If you don't have a hacker, well, that thing's a little bit more complicated. I would say, like, it does really good when it leans on the cyberpunk stuff, when it leans kind of, not cyberpunk, but kind of that, the futuristic, syndicate-esque. It kind of gets a little bit wonkier when it's like, oh, hey, guys, here's the telekinesis. Like, oh, hey, guys, here's all the things that aren't strictly more tech-focused. And personally, I wish they would sub out the entire telekinesis section for more equipment. Or I wish there was more things, like more toys for me to play with. I wish there were more, maybe cybernetics to play around with. I want to become more cybernetic. I want to become more and more and more. I wish things were a little bit more focused in some regard. And I also wish there weren't giant chunks of the book dedicated to telling me about something that is at the end, well, it's like, well, you could have fun with this, but you have to buy the supplement for it. You have to buy the supplement. You have to buy the supplement. You have to buy the supplement. Supplement. I think that's another issue with this game that might turn some people off, because this is not the full corporation. This is not the full game. This is the foundation to the full game. This is the foundational, workings of a full and complete entity. And if you want to buy into the full thing, it's going to cost you a little bit. It's going to cost you a little bit if you want to do that, or you want to go through more extra legal methods. It's also a thing. But I think Corporation serves its purpose. I think it's an interesting game, and I think it'll probably get a video. It's going to be it's going to be one of those videos where it's like, here's the basic system. It's very simple. It's very easy to understand. The unfortunate reality is it just gives you a lot of stuff. Gives you a lot of toys. Too many toys to kind of play with, you could argue. And a lot of those toys feel half. You're getting half of all the toys because you damn well know there's another book that's going to give you everything you want with those particular ones, rather than giving you more of one thing in the book. They give you a little bit of everything and say, buy the next book. Good business decision, but a little bit annoying. That sums up. That is the chrome case of Cyberpunk role-playing game. Honestly, the cyberpunk genre is so diverse, and I made an effort to kind of go through the entire thing. We went from very hard cyberpunk, kind of very, very hard, very Zaibatsu was pretty down and grounded. Then I went to some more fantastic with Corporation or Morkborg. Went even things like Lowlife 2090. Then you get things like Chrome, for example. And it does its own thing, but then you have things that are just kind of like subsystems. Or you get things that are just based on the OGL system-wide. I liked Zaibatsu. Zaibatsu was nice and clean. It got its point across. But is Zaibatsu Cyberpunk again? Maybe not. Maybe that's not the point. Perhaps that's not the point at all. Perhaps that's just the funny little thing about it. Yes. But I think Cyberpunk is a genre that needs to find its footing. That needs to find its future. Because right now, there isn't one. It's kind of a genre that's it's kind of entering a crisis of identity. Hopefully going over all these games, you kind of see what I mean by it's undergoing an identity crisis. I have heard people talk about being like, oh, well, Cyberpunk should be like neo-noir. That's what it is. It's neo-noir. It's just a subgenre, effectively, of it. It was sci-fi neo-noir. That was one. What was the other one? It was, what was the stupid one I saw? It was, like retro sci-fi. Like it was like retro sci-fi, but it was a little bit odd. But oh yeah, it was cyber noir. Cyber noir was another one I saw a lot. But what is the future of Cyberpunk? What is the future of this genre? Is there a future? Is there? Literally, it's kind of interesting to kind of think about. Like, is there an actual future for this? Is there a future for Chrome heads and data cowboys? I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. Only time will tell. But it's that time of the year, everybody. It's that time of the day. First time we're diving deep, and I gotta fucking log in because I gotta log in every time because I can't have nice things in Kickstarter, and it will not allow me. Gamoos. Let's do it, boys. Explore games. What's it organized by? Newest. Let's do it. Let's Kickstarter. Oh, Jesus. Okay, no, this is all games. I'm like, the fuck? Alright, so yeah, let's okay. STL 5e compatible adventure module. This is really funny in context. Nuts. F Marry Kill. Wow, I've never heard of that one before. Canadian horror theme miniatures and terrain. Maria Day has nope. 0 out of 10. STL files. D100 Forest Hooks Fantasy RPG Encounters by Philip Reed. Wow, so cool. Dungeon Delve. like, you're gay. Oh, it's like a by Dungeon Delve creator. Very Project Waifu War. Waifer. Oh, it's a oh god. Oh no. Bust STL. A mission of terror. A short story and mission pack for Lancer. Wow. That's God, I fucking hate Kickstarter. God, I hate I Kickstarter, I hate you. Like what the fuck? What is this? Why is an STL here? Why is this here? You know what? No, I'm gonna sniff this. I'm gonna sniff this. Like what? What does this have to do with fucking anything game related? I'm gonna send this. I'm gonna at fucking. You know what? I'm gonna do it right fucking now. Let's do let's let's see. I'm always amazed when I see such high quality gaming content. Yeah, god, like Billy Shakespeare. Oh, 5E classes with grit. This is why I adore. We hate the OGL. We hate it. 30. Like when did you fucking launch? When did you launch? When did you start? Oh, you just launched. 36 days. Yeah, you just launched pretty much. January 3rd. They launched 4 days ago. It's 5e, baby. It's 5e. People wonder, and people doubt me when I say these things. This is what they want. They crave it. Crave it. Yeah, yeah, 5e. Let's you know, I'm curious. You know what? I just want a 5e. I want 5e. How many of them? We'll do live projects. Goal. You know, 5e. 17 projects outright have just 5e in their fucking name. 17. It doesn't seem like a lot, but there's a lot more that don't have them in. Like, yeah, it's like, yeah, you know, I like some high quality fucking content, right? You wanted this, everybody. You want 100 detailed NPCs for your D&D 5e game. You wanted this. This is why they're fucking doing this. What do those actual what do those actual plays do? They play 5e. I could have sworn this had already come out. Right? 13th Moon Games. I thought this already came out. No, they failed. Ah, I understand. When did you... How much did you need previously? Let's play a game. $25,000. You needed $25,000 previously. $25,000. How much do you need for this one? $5,000. Never saw that one. Never fuck. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. The Wields of Enoch. Okay. Sci-fi. Deck crafting and dice mechanics. Okay. Okay. 7 past years been writing. Narrative-based role-playing with variety card and dice mechanic for skill and resolution. We designed the system incorporating our favorite elements, deck building, crafting games, and narrative components of the Genesis system. So no one is going to be able to play this game because it has apparently a special deck, and it probably has special dice that you need to play, that they're going to be selling it separately. And people have pledged $3,000 to it. And how are their numbers doing? Defenders of the Wild, TC, a lot of TCGs. Like, what's going on here? That's kind of weird. Like, lot of shit. I don't know. Shot Glass Adventures, the Madness of Saint Avon. 1 page, 1 shot for 5e/OSR. Wow. I love it. I love it. This is what you all wanted. Rabbit versus Bondsman. Peasant Plunder, the Dragon Horde. That man is covered in poo. No. Nope, that's just an STL file. That's just an STL file. I hate they're all STL files. That's a 5e zine. That's just a zine. That's just 5e. God. Do you like Morky Borky? Borky. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Let's see, like, I really wish, again, I don't think you quite understand how much I fucking wish that they would separate the goddamn STL files into their own stupid fucking thing. I don't know why they keep putting them in the tabletop one. Well, I know why, because that's the only place people would find them, because people don't go elsewhere. But it's so annoying. Oh wow, Black Sword Hack. It's a new one. It's a brand new one. He made 95K off of it. Wow. That's super cool. 5e one shots, 5e campaign. It's like, why do I like album class him on CD with a mini dungeon crawl? This is an album. That's a fucking album. You're not buying the mini dungeon. It's an album. Why is that here? Why? I don't know. It just do be that way. 5e hunting supplement. Wow. There's legitimately nothing. Going to be honest with you, we've already seen some of these because I remember War Surge. Wow. Kickstarter kind of fucking sucks. I mean, Covenant Crucible exists. It's a 2D12 system. Cool. Whoa. Let's see, Roach and Stefan. Wait, what? Why does she... What? Roach has lived around the city for 25 years and has baked its character into the game. Chicago Covenant... Rachel Henderson. It's Rachel Henderson, but she's just referring to herself as Roach. Oh, wow. Oh, as a witch and pagan, Rich is... Oh. As a witch and pagan, Roach has... Why do you gotta make it weird? It's weird now. Like... If he wanted to take their relation next by writing tabletop role-playing game together, the motivation for Roach was to create... What is this Roach thing? Oh, her fucking boyfriend slash husband had a fucking heart attack. Why did you, fuck? Does she refer to herself as Roach here? No. No, she doesn't refer to herself as fucking Roach here. It's just a bunch of fucking images, but... No, Roach. She just goes by Roach. Why is it Roach? No. I'm not dealing with this. My head hurts. $1,000. Hi, I'm Cassian, or Cass, or Cassie's totally fine. I'm non-binary, AMAB, humanish. I have played D&D since 2004. I'm pretty much in the beginning. This alternate reality multiverse, culmination of all my homebrew creativity, characters, and NPCs. This Patreon will help fund my endeavor so I can release more and more of my lore. So far, I've only released a single book. You have lots of money to learn. Don't. A bajillion ideas. I kind of want to ask her, like, hey, you know this isn't Patreon, right? Like, ma'am, you do realize this isn't Patreon. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, why? Oh, the wifer. Boxclaw game. Oh, you fucked up the first time. Oh no, 10,000. You needed $10,000, and you're doing it again for not less. Why is it not less? Is this a furry game? No, it's a card game. God, this is gonna be expensive. How much is it for, like, just to buy the game? Character pack, Ram, Wicked, and Lasagna. These build your personal deck. Enough cards to build one deck for one player. $30. Fuck. 70. Jesus. Jesus, you're gonna have to fucking card shop tier. 2 backers have already put 140 euro down. Jesus. But I guess that's like, you gotta put them everything together when, like, it's character pack. It's a fucking TCG, of course it is. It's not an LCG, it's just a TCG. What are you on about? Why'd this one fail? Let's learn. Boxclay. It does have a website. Let's look at the website. It's gonna be in German, probably. German. You know, it is in English. I miss Corporation. Damn it. Yes. I found a card game just for you, my friend. Have no fear, everybody. We've got new card games. Yeah, this is yeah, this is one of those ones I'm perpetually fascinated by. You got, what the fuck? You have no fucking presence on. Bitch, you have less followers than me. Is this like a fighting? Like, I'm Kune, like, what the fuck is? Yeah, here's like the how to play. Like, this is a full on like card game that I like my brother in Christ. What the fuck are you on about? Yeah, here it is. German game. I already know that it's terrible. Like, looks like there's just a lot of character pack available at launch, because you have to buy the character packs, then you use those to build your deck. It's 30, if going off of this, it's 30 euro to buy a deck. That's the idea. It's 30 euro for a deck. And 70 euro for 2 decks. Yeah, for 2 decks. Because what you need is character pack 1, 2, and 3. So it's 3 packs equal 1 deck. Is that right? Yeah, it's 3 packs equal 1 deck. And that probably means like you have to merge. Like, you would need to be the 140 tier at minimum. Contain 2 of each 7 launch character packs. What do you mean 2 of each? Yeah, okay. Oh my. What are you on? What are you smoking, my? Like, yeah, this is reminded me of wife fur. It's not a furry game. I don't know why he's making it like, why is it wife fur? Is it because they have cat ears? Like, I see this like, oh no. Oh, what are you doing? No, that's too many tags. You don't do that many tags. You can only do 2, 3 at most. Oh no. What are you doing? No, little German boy, don't use all the tags. Like, if somebody came up to you, like, here's the thing. If someone came up to you being like, oh, here's this card game called Wife Fur, I would immediately furry game. Like, there's gonna be some horrifying furry shit going. That'd be my first thing. It's furry. There's clearly something no here. And being in that no hours is like, yeah, okay, I guess we'll look at itch. Is there anything on itch.io? Fucking usually not. Itch.io usually is full of fucking nothing. Lo-fi war. What the fuck is a lo-fi war game? Bureaucratic role-playing game resources. What? What? Campfire role-playing game system. We have no speaker and we must vote. A LARP for 435 friends. Why are you... What? Is this them? This was released 2 days ago. Leak 2023. What? No. It's right here, though. Pick it up while you can, I guess. What? I'm more like I'm more like just bamboozled. Like, did he just upload a book? Like, did he just upload? Yeah, I think he just uploaded a book he doesn't own. Awesome, cool, Poggerinos, gamers. We gaming. We gaming. A classless expansion for Cairn. Like, core. Oh, it's out. It's out. Yowie Hands the RPG is out, everybody. Malice, hatred, burning. It's legitimately everything. People wonder why I go on itch every now and again. Well, yeah, okay. Go team. We did it. They must never know. See, this is the beautiful thing about finding things. When people are nice, I get to, I revel in the misery of others. Don't you know? I just revel in it. Yeah, there's literally nothing. Morkopoly. You want to play more? They have Morkopoly. They made a Monopoly version. They made a Monopoly version. All right, I'm gonna call it there for today. Godspeed, good luck. Hopefully everyone has a good time. Learned a lot today. Next week, plan is finish Zombie and Ziggurats. That's kind of the main priority. I do have a commission lined up. Commission project is lined up slightly, but I want to get technically. Oh wait, that reminds me. I have to announce the winners today. I shall do that now. I guess. I guess I'll winners. Let's do some math here, everybody. Technically, I know which one won. That's the beautiful thing. I already know who won, pretty handily, in fact. So let's do do we have any Coat Cat winners? We have no Coat Cat Scary. So let me go to the Patreon real fast. Everyone, feel free to subscribe to my Patreon account. Yeah, gotta shill myself there. We're gonna. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this correctly. Fear and we do the Fear and Hunger Redux, Nautomons Redux, Caps Redux, Urchin Queen Redux, Eagles and Rifles Redux. Yes, Eagles and Rifles was on there. Blind Cosmos, Killball, Chenbata Grindhouse, the SRD Nightmare, and then Gachimuchi Super Smasher. So let's see the actual poll results. Let's accepting responses. We are officially done. God help us all. So our final results. Our final results turned out to be, hey buddy, nine doors, 2 doors down. So we've got the Rise and Grind We Ballin', rated XXX for hardcore, Blame the Space Bear, Look Fancy, Die Horribly, and 2 there. All right, so we got a pretty good lineup there already. So the lads, we've got 2 over here. That was the only lad that voted. The Big Bara Boys. So automatically, Nautomons gets 10 votes. Eagles and Rifles ended up with 10 votes. Killball ended up with 10 votes. Gachimuchi Super Smashers ended up also with 10 votes. We do already have kind of a clear winner here. That's fine. Large lads did not vote. The Connoisseurs, let me see if I can always remember how to fuck the Connoisseur. I believe Connoisseurs get 6. Connoisseurs get 4. No, they would get 5. I think they get they get 4 votes. Connoisseurs get 4 votes. So if you go down here to the Connoisseur category, 4 votes. So the final voting came down to we've got 25 for Gachimuchi Super Smashers, everybody. Get ready for a superhero RPG finally. Yes, 25 votes there. Eagles and Rifles actually got ahead. I am pleasantly surprised, everybody. I am pleasantly surprised that Eagles and Rifles managed to get ahead. So congratulations. Eagles and Rifles made it. Nothing for Fear and Hunger. What a shame. Nothing for Caps. What a shame. Blind Cosmos got 1 vote. 1 singular vote. Let's see. Urchin Queen Redux got 2 votes, which, I mean, I understand that one's kind of an odd one. Chanbara Grindhouse only got 3 votes. SRD Nightmare got 5 votes. Very popular within the masses. You could say very popular within the masses, but not super popular outside of that. Which leads to these ones that we have to do now. For Killball. Yeah, not a single person among the consortium did vote for Killball. Not a single person, unfortunately. This does, however, lead to an interesting situation. What I will do in this situation, we have an issue. We have an issue here with this, is that we have a split between Nonomons and Killball. Very, very, very big one there. We got a tie. We got a little bit of a tie here. We have two big Bara boys currently at odds with one another. So I'm gonna have to make a call that I'm gonna have to either. I'll think on this one. I'll think on this one a little bit, because we do have the commission project. That's a big thing. We have a commission project on there. But Gachimuchi Super Smasher did kind of claim victory pretty handily. Gachimuchi kind of soared ahead. I was kind of surprised by that, because I'm like, no one likes Super's games. No one's gonna... Yeah, Gachimuchi has won. Good job, team. We're also doing we're doing two super powered ones, relatively, so it's going to be Gachimuchi into whatever this commission project is, if he's still kind of on ball with it. I don't know, though. It kind of depends on what he's feeling. I kind of know how that's going to work, though. I'm feeling pretty confident about things. Yeah, so next week we will finish up Z and Z. Most likely, the videos will be on... I'm going to finally do the Lancer Battle Group video. I completely fucking forgot about that one. I think that one's going to be a fun one to do, because Lancer Battle Group is such a fucking bizarre game that the world deserves to know more about Lancer Battle Group, because if I have to suffer through it, so do you. Let's actually update my little opinions here real fast. Most likely from this... oh, no, hit that right the fucking button here. Most likely from this video, we'll do, I think, you know what? We can probably do another rapid fire number 11 on Lowlife 2090, Zaibatsu, and it would be Lowlife 2090, Zaibatsu, and do we want to go over any of the other ones? I guess we can do it on Chrome as well. I think doing just a quick one on those three would be fine. I do want to do an individual video on Corporation, because I think Corporation would be interesting, and I do want to do one on Cyborg. I think doing one on Cyborg would be interesting, because it's not going to be a traditional video, fun fact. It's going to be one of the weird ones. So that's kind of the circle. That's kind of the cycle right now. We have cut down the list, but we've also not cut down the list. So Godspeed, good luck. I will see you all on the other side. I will debate, probably among the unfortunate souls, of what I should do for the next round, if I should rely on the E-Boy or not. E-Boy is a valuable member of society, and he will make decisions for me. So Godspeed, good luck.